I guessed. He snorted. Normally I don't break out the metaphorical crap, but I thought I'd make an exception. One hand rose, knuckles very lightly brushing my cheek, searing and tingly. My heart leaped, and warmth bloomed through my stomach. You remind me of that flame, firebrand, Riley murmured. You burn so hot and so bright, you set everything around you on fire, and you don't even realize what you're doing. I'm a dragon, I said, trying to catch my breath. He was so close. Part of me wanted to pull away, though my back was still against the door, and there was nowhere to go except through Riley. The other half wanted to step closer, to press my body against his, until our combined heat became an inferno. I'm supposed to set things on fire. What's the point in lighting a candle if you're going to hide it away so it doesn't help anything? His brows arched and I grinned. Ha, see? I can be philosophical too. Riley's smile turned grim. Just be careful that the people around you don't get singed, he said in a low voice, or that you don't burn too hot, too quickly. The brightest flames are usually the ones that are extinguished first. His eyes went dark for a moment. I know what I'm talking about, Ember. I've seen it before. I don't want that to happen to you. It won't, I promised. He paused, as if he wanted to say something more, but thought better of it. For a moment, we stared at each other, both our dragons very close to the surface. Riley's fingers still gripped my arms. I could feel the heat of his body as he stood there, gazing down at me. Wes cleared his throat, very loudly from the corner. Riley blinked, as if just realizing where he was, what he was doing, and let me go. Disappointment rose up, but what surprised me was the fact that I didn't know whose it was. Mine or the dragon's? It's been a long day. Get some rest. Riley didn't look at me again as he turned and walked toward Wes. For a second, I had the crazy urge to grab him and pull him back, but he stepped out of my reach, and the moment was lost. Go watch TV or download a movie or something. Order room service if you want. We're not going to be doing anything tonight. I wrinkled my nose at his back. How long are we going to be staying here? Until I figure out what's going on with the order. Riley reached the back of Wes's seat and peered at the screen over his shoulder. And when I decide that it's safe to move out, he added, until then, we sit tight. Stay in your room. Don't go down to the casino floor. There are cameras everywhere, and according to my contact, St. George is on the warpath, and Talon is pretty pissed too. It's a good idea to lie as low as we can right now. Think you can do that, Firebrand? I'll try not to set the room on fire, I promised, and walked out of the room. But as the door clicked behind me, I paused. Going back to my silent, empty room with only the television for company sounded depressing. I could stay in Wes's room, but the human didn't want me there, and besides, I wasn't sure I could face Riley again. My dragon was still writhing and coiling beneath my skin, frustrated at being contained. If I went back in there, I might really break my promise about not setting things on fire. Spinning around, I crossed the carpet to the door right beside Wes's. Garret's room. Putting my ear to the wood, I listened for movement, voices from the television, anything to tell me he was awake. But there was only silence. I hesitated a moment, then tapped softly on the wood. Garret? Are you in there? Nothing happened. No footsteps shuffled toward me, no movement, sound, or voice came from the other side. The door stayed firmly closed. I hovered in the frame a moment, debating whether or not I should try again, louder this time. But if he was asleep, or worse, ignoring me on purpose, I really didn't want to disturb him. Finally, I turned around and padded back to my door, feeling restless, lonely, and slightly depressed. My room was quiet, and though the city twinkled and bustled outside the window, never still, the silence on this side of the glass made me feel very alone. I showered, turned up the television for noise, and spent a good 10 minutes figuring out how to order room service from the kitchen downstairs. When the food came, I scarfed down the slightly overcooked burger in less than a minute, not having realized how ravenous I was until the first bite. I guess gun battles and car chases work up quite the appetite, not to mention nearly being shot to death. My stomach turned, and my appetite vanished as quickly as it had come. Shivering, I left the fries to harden on the tray and crawled beneath the covers of the huge bed, pulling the quilt over my face. Curling into myself, I listened to the babble of the television filling the suffocating quiet, wishing I could just turn off my brain for a few hours. Garret, Dante, and Riley all crowded my mind, each pulling at different emotions until I was a tangled knot of feeling inside. I finally drifted off, but kept jerking awake throughout the night as their faces, and the face of the man I'd killed, continued to chase me through my dreams.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Blackstone Audio presents Rogue by Julie Kagawa. This book is read by Caitlin Davies, McLeod Andrews, Chris Patton, and Tristan Morris. Riley. "You've gone mad for the girl, haven't you?" Wes remarked. I glared at him from across the room. He sat on the bed with his computer in his lap, finishing off his bottle of soda. Lowering his arm, he raised a shaggy eyebrow at my expression. "Don't try to deny it, mate." He gestured at me with the bottle, sending a spatter of Mountain Dew across the white bed cover. "I saw the two of you in the doorway, and you were half a second away from a full-on snog fest." "Dragons don't snog, idiot." "Oh, sod off. You know what I mean." Wes shook his head, half closing his laptop to stare at me over the lid. "You're losing it, Riley," he said. "Ever since that bloody hatchling crashed into our affairs, your priorities have been screwed to hell and back. For Christ's sake, we have a bloody soldier of St. George following us around. I still don't know why you haven't told the blighter to shove off." "He's useful," I argued. "Since he's here, I figured we might as well take advantage of having the enemy with us. If we can get him to give up secrets about the Order, bull." "Crap." Wes glared at me. "That's not the reason, and you bloody well know it's not. Don't lie to me, Riley. I've known you too long for that." He narrowed his eyes, his scruffy jaw tightening in anger. "It's because of her. Everything we've done, everything that's happened to us since Crescent Beach is because of her. And now we're holed up here, with Talon and St. George on our tail, and you're making promises you have no way of keeping. Dangerous promises. Promises that will get us all killed. If anyone else suggested we contact someone in the organization, you would have either laughed in their face and told them to sod off, or punched their bloody lights out." "I have no intention of sending Ember's traitor brother any kind of message," I said, rolling my eyes. "So you can relax. I didn't promise her anything, and I'm sure as hell not giving that Talon clone another chance to turn us in. Once was enough." "You're missing the point, mate." Wes rubbed the bridge of his nose, sounding tired. "Listen to what you just said. Once was enough?" He shook his head. "It should never have come to that. You knew that brother of hers was bad news. You knew he would sell us out to Talon, and you still let her go back for him. And what happened? Fucking Lilith, the organization's best Viper assassin, tracked you down and nearly killed you both. Because that hatchling has you so twisted around her little claw, you don't know which way is up anymore." I took a breath to cool the sudden rise of heat in my lungs. "How about I worry about running this circus? And you worry about keeping enemy forces from sneaking in the back door," I suggested in a flat voice. "What I do with Ember is none of your business." "It's my sodding business if it gets us all killed." "I've protected this underground for years," I snapped in return. "Before Ember even knew what a human was, I've been fighting to get my kind out of Talon. I've worked for it, bled for it, nearly died for it more times than I can count. I'm not going to throw that away, and I'm certainly not going to lose it now. You should know me better than that." Wes slumped against the pillow. "I know," he murmured. "I know you'd do anything to keep those kids safe, just like I'd do anything to screw with Talon and throw a wrench into their plans for world domination, or whatever it is they're planning. But I've never seen you like this, mate. We worked too hard to build this underground, to get dragons out of the organization, to weaken Talon however we can. I just want to be certain your priorities are still the same." "No," I said, making him frown. "Weakening Talon, screwing with their plans, plotting to overthrow the evil empire. That's always been your objective. One more hatchling that I get out of Talon is one less dragon they can use in the future. I go after hatchlings because I want my kind to be free. You go after them because you have this crazy notion that someday Talon will fall because of us, because of what we're doing right now." "Everyone has their dreams, mate." Wes's voice was low, his eyes hard. "I know you don't believe it will happen, that Talon is too big, but I've seen giants crumble and empires brought down. It has to start somewhere. And if you don't think that what we're doing now will matter, even if it's beyond our lifetimes, then what is the bloody point of all this?" An ominous beep from his laptop interrupted us. Wes jumped and pushed the lid back, bending low. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he hunched forward, his nose only a few inches from the screen, brow furrowed in concentration. I moved up beside him, feeling tense and slightly sick, hoping that alarm didn't mean what I feared it would. "What happened?" Wes's fingers froze. His face blanched, and he slumped back against the headboard with a hollow thump. His face was blank with resignation as he looked up, and I knew what he would say before he opened his mouth. "We've lost another nest. St. George is moving in."
Garret. Why am I still here? I tilted my face to the hot stream of water, letting it pound my forehead and sluice around me, trying to drown the question that had been plaguing my mind for the past 3 days. The water ran into my ears, muffling all sound, to no avail. I was used to long periods of inactivity, waiting for orders or for missions to begin, but I couldn't escape my own thoughts. This afternoon had passed in silence. Television had no appeal, and since I wasn't allowed to leave the floor, I'd leafed through random travel magazines or just lain on my bed, staring at the ceiling. Finally, needing to do something, I'd spent the rest of the afternoon working out in my room, pushing my body to the limits of its endurance, hoping that fatigue, at least, would provide a much-needed distraction. But the second I'd walked into the shower, it returned. The whisper that still haunted me, that nagging sensation of uncertainty and doubt, when before I'd always been so confident. Why was I still here? Why was I, a former soldier of St. George, choosing to remain in the company of dragons? I wasn't a prisoner. Though the rogue dragon hated me, with good reason, he wouldn't try to stop me if I walked out the hotel door and vanished into the night. On more than one occasion, he'd encouraged me to do just that. So why hadn't I? The obvious answer, because the order was hunting me, was a stall at best. I was resourceful enough to evade their notice for a while, and while St. George paid their soldiers only a small stipend each month, they also provided us with everything we needed, so I had a sizable amount sitting in an account I rarely touched. It wouldn't last forever, but it was enough to start over, to begin a new life. The real question was, could I pass for normal? I'd lived my whole life within order walls, only venturing out when there were dragons to be slain. I had little experience of the real world beyond that brief summer in Crescent Beach, and, truthfully, with no one giving me commands, telling me where to go, I felt slightly lost. My existence, until now, had been habit and structure and routine, the life of a soldier, and I'd welcomed that order, knowing exactly who I was. Left to my own devices, I felt I was wandering aimlessly, waiting for something to happen. But fear, even fear of the unknown, had never stopped me before. I didn't need a command to walk away, to leave my strange new companions behind, to fade into anonymity. I was a trained soldier, and survival was one of my strong suits. Even with a price on my head, I could manage the real world if I had to. What was stopping me? With a sigh, I placed my palms against the tile wall and bowed my head, letting the water beat my shoulders and run down my skin. I knew the answer, of course, why I hadn't left. It wasn't because of St. George or Talon. It wasn't because I owed these dragons my life, or that I felt I could fight the order that raised me. It wasn't even the guilt, the memories of blood and death that kept me up at night now. It wasn't any of those reasons. It was Ember. I shut off the water, toweled briefly, and pulled on my last pair of semi-clean jeans, one of 2 pairs to my name. I'd need new clothes soon. Wes had gotten me the essentials while we were holed up in the abandoned house, waiting for Ember to recover. But I couldn't count on him or Riley now, especially since I suspected something had gone down with the rogues' network. Last night, he and Wes had been talking in low, angry voices, and this morning, when I'd ventured out for a soda, Riley had stalked past me down the hall, his face like a thundercloud. He hadn't looked like he was inclined to share what had happened, and I'd known better than to ask. Shirtless, I wandered to the window and stared at the glittering sea below. The sun was setting behind the distant mountains, and a haze had settled over the urban sprawl of Las Vegas. Where was St. George, I wondered? What was happening in the Order? Were they still out there, hunting for me? And what am I supposed to do now? A sharp rap on my door had me automatically reaching for a gun that wasn't there. With a grimace, I snatched a t-shirt from the bed and pulled it on while walking across the room. Peering through the eye hole, I felt a strange flood of both tension and relief wash over me before I pulled back the lock and opened the door. "Ha! There you are." Ember grinned at me, making my stomach knot. She wore shorts and a loose tank top and looked perfectly normal standing there in my doorframe, like any other human girl. "I was afraid you might have snuck out the window or something. Didn't you hear me knocking last night, or were you already asleep?" My heart beat faster as I faced that familiar smile. She was a dragon, I reminded myself. Not evil or soulless as I'd once believed, but an alien creature nonetheless. Not human. I stifled the urge to touch her, to reach out and ease the worry in her eyes, the exhaustion she was trying to mask. A memory of another room, another time when it had been just the 2 of us rose up to taunt me. I ruthlessly shoved it back. I shook my head. "No, I didn't hear you, but I might have been in the bathroom." Truth was, I hadn't slept at all the night we'd arrived, and only a couple hours since. Not that I'd expected to. I'd been trained to survive on very little sleep, but more important, it was difficult to relax when there was a price on your head. And since the rogue dragon had all the weapons and I was currently unarmed, sleep was out of the question. Ember looked at me expectantly, green eyes shining beneath her bangs. I sighed and took a step back. "Do you want to come in?" She beamed and scurried across the threshold, gazing eagerly around as I closed the door and locked it out of habit. I heard a snort, imagined her shaking her head. "Geez, Garret. 2 days and your room doesn't look like it's been touched. Are you making your own hotel bed? You do know there's a maid service here, right?" I managed a tired smile as I turned around. "Where I come from," I told her. "If they ever discovered you let an old lady clean up your mess, you'd never live it down." "Whatever. I'll take any excuse not to clean my room." She hopped onto one of the neatly made beds, rumpling it nicely. "If I can see my floor through all the clothes, I consider that a win. Besides, didn't you know, Garret? A messy room is a sign of genius. I've never been inside your house, I reminded her in a grave voice. But if that's true, I have the feeling I'm talking with the smartest person on the planet. She reached back and threw a pillow at me. I dodged, hearing her laughter ripple up, wicked and bright and cheerful. A strange lightness filled my chest, and I found myself smiling too. Snatching the pillow from the floor, I prepared to hurl it back, and caught myself, a cold chill driving away the amusement. Too easy, I realized. Too easy to relax around her, to slip back into that role I'd adopted over the summer. A normal civilian, unguarded and carefree, which was extremely dangerous because this situation was anything but normal. I could not afford to drop my guard, even for her. Perhaps she'd come here to escape, to forget the reality of our situation. Maybe she wanted to pretend everything was normal for a while. But I couldn't be that person she wanted, that ordinary boy from Crescent Beach. I was a soldier of St. George. I'd killed too many, hunted her kind with the sole intention of driving them to extinction. My hands were stained with the blood of countless dragons. No matter what my feelings, I could never escape that. Stone-faced, I replaced the pillow, not looking at her. "Why are you here, Ember?" I asked. "Did you need something?" "Actually, yes." I looked up and found her watching me with a certain maniacal glee in her eyes. "You can come downstairs with me," she announced. "Right now. I swear if I have to watch one more pay-per-view, I'm going to set something on fire." "Downstairs?" I repeated, and she nodded eagerly. "To the casino? Why?" "Because it's Vegas!" Ember exclaimed, throwing up her hands. "Because we're here. Because I'm literally going to start climbing the walls if I don't get out and do something." She raised her chin, and her eyes glinted. "And because I went to Riley's room to see if he has any new information on Talon and St. George, and he had already left." I straightened quickly. "He's gone? Where?" "No idea. I tried asking Wes, but he just said Riley had important things to do." She put air quotes around the phrase, rolling her eyes. "And wouldn't tell me what. Of course, he left without telling us or leaving any hint as to where he went or when he'll be back. So much for trusting me, I guess." With a sniff, she hopped off the bed, grinning up at me. "So come on, Garret. We're in Vegas. The night is young, and we have fake IDs. Even you must realize what we could do with those." "We aren't supposed to leave the floor." She actually growled at me. "If you want to stay here and mope and be boring, I can't force you to come," she said. "But I am going downstairs. The hotel is safe enough. Riley said so himself. Talon and St. George don't know where we are, and even if they see me, they're not going to shoot me in the middle of a crowded casino with guards and cameras and people everywhere." She bounced past me, heading toward the door. "I won't be long. I just need a change of scenery before I go completely nuts. If you see Wes, tell him I'm looking for Riley." I grimaced. "Wait," I said, and caught up to her in the doorway. This was not a good idea, and I knew this wasn't a good idea. But I didn't want Ember to be alone down there. If something went terribly wrong, at least I would be there to help. She grinned as I exited the room, and I shook my head. "Just for the record," I told her as the door clicked shut, "this is the exact opposite of the term lying low." She shrugged, waving it off, and I followed her down the hall. "Doesn't gambling cost money?" I asked as we neared the elevators. "How are you going to pay for anything?" "I have a little cash," Ember replied. "Enough for penny slots, anyway. It's not like I'll be playing roulette or poker with the professionals. Not unless I score really, really well. But who knows?" Her eyes sparkled as the elevator doors opened and we stepped inside. "Maybe I'll get lucky."
Riley. I was not in the best of moods. The taxicab reeked. Badly. Normally I didn't mind the smell of smoke, but the patron before me had either lit 3 or 4 cigs at the same time, or had been wearing a cologne called Essence of Ashtray. It smelled, it was annoying, and I was already tense enough. Of course, the irony of a dragon nearly gagging on smoke was not lost on me. but it didn't make me any less irritable either. The memory of last night, when Wes had announced that yet another nest was gone, made me want to punch something. Damn it, what was happening? Who was giving us away? And could I find them before my entire underground was lost? A guy in nothing but a Speedo, openly carrying a beer bottle, distracted me through the window and made a lewd gesture with his hips. I gritted my teeth, imagining what would happen if I set his Speedo on fire. Clenching a fist against the door handle, I watched the lights of downtown fade in the rearview mirror and wished the cabbie would step on it. I hoped Ember was okay. I didn't like leaving her alone, especially with St. George close by. But I had no choice. This meeting was important, and like it or not, I had to follow through. Griffin had sent me the information an hour ago, saying the contact wanted to meet face-to-face, away from prying eyes, and had refused to come to the hotel, which meant I had to go to him, and annoying as that was, I couldn't say no. Nor did I want the other three trailing along while St. George was in town. Better for me to go alone. I was used to this type of thing, and if the order jumped me, at least it was just my neck at risk. I told Wes to keep an eye on both the girl and the soldier. He was instructed to contact me immediately if he suspected there might be trouble. I hoped it wouldn't come to that. The taxi pulled up outside a skeevy-looking diner several blocks from the glittering brilliance of the Strip. The sidewalk wasn't well lit, and a couple thuggish-looking humans argued with each other near the entrance. Keeping an eye on them, I wrenched open the glass door and stepped inside. The interior of the diner was dim and smelled like grease, smoke, and too many humans packed into a small space. A couple Hell's Angels eyed me as I made my way across the floor, and I hoped my boots and leather jacket wouldn't offend them enough to pick a fight. I wasn't here to toss bikers through windows, amusing as that sounded. I needed to find that contact. A dark figure in a corner booth caught my eye, and a thin hand twitched in a beckoning motion. Easing around a waitress, I walked over and slid into the seat across from him, trying not to curl a lip. The human was pale and unnaturally thin, with sallow cheeks and lank, greasy hair hanging to his shoulders. The huge sunken eyes, glazed over and unfocused, told me everything I needed to know. "Griffin said you'd be able to hook me up." The human's voice was a raspy whisper, greedy and hopeful. He feverishly scratched at his arm like he had spiders crawling on it. $50 to tell you what I know. That was the deal." He scratched his other arm, leaving thin red welts down his skin. "You got the cash?" "If the information is good," I replied, thinking I was going to kill Griffin when I got back. How in the hell was this a reliable contact? "Let's hear what you know, and I'll decide if it's valid." "No way, man." The human shook his head, making his hair whip back and forth. "That wasn't the deal. Cash first, then info. Take it or leave it." "Fine." I stood, dusting off my hands. "I don't need info this badly. Enjoy your nothing. I'm gone." "Wait!" The human half rose from his seat, flinging out a hand. I paused, glancing back with cool disinterest. All right, he hissed. "I'll tell you what I know. But I'm not crazy, okay? I know what I saw." He squirmed, casting wary looks around the diner as if someone was listening to us. No one was. The whispered rambles of a junkie in a dark corner didn't merit a second glance here. I sat down, waiting silently, while he assured himself no one was lurking in the shadows in the next booth. Finally, he hunched forward across the table, his eyes even wilder than before. "My buddies and I, we have this squat several miles past the Strip, right? One of those big, half-finished hotels that was abandoned when the recession hit. It's been empty for years, and we don't bother no one, okay?" He sounded defensive, as if he thought I would care what he and his friends did on other people's property. I didn't say anything, and he dropped his head, his voice becoming a harsh whisper. "So, a couple nights ago, we come back to find these two chicks in our squat, right? Pretty ones, not from around here. We thought they were runaways. That piqued my interest. How old were they? I asked, making the guy flinch. He scratched at his arms. 15, 16. It was hard to tell, man. It was dark. Plus they bolted when they saw us. We, followed them to the upper floors. He must have seen the fury in my eyes because he jerked back, holding up his hands. Just to talk. Hey, they were in our room, man. 2 chicks show up unannounced in your squat? You want to know why. They in trouble with the cops, you need some sort of insurance to keep them hidden, you know? I took a furtive breath to keep from incinerating this lowlife on the spot. So what happened? The human blinked glazed brown eyes. Right. So anyway, we followed them to the top floors. To talk to them. He emphasized talk. You know, because it was dangerous up there, all unfinished and shit. We didn't want them stepping on a nail or falling off the ledge, right? We were worried they'd get hurt. Right, I thought furiously. And I'm a were-newt. You're wasting my time, I warned, glancing at the window as if I was bored. And not telling me anything worthwhile. You have about 5 seconds to make this interesting. 4, 3, chill, man, chill. I'm getting to that part. The guy's face turned the color of old glue, and he leaned forward, his voice a reedy whisper. So he went up there, looking for those girls, he rasped, while I contemplated how satisfying it would be to break his nose. And we were poking around these half-finished floors. It's like a maze, right? But we knew they couldn't have gone far. But then, we looked up into the rafters and... The human trembled, shook violently like he was in desperate need of a fix. The water glass on the table rattled, and the utensils clinked together until the guy took his arms from the table, putting them into his lap. And, I prodded. And, I swear to God, man, there was this big, scaly thing looking back at us. My stomach dropped, but I fixed a grimace of contempt on my face and leaned back in the booth. This is the info Griffin promised was reliable? I sneered. Some user's drugged-out hallucination? Man, it wasn't no hallucination. Flecks of saliva spattered the table between us at the outburst. I swear there was this fucking huge lizard in that room. Or maybe not a lizard, but something, okay? It was big and black and made this hissing sound when it saw us. I even think smoke came out of its nose. What did you do? What do you think we did? We pissed our pants and ran. Haven't gone back since. Huh. I quirked a brow at him, though my heart was racing. Sure you didn't see a big scary bat and think it was a monster? Whatever, man. The human scratched his arm, glaring mulishly. I know what I saw. I slid to the edge of the booth, my thoughts whirling. 2 new hatchlings in the city. Were they mine? Wes hadn't gotten any messages from our safe houses. Could these 2 have escaped the recent order strikes sweeping the country like the plague? I'd have to find them, and quickly, before St. George did. Glancing at the human, who watched me with a greedy, hopeful expression, I held up a couple bills. This was worth about $20, if that, I said, watching his face fall. But I'll bump it to 50 if you can do 2 things. Stay away from that hotel, and don't tell anyone about this ever. Think you can do that? Sure, man, the junkie shrugged. Whatever you want. No one else believed me anyway. Alarm flickered, and I narrowed my eyes. No one else? How many did you already tell? He cringed and scratched his neck. No one, man, he mumbled, not looking at me. I didn't tell no one. He was lying, but I couldn't dwell on that now. Throwing the cash on the table, I rushed out and looked around for a taxi. If there were hatchlings in this city, rogues or runaways, I had to find them. Especially with St. George on the move, looking for me. They could easily get caught in the crossfire, and then it would be on my head if more innocent kids were murdered by the Order. I had to get to them first. But as I stood there on the corner, cursing the taxis that cruised blissfully by, my phone buzzed, making me wince. The only people who had this number were Ember and Wes, and I'd told them to call only in emergencies. Bracing myself, I pulled the phone out of my jeans and held it to my ear. "Ember?" "Not quite, mate." Wes's voice was taut with anger and disgust. My gut churned, and I closed my eyes. "What happened?" "Your bloody hatchling," was the peevish reply, "is what happened. I can't find her, or the soldier, anywhere. You'd better get back here, Riley, before something else blows up in our faces."
Ember, you're not supposed to be doing this. I shoved the little voice aside as I descended the final escalator to the casino floor. It was truly another world down here. Colored lights, ringing bells, an air of chaos and excitement that was lacking in my empty hotel room. Just what I needed to take my mind off everything. I didn't want to think about Talon or St. George. I didn't want to remember Lilith's training or Dante's betrayal. I didn't want to think about Riley or this sudden, crazy longing for the human standing beside me. I didn't want to feel any of that. For a few hours, I wanted to turn off my mind and forget everything. Garret, looking even less enthused as we stepped off the escalator onto the carpeted floor, did his normal crowd-scanning thing while talking to me. Where to first? Good question. I'd never been to Vegas before, though I'd seen plenty of commercials and several movies that featured the famed City of Sin. They all showed Las Vegas in the same light, an almost mythical city where you could make your fortune in a few hours or lose everything just as quickly. To our kind, that concept of instant wealth was intriguing, almost intoxicating. I might have been a hatchling, on the run from the organization and St. George, but I was still a dragon. Spotting a row of bright slot machines against the wall, I smiled and tugged Garret's sleeve. "This way," I told him, and started toward the twinkling lights. "That looks easy enough. Let's see how fast you can lose $1 to penny slots." Answer: about 30 seconds. The first 10 spent figuring out how to make the machine work. Modern-day slot machines, I discovered, didn't require you to pull the arm on their side down. In fact, the arm was just for decoration now. Everything was automatic, which meant you pressed a button and watched the pictures of apples and bells and sevens spin around for a few seconds before they came to a stop, always unmatched, and the screen announced that you had lost. "Damn it," I muttered, after I'd fed a third dollar into the side of the machine and lost it almost as quickly. That was my last single. I looked to the soldier, standing vigilant at my side, like an alert guard dog. I didn't think he'd taken his eyes off the crowds once. "Hey, Garret, you don't happen to have any loose change weighing you down, do you?" He gave me a split-second glance, the corner of his lip curling up as he went back to surveying the floor. "I thought dragons liked to hoard their wealth," he said in a low voice, "not throw it away at slot machines." "I'm investing." I wrinkled my nose at him. "That last spin was almost triple sevens. I'm gonna get lucky any second now." "Right." I poked him in the ribs. He grunted. "Fine," I muttered, digging in my shorts pocket. "Guess I'll have to use that 5 instead." But before I could stick the money into the machine, Garret abruptly pushed away from the stool and took my hand. My pulse jumped, and a tingle shot up my arm, even as the soldier pulled me away from the aisle and into the crowds. "Garret?" I almost had to jog to keep pace with him. "What are you doing?" "Security," he replied, and I looked back to see 2 men in uniforms pass the row we were just in. One of them caught my eye, frowned, and angled toward us through the crowds. I squeaked, "He's following us!" "Don't panic." Garret's fingers tightened around mine. "And don't act nervous. Just keep walking. And don't look back." Squeezing his palm, I faced forward and followed his lead. We fast ambled through the casino, weaving through crowds, circling around roulette tables, trying to appear nonchalant and move quickly at the same time. I didn't dare look back, but Garret, without stopping or turning his head, somehow knew exactly where the guard was and what he was doing. "Still following us," he muttered as we strolled through a slot machine aisle hand in hand. "I think he's waiting to see if we try to play a game. I believe that's illegal here, right? You have to be 21 to gamble?" "I am 21, I protested, and he shot me a quizzical glance. I raised my chin. "According to the ID of Miss Emily Gates, I turned 21 this January." His lip twitched. "Do you really want them checking up on that?" No. "And do you really want Riley finding out that they checked up on that?" I grimaced at him. "Right, point taken. How do we ditch the rent-a-cop?" "Just be ready to move when I do." I nodded. Garret made a meandering left turn down a slot machine aisle, but as soon as we were out of sight of the guard, lunged forward with a burst of speed. I scrambled to keep pace. He pulled us around another aisle, and I followed, clinging to his hand and biting my lip to keep a maniacal giggle from slipping out. We wove through a couple more slot machine corridors, melted back into the crowd, and circled a noisy, cheering roulette table. Abruptly, Garret pulled me to the edge of the table, somehow squeezing us between a pair of half-drunk guys and their girlfriends. They jostled us, their attention solely on the spinning roulette wheel and the little ball bouncing within. But then Garret wrapped his arms around me from behind and leaned in close, and I forgot about everything else. "Keep your head down," he whispered, his voice low in my ear. "The guard is still following, but he's lost sight of us now. Don't make eye contact, and when he passes, we go back the other way and lose him for good." "Got it." I held my breath, keeping my eyes on the table, but hyper-aware of Garret's arms around my stomach, holding me against him. I could feel his breath, the slow rise and fall of his chest, the taut coil of muscle in his arms. After a tense, yet still far too short moment, Garret pulled away, looking back over his shoulder. "Clear," he muttered, as I risked a glance in the direction he was facing. The guard was moving away from us, following the crowds as they ambled through the casino. I couldn't see his face, but from the way he was turning his head from side to side, he was still looking for us. I let out a breath and started to relax. But then he turned and came back our way. With a squeak, I quickly faced forward as Garret did the same, pressing close. His heart beat crazily against my back, and I suspected he could feel mine pounding away too. Thankfully, the guard passed us by once more, and this time continued through the casino until he was lost from view. I exhaled, then collapsed into helpless giggles, leaning against Garret. He looked down with that amused half-smile on his face, as if he didn't quite know what to do with me. "Well?" I peered down the aisle, making sure the guard was really gone, then looked back at Garret. "That was exciting, wasn't it? I think next time we should try the poker tables." He raised an eyebrow, looking alarmed, and I laughed again. "Sorry," I offered. "I suppose we should head upstairs before Riley comes back and bites our heads off. I'm sure dodging casino security wasn't exactly what you signed up for tonight." He chuckled. "I've had to lose a couple tails in my life," he admitted. "Not all pursuers have been large, angry reptiles. Tristan and I once spent the night dodging security guards in a museum warehouse. Nothing like huddling under a tarp with a family of cavemen to give you perspective." I blinked at him. "Did you have a few drinks before we came down here?" "No. Why?" "You realize you just made a joke." A cheer went up from the roulette crowd, and one of the drunk guys jostled me, knocking me into Garret. He quickly put out his hands, steadying us both, and my annoyance at rude guy was instantly forgotten as I glanced up and met those steely gray eyes. Garret blinked. His hands lightly gripped my arms, rough, calloused fingertips warm on my skin. Slowly, he slid them up my shoulders, raising goosebumps and leaving a trail of heat. "Maybe you're rubbing off on me," he mused, serious again. "Or maybe I've come to the realization that everything I know is wrong, and I'm starting not to care anymore. Is that a good or bad thing? I don't know." He drew closer, looking thoughtful. His gray eyes were still intense, piercing, as his fingers brushed a strand of hair from my cheek. "But I'd be willing to find out." My heart turned over. He was giving me that look, the look of the boy from Crescent Beach, the one who had danced and surfed and kissed me in the ocean, the boy who didn't know I was a dragon, not yet, who saw me only for me. I swallowed hard. Ever since the night we'd faced each other on the bluff, dragon to soldier, I'd known that whatever we had over the summer was gone. Garret was part of St. George, the order who saw all my kind as evil, soulless monsters. He might not believe that anymore, but I was still a dragon. Very much not human, despite these crazy human-like emotions urging me forward, to reach up and pull his lips down to mine. I'd never thought we would be here again, face to face, with Garret watching me like I was the only person in the entire world. A ripple of doubt filtered through the happy longing. If I shifted now, if I stood here in my real form, wings, scales, talons, and all, would he still look at me like that? The crowd at the table erupted once more, this time with loud groans and gestures of disgust. I swallowed a growl as Rude Guy hit me in the ribs with an elbow, and saw a dangerous light pass through Garret's eyes as his attention shifted to the oblivious human. I didn't think Garret would knock Rude Guy on his ass right here, much as I'd love to see that, but it was definitely getting crowded. I suddenly didn't want to be surrounded by bright lights and mobs of humans. I wanted a nice dark corner to see this, whatever this was, through in peace. "Come on," I told Garret, backing away from the table. He followed me, that same bright, intense stare, making my insides dance. "Let's find someplace quieter."
Garret. What are you doing, Garret? I followed Ember through the casino, keeping a wary eye out for security and one guard in particular. The soldier in me operated on instinct, scanning the floor, constantly alert for hidden threats. I knew it was unlikely that St. George was here, and even more unlikely that they would attack us in the casino. But a lifetime of war and fighting had made me paranoid. I couldn't turn that off even if I wanted to. Which was good, because my emotions had become somewhat distracting. You know what she is? You can't plead ignorance anymore. I knew that. Ember was a dragon. It was impossible to forget that now. I remembered the groggy red creature staring at me from the bloody floor of a van. I remembered the way she spoke in the abandoned house, the hurt on her reptilian face when she thought I was afraid of her, that we were enemies. Even then, she'd still sounded like Ember, like the girl I'd met in Crescent Beach, though her outside form had changed. It was strange. Not long ago, dragons had been monsters, ruthless, cunning, and intelligent, but monsters nonetheless. Ember wasn't human, and maybe I was being profane, but the line between girl and dragon had somehow blurred, and I didn't see either of them as monstrous anymore. You're a soldier of St. George, a dragon slayer. She should hate you and everything you've done to her kind. I winced. That was true as well. I could never erase the years I'd fought with St. George, killing dragons, driving them toward extinction. That Ember had rescued me, risked her own life to save mine, was still hard to believe. She had to realize how dangerous it was, crossing into St. George territory just to find me. Had it been a sense of obligation, the fact that I'd helped her and the rogue escape Crescent Beach, that made her risk everything to break into the Order chapter house? A debt that needed to be paid? Or could it be something else? Could I hope for something else? I shook myself, trying to clear my head, calm the storm of confusing thoughts and emotions that battered me from within. I was still unsure what I was going to do. What was going to happen tonight as Ember pushed back a door and let us outside? A rooftop pool glowed in the center of the space, and a few civilians lounged in a nearby whirlpool, despite the heavy desert heat. Ember led us across the roof to an isolated corner surrounded by planter boxes and fake trees, where the bright lights of Vegas glimmered beyond the rails. The space was empty, but the soldier in me scanned the area out of habit, making sure it was safe, that we were alone. Ember gave a low chuckle and shook her head. Relax, oh paranoid one. I doubt there'll be Talon agents hiding in the potted plants. You never know, I returned, feeling strangely light and flippant, not like myself at all. Being around Ember had that effect on me, I was discovering. It could be a brilliant Talon plot. Instead of humans, dragons shift into benches. She laughed. Oh, great. Now I'm going to be paranoid every time I sit down. I hope you're happy. She turned and rested her elbows on the railing, gazing out over the city. I mimicked her pose, leaning against the rails, our arms almost touching. I was acutely aware of her body next to mine, radiating warmth, especially when Ember let out a sigh and leaned her head on my shoulder, making my pulse spike. Thanks for this, she murmured, as I told myself to keep breathing. I needed to get out, to do something, or I was going to go crazy. Staying in that room alone, there were just so many memories. I can't be in my own head right now. She paused, giving herself a slight shake, as if to drive those memories away. I didn't move, afraid that if I did, it would break the spell, and she would pull back. Instead, Ember pressed closer, causing all my nerve endings to stand up, and we stared out at the city lights for several silent heartbeats. Does it ever get any easier? She whispered at last. She didn't have to explain what she meant. Yes, I told her. Unfortunately. You have nightmares for a few weeks, and you question yourself for a long time. Did you do the right thing? Was there anything you could have done differently? But after a while, if you keep at it, pulling the trigger gets easier and easier. Eventually it becomes routine, something you do without thinking. I glanced at her, hoping she didn't think I was bragging. It's not something to be proud of, I said softly. And it's not something you should strive for, not if you want to be anywhere near normal. I've been a soldier all my life. St. George taught me how to kill, but that's all I can do. It's the only thing I know how to do. Ember didn't answer, her gaze far away and dark. Maybe she despised me now, a soldier who took lives so easily, who killed without thinking. I wouldn't blame her if she did. You don't want that, Ember, I promised, not adding what I really thought, my own selfish desires. I don't want that for you. I kill when I must for survival, but I wish you didn't have to be part of this war. If I could take you away from all of it, I would. I know, she shivered and pulled away, hugging her arms as if cold. That's why I left, after all, she went on, her voice barely audible. Because they wanted to turn me into a killer, an assassin for Talon. They wanted me to slaughter people, not only in the war with St. George, but to silence anyone who wasn't loyal to the organization. They expected me to take out my own kind, rogues like Riley, if they ordered it. I nodded, remembering an earlier conversation with Riley, how he'd said not all dragons wanted to be a part of Talon. And while he hadn't actually come out and said what happened to the rogues who left the organization, it had been strongly implied. Suspicion rose up, mingling with the guilt. Before this summer, it had never occurred to me that there were dragons who rejected Talon's ambitions, who wanted to be free of the organization. Dragons like Riley and Ember. Rogues hunted by their own. I wondered how much St. George really knew about their ancient enemies. Were they truly ignorant of the rogues and the dragons outside of Talon? Or did our superiors choose to hide certain things from the rest of us? My old trainer, she was teaching me to be just like her, Ember continued, interrupting my dark thoughts. Ruthless and completely unmerciful. Someone who would kill a defenseless hatchling in cold blood if Talon gave the word. She wanted me to strike fast and never question why, to execute people without thinking about it. She wanted me to become a killer. A shudder racked her body, and she gripped the railing, her voice a low rasp. And now I am. I moved beside her and rested an arm on the railing. She didn't look at me, continuing to gaze at the streets below. Her posture was stiff, but I saw the grief, the helpless anger, the fear that she was becoming what she hated. The perfect soldier scoffed in disgust. This was war. It was either kill or be killed. Pull the trigger before your enemy did. That was the only way to survive. Before Crescent Beach, I would have agreed. Second-guessing yourself was dangerous. I had killed because the order told me to, and I hadn't thought twice about it. But this summer I'd met a daring, cheerful, fiery dragon girl who had turned my world upside down, who showed me things I'd never seen, imagined, or experienced. And it might have been selfish, dangerous even, considering where we were now. But I didn't want her to ever change. I know about the Vipers, I said, which made Ember glance at me sharply, perhaps surprised that I knew the name of Talon's infamous assassins. I know what they do. I've seen what they're capable of. You have? She blinked rapidly, her voice surprised and a little awed. I mean, you actually saw one? And lived? I gave a solemn nod. Yes, but everyone in the Order has seen this particular Viper, I said. Not firsthand, I added quickly, as her eyes got huge. No one who was there that night survived, but we've all seen the footage. It's from a security camera the Order managed to recover from the area. They make us watch it as part of our training, to fully realize what we're dealing with. Ember wrinkled her nose. That's morbid? Yes. I paused, remembering the fuzzy black and white images, a warehouse aisle, a flickering overhead light, 4 soldiers creeping forward with guns raised. A blur of shadow as something dropped from the ceiling into their midst, screams, gunfire, the lights swinging wildly back and forth. And then silence as the lamp swayed over a blood-streaked floor and the sprawl of blackened, shredded bodies, the killer nowhere to be found. They didn't have a chance, I said, remembering the horror I'd felt when I first saw the footage. I was 11 years old, and for weeks afterward, I couldn't walk into a dark room without scouring the ceiling for dragons. There was no hesitation on the Viper's part. It knew exactly what it was doing. Ember was still watching me, as if she could see the scene play out in my eyes. That dragon from the video, I went on, my voice just a breath between us. The assassin, the killer. You're not like that, Ember. I paused, then said very softly, You're not like any dragon I've seen before. What am I then? She whispered. My heart was pounding again. Slowly I reached for her arm, turning her to face me. If she stiffened or pulled back in disgust, I would let her go. But her gaze rose to mine, direct and unafraid, and my breath caught. You're the girl who taught me to surf, I said, holding her stare. And shoot zombies, and dance. And to never make you angry, even in human form, or risk being kicked where the sun don't shine. She snorted, not quite smiling, but her eyes lightened a shade at the memory. I smiled and eased closer, feeling the heat pulse between us, even in the stifling Vegas air. You're the dragon who chose not to kill a soldier of St. George when you had the chance, I went on in a softer voice. You risked your life to break into a compound full of enemies who would slaughter you on sight to rescue someone you should hate. Unbidden, my other hand rose, brushing a fiery strand of hair from her eyes, and she shivered. I don't know what that makes you exactly, but from where I'm standing, I'd say it's pretty amazing. Her eyes gleamed, and a smile finally tugged at the corners of her mouth. Okay, now I am worried, she murmured in a teasing voice. Who is this smooth-talking, non-uptight, normal person, and what did you do with the real Garret? I shrugged. I've been told I need to loosen up, I said. and kissed her. She made a tiny noise of surprise, and then her hands were in my hair, holding me close, and my arms were around her waist, pressing us together. I closed my eyes, feeling my stomach twist, feeling her lips against mine, eager and insistent, her arms wrapping around my neck. She tugged on my bottom lip, and a groan escaped me as I let her in, clutching her tighter. There was no disgust, no regret. I stood on this roof, openly kissing a girl who was really a dragon, and I wasn't sorry at all. "Ember!" The shout cut through the quiet, and my nerves leaped in warning. I jerked back to see the rogue dragon striding across the roof toward us, a murderous gleam in his eyes.
Riley. I'm going to kill her. I stood in the center of the casino floor, surrounded by surging, babbling, oblivious mortals, and tried to ignore the temptation to turn the whole place into an inferno. Where was she? I'd already gone upstairs and pounded on the door to her room, but as Wes had said, she was gone. She and the soldier both. I'd called the throwaway phone Wes had given her, and had been sent to voicemail both times, which meant she had either left it in her room or was deliberately ignoring me. The urge to blast something to a smoldering ash pile grew stronger, and I started moving again, scanning the throngs for bright red hair and green eyes. Normally, Ember was impossible to miss, even in a crowd. But a Vegas casino, with its blinking lights, aimlessly wandering humans, and deliberately confusing floor plans, was one of the worst places to pick someone out of a crowd. That was why we'd come here, to hide from Talon and the Order. But now that ploy was working against me, which was ironic, annoying as hell, and doing a great job of pissing me off. Damn it, Ember, where are you? With a growl, I circled the casino once more before heading upstairs. I didn't have time for this. I had to get to that abandoned hotel to look for runaway hatchlings before St. George got wind of them. For every minute I wasted here, the Order could be drawing closer. There didn't seem to be any St. George activity around the casino, so I doubted Ember and the soldier were in trouble. I suspected the defiant red hatchling had gotten bored and had either bullied or convinced the human to come with her. That she was missing annoyed me. That she was missing and alone with the soldier pushed me a little closer to murderous rage, which I knew was unreasonable. She wasn't mine. I didn't want this attachment, despite every instinct telling me otherwise. I had more important things to focus on. My hatchlings, my underground, keeping everyone in my network safe from Talon and St. George. Wes was right. Ever since Ember had come into my life, I'd been distracted. There was something about the fiery red dragon that I couldn't ignore, and that was stupid and dangerous and could very well get us all killed. But I couldn't help it. Like it or not, Ember had buried her claws in deep, and I was either going to have to accept it and give in, or find a way to live with it, because I'd be damned if I pushed her away now. After searching the casino, the restaurants, and the myriad stores with no success, I finally made my way to the roof. There were a couple humans floating around a brightly lit pool, but no Ember. I circled the edge and made my way toward the far wall, where the tops of the Vegas skyscrapers loomed against the night sky. And there they were, both of them, by the railing. I saw Ember mutter something, her eyes downcast, saw the soldier turn her to face him. He said something that made her smile, and then he kissed her. Something inside me snapped. My dragon gave a shriek of outrage and reared up, filling me with fire and hatred, tinting everything with a red haze. I felt myself moving across the roof, heard myself shout something just before I reached them. The soldier glanced up, and I threw a savage right hook at his face. He dodged, jerking his head back, my fist missing him by inches. Ember yelped in shock. St. George swiftly backed away and raised his fists, a clear invitation to fight, and the dragon roared acceptance. Snarling, I tensed to lunge, but before I could go for him again, something grabbed my arm from behind. Riley, what the hell are you doing? Stop! I seethed, wanting to attack, to shift to my true form and rend the human to little pieces, then char those pieces to ash. My dragon howled, violent and enraged, wanting to set something on fire. The soldier was now too far away and on guard for an attack. I turned my anger on Ember instead. What am I doing? Spinning around, I yanked my arm from her grasp and glared down furiously. What the hell are you doing, Firebrand? I leave for an hour, 1 hour, and come back to find you. My voice caught on the words, and I curled my lip in disgust. He's a human, I spat. And not only that, a soldier of St. George, a dragon killer. I thought you were done with this idiocy when we left Crescent Beach. Her eyes flashed, and she lifted her chin to face me. You have no right, Riley. You're a dragon, I interrupted, making her scowl. Have you forgotten that part? Never mind that he was part of St. George. Let's ignore the fact that he's killed who knows how many dragons before his miraculous change of heart. Let's not ask how many hatchlings he shot in the back while they were running away. I sneered at the human before turning on Ember again. She stared me down, defiant. I growled and turned us away from the soldier, lowering my voice. Listen to me, Firebrand, I said, attempting to calm my anger, though my dragon still raged up and down my veins, wanting retribution. You're not thinking straight. He's a human, with a human lifespan. How long do you think he's going to stick around? Where do you think you'll be 60 years from now, 100 years from now? Have you even thought about that? Of course not, Ember snarled. Right now, I'm still trying to keep up with the present. Right now, staying alive and getting Dante out of Talon is keeping me pretty occupied. What about you? Ember challenged, glaring up at me. Have you thought about the future at all? Every single day, I retorted, making her blink. Every day, I wake up thinking about my safe houses, if they're secure, if the hatchlings I get out of Talon will survive another year. What will happen to them if I bite the dust? Because I don't know how long I can keep getting lucky. But this isn't about me. I shot another glance at the human, wondering if he could hear us, then deciding I didn't care if he did. Humans and dragons aren't supposed to be together, I insisted. Their lives are a heartbeat compared to ours. What kind of future do you think you could ever have? Her eyes narrowed. Don't give me that, Riley, she growled. That's BS. Admit it. You don't want me with Garret because he was part of St. George. I ground my teeth at her stubbornness. I have no problem admitting that, Firebrand, I snarled. What I don't understand is how you can let that murdering dragon killer anywhere near you without wanting to rip his head off. Hey! The soldier had come forward again, eyes narrowed, his body tense and ready for a fight. Leave her alone, he said evenly, as I gave him a dangerous look. It's not her fault. I started this. Take it up with me if you have a problem. I would love to, St. George, I thought viciously, but Ember beat me to it. Don't, Garret, she snapped, and I didn't know if the anger in her voice was directed at me, the soldier, or us both. I'm not afraid of jealous rogue dragons, and you don't have to step in front of him for me. She turned from the human then, looking me right in the eye. I can take care of myself. Jealous? I took a deep, cooling breath and stepped back, shaking my head at them both. I don't have time for this, I said, which was true. The runaway hatchlings were still a question, and I'd wasted enough time already. I'm supposed to be somewhere else right now, I went on, and I'm done talking to the pair of you. Might as well beat my head against a wall. You're leaving? Ember narrowed her eyes. Again? Where are you going this time? Out, I retorted, feeling mulish and immature. Somewhere important, if you have to know. Her expression darkened, and I knew she was on the verge of demanding to come along. I took a step back. Come or stay, I growled. It makes no difference to me. I'm done here. I spun on a heel, then strode across the roof without looking back. I heard them start after me, and controlled the urge to spin back around and lay the soldier flat on his back. It was my dragon talking. But what troubled me wasn't the anger, or the disgust, that Ember had forgotten everything St. George had done. She was still young. She didn't know the Order like I did, hadn't seen the true face of St. George. Not yet. No. What bothered me most was that even after everything, my fiery red hatchling had still chosen the human instead of me.
Dante. The meeting room was frigid. I didn't like the cold. Maybe it was growing up in the deserts and sunny beach communities where much of my free time was spent outside. I liked the feel of the sun on my skin, the heat blazing down on me, seeping into my bones. I didn't know what it was with Talon's executives, but all their office buildings had the AC cranked up so high you could almost see your breath. Even in Rain's opulent hotel, where the carpets were thick and gold, and the leather chairs probably cost over $1,000 each, it was still cold enough to make my skin prickle. It certainly wasn't my place to tell Talon how to run things, but a few degrees of warmth would make things less uncomfortable. I hoped I could get through this without my teeth clacking together. I was already nervous enough. Beside me, Mr. Smith leaned back and rested a foot on his knee, looking perfectly comfortable and at ease. As if reading my thoughts, my trainer shot me a glance, dark eyes appraising. "Breathe, Dante," he ordered. "It's a good plan. It will work." I smiled. "I know it will." "Good." Mr. Smith narrowed his gaze. "Don't hope. No. Hope will not bring your sister back. Hope will not impress Mr. Roth or anyone in the organization. You must be confident of this plan. You must believe that it will work. Otherwise, you have wasted everyone's time." "I'm aware of that, sir," I replied, still smiling. "And Ember will return to the organization before the night is out. I swear it." Mr. Smith nodded and turned away, breaking eye contact as the door opened and Mr. Roth entered, followed by two more dragons. One, a slender man with slick dark hair and a goatee, I didn't recognize. He took a seat across from me and nodded, and I ducked my head in respect. But it was the second dragon that caught my attention. Lilith seated herself beside him, crossing long legs beneath the table, and smiled at me. "I'm looking forward to seeing your plan in action, Mr. Hill." Her words were almost a threat, as if she too needed this plan to succeed, and there would be terrible repercussions if it did not. My blood chilled. But at that moment, Mr. Roth took the seat at the head of the table, facing us all. "It is almost time," he stated, glancing at his watch. "Mr. Hill, have your agents contacted you?" I breathed deep and nodded, putting my phone on the table in front of me. "Yes, sir. Everything has been set up. They're ready to move forward with the mission." "Excellent." Mr. Roth leaned back, watching me with those cold, dark eyes. "Then all we have to do now is wait. I look forward to seeing your success, Mr. Hill. Good luck." I swallowed, glancing at the phone lying innocently on the table, and my heart began pounding against my will. Ember, I thought, staring at the device as if I could sense her on the other side. "Please don't do anything stupid. This is your last chance to choose the right thing." Folding my hands on the table, I waited for the phone to ring.
Part 3. Leap of Faith.
Ember. You could cut the tension in the cab with a knife and serve it on a plate. No one, of course, wanted to sit up front. Riley refused to have me and Garret in the back by ourselves. Garret wouldn't leave me alone with Riley, and I certainly wasn't going to sit up front so the boys could murder each other in the back seat. So we sat there, the three of us, myself in the middle, Garret and Riley flanking me on either side, and the silence was deafening. Riley still looked murderous. He didn't look at me or Garret, but stared out the window, one arm on the sill. I could feel his anger radiating from every part of him, as if the dragon hissed and raged just below the surface. It prodded at my own dragon, riling her up, making me twitchy and restless. I felt guilty, and at the same time, I was angry about feeling guilty. Riley was way out of line. We hadn't done anything wrong. But his words still echoed in my mind, harsh and accusing, as if I'd betrayed not only him, but my entire race.
How long do you think he's going to stick around? Where do you think you'll be 60 years from now? 100 years from now? Have you even thought about that?
He was being unreasonable. Of course I wasn't thinking about the future. What 16-year-old of any species did that? I hadn't been trying to piss Riley off tonight. I was just feeling bored, guilty, homesick, and frankly, pretty miserable. And somehow, Garret could bring me out of it. He made me forget the bad things for a while, just like he had in Crescent Beach. When I was with him, I could almost pretend I was normal. My dragon snarled at me, disgusted. "You're not normal," she whispered, an insidious worm in my brain. "You're not human, and the soldier won't be here forever. Riley will." A slight brush against my leg jolted me out of my dark thoughts. I peeked over and met Garret's eyes, worried and questioning, red neon lights washing over his face. His hand lay between us, the back of his knuckles resting against my jeans. A warm glow spread through my stomach, and I gave him a furtive smile, even as my dragon recoiled with a hiss. The cab took us away from the main flow of traffic, moving away from the Strip and the glittering behemoths on either side of the street. We drove for several more silent minutes, going deeper into the fringe neighborhoods, until the taxi pulled up to a curb seemingly in the middle of nowhere and lurched to a stop. A tall chain-link fence ran the length of the sidewalk, and beyond the metal barrier, a flat expanse of nothing stretched away into the darkness. Riley shoved a bill into the driver's palm and exited the cab without speaking. Garret and I followed, and the taxi sped off, leaving us on a deserted sidewalk many blocks from the lights and crowds of the Strip. "What is this place?" I asked, peering through the fence. There were no lights, no roads or even pavement. The ground was dusty and flat, an odd field of dirt surrounded by concrete. Though in the distance, I could see the uneven skeletal outline of some huge structure hiding in the shadows. "It's a hotel," Riley said brusquely, shoving his wallet into his back pocket again. "Started, but never finished due to the recession, most likely. It's abandoned now." "Why are we here?" Garret added, observing the area with a wary, practiced eye. The paranoia had returned. He was a soldier once more, and every shadow could hide a possible threat. Riley gave him a cold look, as if debating whether to explain or not, then shrugged. "I got word of a couple runaways tonight," he said, making my stomach leap to my throat. "Possibly mine. They're supposed to be here, somewhere, hiding from Talon. I figured with all the St. George activity in the city, I'd better get to them first, before the order shows up and blows them to pieces." Garret frowned. "You didn't think it's important to tell us before we left the hotel?" "I don't owe you any explanations, St. George," Riley said. "You're not here because I need you to be. We're going in, grabbing a couple hatchlings and getting out as fast as we can. If that flies in the face of your Dragon Slayer convictions, feel free to take the next cab back to the hotel. No one here is stopping you." I bristled at Riley's assholiness, but Garret's voice was calm when he answered. "This could be a drug den," he said, "or a gang hideout. At the very least, there will be homeless people and squatters wandering around. If we're going to extract 2 dragons without opposition, one or more of us should be armed." Riley snorted. Against a bunch of humans? What are they going to do? Babble me to death? They could have weapons. Then we'll be really careful and not attract attention, Riley snapped. I didn't have time to grab anything thanks to your and Ember's little disappearing act, and I didn't want to risk carrying a duffel bag of guns through the casino. So no, we don't have any weapons this time. Get used to the idea. And the order? Wes is hacked into a couple traffic cams around the block, Riley answered, making a vague gesture at the street. He'll let me know if there's trouble. Don't worry, St. George. He gave Garret a cold smile. I've got it all figured out. Before either of us could protest further, he turned and leaped gracefully to the top of the fence, then dropped noiselessly to the other side. Without a word, he spun and strode away into the darkness. Garret and I exchanged a glance, and then hurried after him. It was eerie, being on this side of the fence. My shoes raised small puffs of dust as we walked. Stacks of rotting wood, iron, and huge cement tubes were scattered around the barren landscape, like modern skeletons in the dirt. There were no signs of life. Even the eternal sound of traffic faded, red taillights becoming distant mirages, leaving us in a bubble of darkness. The entrance of the hotel loomed ahead, the strangely elegant front marred by a crown of jagged beams and unfinished upper floors. Again, I was struck by the eerie silence as we approached the shattered lobby doors and stepped carefully over the threshold into the darkness of the dead hotel. The first thing I noticed was the heat. The second was the smell. The air through the doors was hot and stale, and reeked of piss, sweat, puke, and general human disgustingness. I gagged and pressed closer to Garret, who, of course, seemed unfazed by it all. Damn soldier unflappability. Riley, clicking on a small flashlight, wrinkled his nose, then turned to us. Stay close. His voice, though soft, echoed in the emptiness of the lobby. Looks like there are people here after all. You think? There was a shuffle in the darkness, and Riley swept the flashlight around, pinning a thin, almost skeletal figure in the glare. A woman, her shirt nearly falling off her bony shoulders, gave us a glassy deer-in-headlights stare before shambling away. My skin crawled, and I crossed my arms to hide my fear. Oh, that's great, I whispered as the shuffling footsteps faded away in the darkness. We're in a zombie movie. I swear, if I see any Walking Dead, I don't care who's around. They're all getting a fireball between the eyes. Riley gave an amused snort, as if he couldn't help himself, and eased forward, sweeping the beam around the barren lobby. Try not to burn down the hotel, Firebrand, he warned, as the light slid over the front desk, which was covered in several layers of dust and cobwebs. This place is a tinderbox. One spark, and it's likely to explode. Something small and furry darted across the floor and vanished into a crack in the wall. Riley shook his head. Actually, that might not be a bad thing, but if an abandoned multi-million-dollar hotel suddenly goes up in smoke, it'll tell Talon and the Order exactly where we are. So no fireballs. Oh, fine, I whispered back as we ventured farther into the hotel, following a wall as it curved away into the dark. That's okay. If we are attacked by zombies, I don't have to run fast. I just have to run faster than you. Garret's hand suddenly closed on my arm in a grip of steel, pulling me to a stop. At the same time, Riley froze. I looked past the thin beam of light from Riley's hand and tensed. We'd reached the edge of what was probably the casino floor, had the hotel been finished. The room beyond was large and open. I could see the aisles of carpet where slot machines would go, the long strips for blackjack tables. Though the space was vast, it was even hotter here than in the lobby, and the smell was so bad, it nearly knocked me down. I didn't know how anyone could stand it, but the small clusters of ragged, unwashed people scattered about the room didn't seem to notice. A few yards away, a trio of humans sat huddled on a stained, threadbare mattress, giggling as they passed something small and bright between them. The glow of a lantern washed over their slack, pale faces and staring eyes. Nearby, another human glanced up from where he sat on an ancient sofa between two human girls. The girls stared at us, expressions slack and far away, but the guy's face hardened, and he rose quickly.
"This ain't a public party, friends,"
he said with a menace-filled smile. He was tall and lanky, his torn jeans just barely clinging to narrow hip bones. A filthy red hoodie covered his head, even in the heat, and his eyes were bulging and eager.
"I think you're a little lost. That's too bad, ain't it?"
Riley crossed his arms.
"You mean this isn't the palazzo?"
he said, his voice echoing through the bare beams overhead.
"Well, don't I feel silly? Especially since I blew all my cash on the penny slots."
His voice changed, becoming slightly more ominous.
"I don't suppose we can skip the pleasantries and get to the part where we walk through unmolested?"
The human snapped his fingers, and a trio of equally thin, ragged guys uncurled from the floor and shuffled forward to flank him. A knife suddenly gleamed between long, dirty fingers as he raised his arm, and I went rigid.
"Give me your wallet,"
the junkie demanded. Garret tensed and stepped in front of me, his body like a taut wire.
"And your phone, and whatever cash you have. Put it on the ground and step away. Them too," he added, jerking his head at me and Garret. "Jewelry, purses, whatever. Leave everything you have on the floor, and you can walk out still breathing."
Riley sighed. Raising his hands like he was thinking it over, he took a half-step back, standing next to Garret.
"How many?"
he murmured in a voice almost too soft to hear. I frowned in confusion, but apparently the query wasn't directed at me.
3 here, another 2 on the wall behind us," Garret replied in an equally quiet voice. "Armed?"
"No."
"Good. I'll let you take care of them. Firebrand, watch your back." "Hey!" The junkie leader stepped forward, raising the knife. "Didn't you hear me? Give me your stuff, man, or I'll start cutting off body parts."
"I told you. I don't have anything," Riley insisted, lifting his arms in a placating gesture.
"We came for the weekend and are now completely broke. I'm sure you hear that a lot here." "Phones, then." The human turned and brandished the knife at Garret. "Give me your phones."
"Sorry." Garret gave a helpless shrug.
"Dropped it in the pool."
The junkie's gaze shifted to me, and I smirked at him. "Left mine in the cab."
"Rotten luck, huh?"
Riley added.
"Man, do not fuck with me!"
The junkie stepped forward, jabbing the blade at Riley's face.
"Do you want me to gut you like a pig? Is that—"
Garret's hand shot out, grabbed the hand with the knife and wrenched it sideways, making the junkie yelp with shock and pain. His cry was cut short as the soldier moved in with a savage elbow to his temple, dropping him like a sack of stones. Before the others even registered what was happening, Riley lunged and drove a fist into one's jaw, snapping his head to the side. The junkie reeled away, toppled over the sofa to the shrieks of the 2 girls, and lay still. Something moved in the corner of my eye. I spun, dodged the arm grabbing for me, and kicked the human's knee out as he passed, making the junkie crash to the floor. Garret blocked a fist from the second one and responded with a nasty right hook that rocked his opponent sideways. A third charged in, swinging a length of rebar, and my heart leaped to my throat. Garret ducked under the first swing and got out of the way as Riley whirled around and smashed a fist into the human's jaw. He reeled back into Garret, who grabbed his wrist, twisted the rebar from his hand, and swept his feet out from under him. As the human hit the ground on his back, Garret tossed the rebar to Riley, who turned and whacked a junkie across the temple, sending him crashing into a pillar. As I grinned, watching the unconscious display of teamwork, something grabbed me from behind and pinned my arms to my sides. Another junkie, reeking of smoke and body odor, tried to lift me off my feet and drag me away. I snarled and jerked my head back, cracking my skull into his nose. He yelped and released me, but threw a hard backhand at my face as I spun to face him. I dodged, but it clipped my cheek all the same. Pain flared across my eyes, and the dragon surged up with a roar of outrage. As the human groped for me again, I brought my foot up and kicked him between the legs as hard as I could. His eyes bulged, and he staggered, mouth gaping. I kicked him once more for good measure, then shoved him back. He collapsed in a groaning heap on the floor, knees drawn to his chest, and didn't get up. I curled a lip at him, then turned to find Riley and Garret. They stood back to back, surrounded by cringing, writhing junkies, while the rest of the den looked on from a safe distance away. Riley held the length of pipe casually at his side as he gazed around the room, grinning. Garret hovered behind him in a ready stance, protecting his flank, scanning the area for threats. "Anyone else?" he asked calmly. No one came forward. The junkies on the floor crawled to their feet and staggered away, and the remaining humans suddenly seemed very interested in other things. Riley snorted, tossed the rebar away with a clank, and looked around for me. "Hey, Firebrand," he said as I walked up. "Sorry I couldn't get over to help. You okay?" I shrugged. "Don't worry about me. Feel sorry for the guy who tried to slap me." Garret, stepping out from behind Riley, gave me a faint smile. "I noticed you managed to kick him in your favorite spot," he observed. "Twice." Riley winced, then looked at Garret. The other boy regarded him coolly, and Riley smirked. "See, St. George? We don't need guns. You're actually fairly competent at disabling people without them." "I'll keep that in mind," Garret said dryly, "the next time we face a dozen soldiers with assault rifles." Riley shook his head. "Hopefully not tonight," he muttered, and turned away, observing the room once more. "So now the question is, how do we find two scared runaways in this mess?" Soft footsteps interrupted us. I glanced over to see a skinny, zombie-like figure shambling toward us from the shadows.
Riley. The human edged into the light, shoulders hunched, watching us like a stray dog who wasn't certain if you would toss it food or kick it. A woman, I saw as she got close. As humans went, she might have been pretty once, maybe even gorgeous. But her blonde hair was lank and stringy now, her skin pale and wasted, glassy blue eyes sunk into her face. She looked like a bony marionette as she eased forward and stopped just out of reach, the hollow expression and thousand-yard stare making my dragon stir restlessly. "Angels," she whispered. I frowned. My adrenaline was up. The fight had made me edgy and restless. I was not in the mood for this. "What?" "The angels," she murmured again, and I saw she had only a few teeth left in her head. "The ones you want, the ones you're looking for, the pretty ones." One hand rose like a limp fish and pointed behind her. I squinted across the floor. A door sat against the far wall, barely visible in the shadows, looking like the entrance to a stairwell. "Near the sky," she whispered, as if in a daze. "The angels. They have to be near the sky." "Upstairs?" Ember asked, but the human turned and shuffled back into the darkness, muttering to herself. I listened to her footsteps fade away, listened to her babble softly to herself, until the sounds were swallowed by the blackness, leaving us alone. "Crazy humans," I muttered, and resisted the urge to brush imaginary loony off my jacket. Well, at least we know where we're going. Sick-looking, emaciated people gave us blank stares as we crossed the open floor, giggling uncontrollably or talking to themselves in hushed voices. No one tried to stop or harass us again, except for some crazy old guy who grinned and made a lewd comment to Ember. She whirled on him, bristling. The soldier quickly grabbed her, stopping her mid-lunge and halting whatever she was planning to do, which was probably kick the old codger in his withered jewels. I snickered, almost sorry he'd stopped her, but by that time we had reached the other side of the room, and I pushed open the door. A wave of dry, stale heat billowed through the opening, and a rusted metal staircase ascended into utter darkness. "How far do you think we should go?" Ember asked once we had all stepped through the door, crowding the bottom of the stairs. It was even hotter here than the casino. My hair stuck to my neck, and even though I didn't mind the heat, I could feel sweat running down my back through my shirt. "All the way," I answered, shining the light up the tube. "As far as we can." So we climbed, up several flights in blistering oven-like temperatures, Ember and the soldier trailing behind me. We met no one else. It was just our footsteps echoing up the shaft. I assumed that the heat and utter darkness kept most junkies out of the stairwell at night, though the tube still reeked of piss and garbage and other things. And then, quite suddenly, we couldn't go any farther. The stairwell ended at another simple metal door that creaked as I pushed it back, shining the light through the opening. We'd reached the end of the hotel's construction. Beyond the door, half walls and rotting wooden frames created a labyrinth of metal and iron. Carefully, we eased inside, brushing aside ragged plastic sheets that hung everywhere, fluttering in the hot wind. I glanced up and saw that the roof was open to the sky, though it was impossible to see the stars through the haze of the city. I could breathe easier, though, just being this close without the stink of human filth and craziness clogging my nose. If I were 2 runaway hatchlings, this was where I would go. "What are we looking for?" St. George asked as we maneuvered our way across the floor. The wood groaned under our feet, and I stepped lightly over beams and rusty metal screws. Hopefully nothing would give way beneath us. The floor looked pretty rotten. "2 kids," I told him. "Hatchlings, probably no older than either of you." I brushed aside a sheet and ducked under a low-hanging beam, poking the light into dark corners. "If you find either of them, let me handle it. They're going to be terrified of strangers, of anyone who could be from Talon. I don't want them running off before I—" Something lunged from around the corner, swinging a metal pipe at my face. I jerked back. The pipe missed crushing my skull by about an inch, but hit my arm instead, knocking the flashlight from my grasp. It went spinning across the floor in dizzying circles as the attacker raised the weapon and came at me again. "Wait!" I dodged and backed swiftly away, ducking around a beam. The pipe smacked into the wood a microsecond later, raising a hollow thud and a billow of dust. "Wait just a second," I said, as my attacker followed me around the beam, holding the pipe like a baseball bat. It swung at me again, and I dodged out of the way. "Will you relax? I'm not here to hurt you. Just listen to me." The others started forward, and I gave them a sharp look. "Don't move," I snapped, and thankfully, they froze. "Stay right there, both of you," I insisted, holding out an arm, the universal gesture of, "Let's all calm the fuck down. Everyone relax." The person with the pipe hesitated, shooting fearful looks between the 3 of us. A girl, I realized, lithe and graceful, even as dirty as she was, with big blue eyes and silver blonde hair to the middle of her back. She wore a ratty t-shirt and baggy cargo jeans, and looked like she had slept in them for a while. And she was definitely a hatchling, a teenager in human form. A little older than the ones I normally saw, wide-eyed and fresh out of training, but a hatchling nonetheless. The tightness in my chest eased a little, and I let out a furtive breath of relief. We'd found her before the order did. That was all that mattered. Panting, the girl backed up, still holding the pipe out in front of her. "Who are you?" she asked in a trembling voice. "What do you want?" Her voice, though it shook with fear, was low and cool, her words clear. Raising the pipe again, she gave us a fierce look. "I swear, I am not going back." "Easy." I edged forward with one hand still outstretched, keeping my movements slow and unthreatening. "Take it easy," I said again. "You're safe. We're not from Talon." She eyed me warily, but visibly relaxed. The weapon hovered between us, dropping a few inches, but didn't lower completely. "If you're not from Talon, who are you?" the girl demanded. How did you know about this place?" "My name is Cobalt." I offered my real name without hesitation. More people knew Cobalt, who he was and what he'd done. And even if this girl didn't, Cobalt was a dragon name, subtly reminding her that we were alike. "And I'm sort of in the business of finding people like you. People who want out. I can help," I went on, easing forward again. "I can take you somewhere safe, someplace Talon won't be able to find you. But you have to trust me." This time, the weapon dropped swiftly, and the girl stared at me with wide, stunned eyes. "You're Cobalt," she whispered, and all the tension left her, replaced with relief. The pipe fell from her fingers with a clank and rolled across the floor, but she didn't give it a second glance. "You're really here," she whispered, grabbing a beam as if to steady herself. "We heard you might be in the city, but we had no way to contact you." I stared at her in surprise. "You were looking for me?" She nodded. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to regain her composure. "Sorry about before. I'm Ava. A friend and I escaped the organization maybe 2 weeks ago. There were rumors that you were in Las Vegas, and we heard that you could help those who got out of Talon, so we came here to find you. But we had to hide as soon as we arrived in the city. St. George—" I nodded. "You mentioned a friend," I said, hoping the worst had not happened, that St. George had not already found them. "Are they still alive?" Ava nodded. "Yes, she's here. One moment." She walked a few steps to peer around a wall. "It's okay," she called into the shadows. "You can come out. They're not from Talon." She gave a short, breathless laugh, as if she couldn't believe what she was saying. "It's actually Cobalt, of all the lucky breaks." "Cobalt?" Another hatchling emerged around the corner, edging shyly into view. She was shorter than Ava by several inches, and looked even younger than Ember. Her skin was pale, almost porcelain-colored, and a mass of jet-black curls tumbled down her back and shoulders. Enormous dark eyes peered out at us with a mix of curiosity and fear. "This is Faith," Ava introduced, holding out her hand to the other girl. Faith blinked as she came forward, pressing close to the other hatchling. Ava put a protective arm around her, though she still spoke to me. "The day before she completed assimilation, she discovered that Talon was going to send her to the facility because she was unsuitable to be a chameleon, which is what they had originally planned for her." I clenched my jaw, trying not to let the rage show. The facility was Talon's term for the place they sent dragonelles to become breeder females, whose only job was to produce eggs for the rest of their life. Talon liked to start their breeder females young because, like everything else in a dragon's life, producing offspring took a long time. Nearly 2 years to lay the egg after the dragonelle had been mated, and another year for the egg to hatch. When I'd still been part of Talon, there had been dark rumors circling the organization that the number of fertile eggs was in sharp decline. An alarming 1 in 3 eggs simply never hatched, and no one could figure out why. What happened to the dud eggs was also a mystery. They disappeared, sent off to places unknown. I didn't know what the real story was, or where the eggs vanished to, but one of my bigger goals was to find the facility, free all the dragonelles there, and burn the place to the ground. Later, I told myself, as rage heated my lungs, making the air taste like smoke. Someday, you'll be able to save them all, but not tonight. Don't get distracted. How did you know about me? I asked the hatchlings. Everyone in the organization knows about you, Ava said. The executives try to deny it, but we've all heard rumors of a rogue dragon who helps those wanting to leave Talon. You just have to find him, or hope that he finds you, before the Vipers catch up. Ember blinked. Wow, look at that, she said, grinning at me. You're famous, or at least infamous. A real-life Robin Hood. I stifled the urge to rub my eyes. My defiant little firebrand might think it was great news, sticking it to the organization, but I did not want that much attention from Talon. That they talked about me meant they were thinking about me, which was never a good thing. I'd always been careful to lie low, especially after getting a hatchling out. We'd survived this long because I knew how to disappear, to vanish into obscurity without a trace. Talon was far too big to challenge head-on. As much as I hated them and would love to see them brought down, I knew that my tiny ragtag underground could never stand against the massive force that was Talon. Right now, I was an annoyance at best. I did not want to reach the point where the organization brought its full might against me and my network, because we likely would not survive. Faith's dark eyes abruptly shifted to my companions. "Who are they?" she whispered. "I'm Ember." Ember stepped forward before I could say anything. "I just got out of Talon too. You can trust Riley, Cobalt. He knows what he's doing. He'll keep you away from them." Faith blinked. "What about him?" she asked, glancing at the soldier standing a little behind us. "He's not a dragon. Why is he here?" Ember stiffened, and I quickly jumped in. "He's all right," I said smoothly, and ignored Ember's raised eyebrow. "You can trust him. He's here to help." I nearly choked on the words, but getting the hatchlings to trust us was more important than the truth now. I couldn't have them freaking out if they discovered what he really was. The soldier's expression remained neutral in the face of such blatant lies, and Faith finally seemed to relax. I turned to Ava. "Are you two ready to go?" I asked. The night was fading quickly, and I was uncomfortable standing out in the open like this. Once we got back to the safety of the hotel, I'd figure out what we were going to do. "You'll have to stay with us for a bit, until we can leave the city. But after that, I'll find a safe place for you both." She nodded tiredly. "Yes, please. Anywhere is better than here, waiting for Talon or St. George to catch up." No arguments there. The phone buzzed in my jeans pocket, making me jump, then whisper a curse. There was only one person who would call me now, for one reason. No, not now. With dread blooming through my stomach, I put the phone to my ear and snapped, "Wes, tell me you're not going to say what I think you're—" His hissed words interrupted me. I listened to the frantic voice on the other end, lowered the phone, and turned to Ember and the soldier. "They're here."
Garret. The order? The rogue glared at me, anger and loathing crossing his face, as if I had summoned my former brothers here with my presence alone. "What do you think?" he spat. "Of course it's the order. They always seem to appear these days, like magic, wherever we are." He shoved the phone in his jacket and raked both hands through his hair. "Damn it! Of all the crappy timing, how the hell do they keep finding us?" It was immature and vindictive, but I couldn't help it. "Now, do we need guns?" "St. George?" The dark-haired girl, Faith, shrank back, her eyes huge and terrified. "The order is here?" Her gaze darted to the entrance of the stairwell, as if armed soldiers could burst through at any time, then flickered to the edge of the building. "We have to fly," she whispered, edging away from the other girl, toward the sudden sheer drop at the end of the floor. "They'll kill us if we don't." "No," Riley whirled around. "No flying. We don't know where St. George is, or what they have out there. They could be watching the building right now, waiting for us." "I'll risk it." The girl stopped, but looked on the verge of panic. "It's the order. We have to fly. It's better than dying." "Faith, stop." I didn't dare step forward, lest I scare her into plunging off the roof right then. "Listen to me. That's what they want. This is one of their tactics. Send in the ground team to force the targets into the air, like hunting quail." She blinked at me, glassy-eyed with fear. I wondered if any of this was getting through to her. "There's probably a team of snipers scanning the roof right now," I continued, gesturing to the buildings around us. "If you fly, they'll shoot you down." The whirl of helicopter blades interrupted me, a guttural whine in the silence. Faith flinched, her gaze going to the sky, but Ember darted forward, grabbing her around the waist, and yanked her back, just as a spotlight beam sliced over the floor, passing inches from where they'd been standing. The rest of us ducked down and pressed against the walls, melting into shadow, as an unmarked black chopper circled the building once, then wheeled lazily away. Ember glared after the helicopter, eyes flashing, as Faith whimpered and huddled close to her. "Well, there are the snipers," she said. "What now, Riley?" Shoved against a wall with Ava, Riley growled a curse and looked at me. "Any brilliant thoughts on getting out of this?" "Back through the building," I said. "It's a big hotel. They'll probably have more than one unit sweeping the floors, coming in from different angles. If we can get past the ground teams, we'll have a chance of making it out unnoticed. And if we can't, then we go through them." Riley swore again. "All right," he growled. "Go, then. We'll be right behind you." The helicopter swung around again, and we held our breath as it went by, spotlight crawling over the walls and floor. I waited until it passed, watched it glide around a corner, then darted for the stairwell entrance. I heard the others scramble after me and hit the door handle without slowing down, bursting through the frame into the building. We quickly descended the stairs, myself in the lead, Ember close behind me. Ava and Faith followed, and Riley brought up the rear, watching our backs. Our footsteps echoed through the stairwell, unnaturally loud in the stillness. Each time we passed the entrances to other floors, my nerves jangled, wondering if this time the door would burst open and a squad of soldiers would step in to kill us. A body suddenly rounded the corner and lunged up the stairs, making Faith shriek. Not a soldier, but a civilian in a white tank top, a baseball cap perched sideways on his head. He stumbled, nearly running into me, and I barely stopped myself from driving a fist into his throat. "Shit, man!" The civilian glared at me, wide-eyed, then shoved past, lurching up the steps. "Move, a-holes! Fucking SWAT team is everywhere!" He scrambled past Riley, who gave him a disgusted look, then continued up the stairs, his footsteps fading into the darkness. Ember took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "They're in the building," she breathed, as we started down the steps again. "How close do you think they are, Garret?" 2 floors beneath us, a door opened. I jerked to a stop and whirled around as flashlight beams pierced the darkness below. "Go back," I ordered, hearing booted feet ascending the steps behind me. "Everyone get back! They're here!" Shots rang out, sparking off the walls and railings, and Faith screamed. We fled back up the steps, hearing the soldiers give chase, spatters of gunfire echoing up the stairwell. "This way!" Ahead of us, Riley paused at the entrance to the 12th floor and wrenched the door back. "We're sitting ducks in here. Everyone get out! Go! Go!" Ava and Faith quickly ducked through the open door, and the rest of us followed, emerging into a narrow, unfinished corridor with empty rooms lining the walls. A maze of hallways, dark and empty, stretched out to either side. The soldiers were still coming. Without hesitation, we ran, rounding a corner just as the door behind us opened and our pursuers followed us into the labyrinth. I heard a soldier calling for backup, informing the rest of the squads where we were, and knew the entire strike force would be swarming the floor in a matter of minutes. The rest of them would be sent to guard doors, exits, stairwells. Anywhere we might try to escape, they would be waiting for us. A cold lump settled in my stomach. Getting out of here was going to be difficult, if not impossible. After a minute or two of running, when it appeared the soldiers weren't right on our tail, Riley ducked into an open room, and the rest of us followed. "Okay," he panted, leaning against a wall. "This whole thing has gone completely foobar. We need a new strategy, quick." He looked at me. "Suggestions, St. George? What are they doing out there?" "Right now, all squads will be converging on this floor," I answered, peering into the hall to make sure the soldiers were not close by. My mind raced, trying to think of a plan to counter whatever they were going to do. "They're going to try to cover all the exits," I went on, ducking back inside. "But if we find another stairwell before they have a chance to get here, we could possibly slip past them and get to another floor. It'll buy us some time while they're searching for us up here. The challenge will be finding an exit that isn't guarded." "One problem at a time," Riley muttered tiredly and pushed himself off the wall. "First thing, let's try to get off this floor before the rest of the bastards arrive. Any ideas?" "There's another stairwell at the west end of the building," Ava said, surprising us. She stood beside Faith, looking pale but calm in the face of approaching death, unlike the other hatchling who was frozen in absolute terror, her eyes huge and staring. I saw it when we first came here. We could try to reach it before St. George does. A hollow boom echoed from an adjacent hallway, followed by a gruff, "Clear!" The soldiers behind us were kicking in doors, systematically checking each room before moving on. Riley winced. "Stairwell it is," he whispered, beckoning Ava to the front with him. "Let's go." We raced for the end of the hall, Riley and Ava leading this time, me bringing up the rear. I didn't know if the soldiers heard us and were giving chase, and I didn't pause to look back. We fled down narrow concrete hallways, ducking beams and scrambling over rubble, praying we wouldn't turn a corner and find the way blocked by soldiers and guns. As we approached an intersection where two hallways crossed, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. 4 armored, masked men rounded the corner at the far end of the hallway we'd been moving down. Hissing a warning to Riley, I grabbed the 2 closest bodies, Ember and Faith, and yanked them into the cross-section of hall, just as the scream of M4s filled the corridor. Faith wailed, hands flying up to cover her ears as the roar of gunfire tore through the air and bullets ripped chunks of wood and plaster from the walls. Pulling her back from the edge, I looked up to see Ava and Riley on the other side of the corridor of death, streams of bullets zipping between us. The soldiers were advancing, firing short, continuous bursts as they marched forward in unison. From the sound of the guns, they would reach our position in a few seconds. I met Riley's gaze, and he gestured at us frantically. "Split up," he shouted over the howl of carbines. "Take them and get out of here, St. George. We'll meet back at the hotel. Go!" I nodded and turned to the girls. "Come on," I said, and Ember stepped toward Faith, still huddled against the wall. "Faith," she pried the girl's arms away from her head. "Hey, we have to go." "No!" Faith looked up, gaze frantically searching for the other hatchling. "What about Ava? We can't leave them." "We can't help them now," Ember growled and pulled the other girl off the wall. The chatter of gunfire was getting closer, as were the footsteps of the squad. "She's with Riley. She'll be fine. But we have to get out of here right now." Faith took a breath to argue, and Ember snarled at her with the fury of a fire-breathing dragon. "Move!" Faith gave a desperate sob and stumbled past me down the hall. I started after her, but Ember paused, shooting one final glance at Riley and Ava, who were already sprinting in the opposite direction. "Be careful, Riley," she whispered, before spinning and catching up to me and Faith. We rounded a corner just as the squad reached the intersection, sending a storm of bullets after us. And whatever feelings I had about Ember and the rogue were quickly replaced by thoughts of survival.
Riley. I might not get out of this one. Angrily, I banished the thought as I led Ava through the maze of corridors, the echo of gunfire and soldiers' voices ringing behind us. I couldn't start thinking like that. I'd survived worse than this, and besides, I had too many who counted on me. I couldn't die now. "Riley, wait," Ava said, bringing me to a halt in the middle of the hall. The pale-haired hatchling shot a quick look around, blue eyes searching, then jerked her head at an open doorway. "This way," she announced, and darted into the room. Frowning, I followed, hearing the soldiers close behind us, wondering what she was planning. We couldn't afford to be trapped. "What are we doing?" I hissed, as the hatchling hurried to a pair of balcony doors. "We can't fly, Ava. They've got snipers out there. We're not going to fly." Ava unlocked the frame and pried back the glass doors, glancing over her shoulder at me. "I know what I'm doing," she said to my dubious look. "Trust me, Cobalt." Shouts echoed from the hallway, making my skin crawl. "Looks like I don't have a choice," I growled, and followed her onto the balcony. She didn't launch herself into the air, but hurried to the railing and swung over, making my heart jump to my throat. For a half-second, she dangled over a lethal drop, feet swinging out over nothing. Then she pumped her legs twice and let go of the rails. My heart gave another violent lurch as I leaned over and watched her drop onto the balcony directly below us, landing in a graceful crouch. Straightening, she looked up at me as I told my heart it could start beating again. "Hurry," she urged, just as the glass behind me shattered. Bullets sparked off the railing, and I scrambled over the edge, taking a half-second to swing my legs forward as I released my grip. I hit the concrete and rolled, distributing some of the impact, though it still clacked my teeth together and sent a flare of pain up my arm. Ava pulled me to my feet and dragged me away from the balcony railing just as the soldiers stuck their guns over the edge and fired down on us. We fled the room into another series of darkened corridors, this one without the swarms of soldiers, at least for now. I leaned against a wall to catch my breath, and Ava did the same. Panting, I looked at her, at the slender body and the calm young face. "How many times have you done this before?" I asked. She shrugged, pushing long pale hair behind her shoulder. "I was trained for this," she said, as I wondered what Talon had her pegged for before she ran. Basilisk, Gila, and Viper were the operatives that received special combat training. "My final exam was supposed to be this month," Ava went on, staring at the wall, her eyes dark with memory. "But I knew I couldn't do what they asked. The new management was especially unbearable." An unexpected look of disgust broke through her composure. "Hiding what I felt was getting harder and harder. I'd been planning to leave for a long time, ever since I heard about you." Her gaze flicked to mine, then away just as quickly. "I'm not usually this disorganized," she admitted, hunching her shoulders as if embarrassed. "I was going to run when my test came around, but then I heard about Faith and things happened a little faster than I originally planned." She sighed, squeezing her eyes shut. "I hope she's all right," she whispered. "I promised I'd keep her safe." I brushed her arm. "She'll be okay," I said, allowing a small grin to tug at my mouth. "You don't know Ember. She'll burn the building down before she'll let anyone hurt her. And the soldier is a bastard, but he knows what he's doing. Trust me, she'll be fine." Ava regarded me with solemn blue eyes. "You have a lot of faith in them," she said. "It's been so long since I've been able to trust anyone but myself." "Hopefully that'll change." I pushed myself off the wall. "But right now, we have to worry about ourselves. Come on, we're not out of here yet." We slipped through the empty corridors, keeping a close ear out for voices or footsteps, until we reached the elevator hall. Ava frowned as I walked up to a pair of metal doors and forced my fingers between the tightly sealed crack. "What are you doing?" "Forget the stairwell," I grunted, gritting my teeth as I pried the doors back. They resisted, stubborn with rust and disuse. The Order probably has them all guarded. Or are using them right now. I don't want to run into any more soldiers on the stairs, so we're going the unconventional route. She watched as I wedged my shoulder between the crack and looked back at her. "You're not claustrophobic, are you?" A door slammed somewhere in the maze of corridors, and my blood froze. Claustrophobic or not, we were out of time. With a growl, I shoved the doors as hard as I could, ramming them with my shoulder. They gave a last rusty groan and reluctantly slid back a few inches. A gust of hot, stale air billowed out of the opening, and a long, pitch-black tube plunged down into darkness. I eyed the distance from the edge of the maintenance ladder on the wall, then looked back at Ava. "After you." Flashlight beams scuttled along the wall, and the sound of booted feet echoed through the hallways. Without hesitation, Ava leaped into the shaft and grabbed the ladder's rungs with easy grace, then started down the tube. I followed, gritting my teeth as the ladder trembled under my weight. If it snapped, we were in trouble. A fall here would kill us as surely as if the soldiers stuck their guns through the opening and filled the shaft with lead. Let's hope my luck holds. Together, we descended into the pitch blackness.
Ember. A hail of bullets erupted behind us as we turned another corner, and Faith screamed. "Garret!" I panted, as flashlight beams scuttled over the walls ahead of us, and the soldier stopped abruptly in the center of the corridor. I stopped behind him, shivering as harsh voices drew closer from different directions. "They've surrounded the floor," I whispered, feeling my heart pound in my ears. "We're trapped." Garret scanned the hall, his gaze falling on a pair of open doors at the end of the corridor. "This way," he ordered, and we sprinted through the doors into a large conference-type room. It was only half finished. Scaffolding stood everywhere, and large iron beams marched down the center of an aisle, creating a tangled web of iron and steel. It was very dark in here, and the air was thick with the smell of dust and mold. Garret pulled us behind a cage of scaffolding and iron beams. "Faith," he said softly, bringing the girl's attention to him. "Look at me." Faith's eyes were huge and liquid, and tear tracks stained her dusty cheeks as she glanced up. "Listen to me. I want you to climb to the top of the scaffolding tower. Lie flat and don't move. Don't look up or make a sound, no matter what you hear. Can you do that?" She stared at him. What are you going to do?" she whispered, looking between us fearfully. "You won't leave me here, will you?" He shook his head. "We're not going to leave you," he said, with that quiet intensity that made my skin prickle. "But you have to get out of sight. I can't worry about you if I'm going to do this." She blinked in confusion, but he didn't explain. "Get up there," he said gently, nodding toward the scaffolding. "If the worst happens, wait until they're gone, then get out any way you can. Go." With a final sniffle, Faith turned and scuttled up the ladder, vanishing from sight. Voices echoed outside, and flashlight beams pierced the blackness beyond the doors. The soldiers were converging on the room. Garret took my wrist and pulled me farther back into the shadows. I stepped close, resting my palms on his chest, feeling his heart race. "What's the plan?" I whispered, surprised that my own voice was so steady. He took a deep, furtive breath. "There'll be 2 teams," he murmured, glancing at the entrance and the lights getting closer. "Possibly more, if they called for backup. 6 soldiers at the very least, with M4s, a sidearm, and a pair of stun grenades. That's standard procedure for this type of strike." His voice was cool, unruffled, as he calmly analyzed our odds of survival. "We should split up," he said gravely. "I'll get in close, take 1 or 2 out, then you hit the others from a different angle when they respond. Try to surprise them. If they see us coming, it'll be over." I shivered, closing my eyes. "All right," I muttered, clenching my fists in his shirt. "No problem. It's just like training back with scary Talon, lady. Just with real soldiers and real guns. No paintball bullets this time, Ember." Garret gazed down at me, and for the first time, a shadow of fear crossed his face. Not for himself, I realized, but for me. "Ember, don't you dare tell me to stay up top and hide, Garret," I warned, narrowing my eyes at him. "That's something Riley would say, and I'll tell you exactly what I'd tell him. I'm not letting you fight them by yourself." "I know. I wasn't going to." His hands rose and gripped my arms as he stepped close. "But be careful, Ember," he said, his intense gaze searing into me. "They'll be searching for a dragon. They know how dangerous one is when it's cornered and trapped. Remember, this is the type of scenario they train for, what we've all trained for. Do what you have to do." One hand pressed to my cheek. "Just stay alive," he whispered. I swallowed the lump in my throat. "You too." Figures appeared in the doorway, freezing us in place as 6 soldiers stepped through the frame, guns held in front of them. Fanning out, they advanced cautiously into the room, sweeping their weapons in tight arcs, the tactical lights on the bottom of their guns piercing the darkness. Garret drew back. His eyes were hard, that blank soldier's mask slipping into place as he melted into the shadows and out of sight. I darted behind a scaffold, then hunkered down as thin beams of light swept the opposite wall, making my heart pound. Okay, how was I going to do this? I took a deep breath to slow my heartbeat and gazed around the room. Despite its vastness, it was quite cluttered. There were a lot of tight quarters and places to hide, where the soldiers would be at a disadvantage if I could get close. In fact, this was a lot like my training with Lilith, having men with guns chase me around a crowded warehouse while I figured out how to kill them. Of course, I died most of those times, too, shot down with paintball guns, as the soldiers had become increasingly aware of attacks from up top. Up top. Crouching down, I stripped out of my clothes and left my shorts, top, and underwear at the base of a pillar. Any modesty or embarrassment I might have felt was swallowed by the need to stay alive. And besides, no one could see me in this darkness. Not even Garret. In another circumstance, I might not have worried about ruining my clothes, but I didn't have my Viper suit on, and if we did make it out of here, I did not want to run through the streets of Las Vegas, stark naked. The soldiers were halfway into the room now, their lights creeping ever closer as they eased forward. Hurrying to the nearest scaffolding tower, I began to climb, feeling cold iron, rust, and cobwebs under my fingers and the soles of my feet. When I reached the top, I crept silently along the wooden planks, keeping my head low, until I was almost directly above a pair of soldiers and could peer down at the tops of their heads. I couldn't see Garret, but I knew he was close, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I would be ready when he did. As I held my breath, muscles coiling and tingly with the energy right before a shift, my foot brushed a loose nail on the edge of the wood. It fell and pinged off the cement, a tiny sound that might as well have been a gong in the silent room. The soldiers below immediately swept their beams straight up the scaffolding. My heart lurched, and I ducked down, pressing my cheek to the boards as my perch was illuminated in light. "Did you hear?" "Yeah." The flashlight swept back and forth along the plank. I took shallow breaths and thought invisible thoughts. "I think it might be up there." A muffled shout rang out from another corner of the room, followed by the sound of a scuffle, a body being slammed against a wall, a burst of gunfire. The light vanished as the two soldiers whirled their guns in the direction of the noise, and I leaped to my feet. "Here we go," I thought, and plunged off the scaffold, feeling my body explode mid-pounce. I landed on one of the soldiers in full dragon form, driving him into the concrete, and turned on the other with a roar, blasting him with fire as he spun around. He cringed back, tongues of flame snapping around him, but apparently his armor was fire-resistant, because the flames didn't stop him from raising his gun and firing. I ducked behind a pillar, sparks erupting around me, and bounded into the shadows. The soldier backed away, firing short bursts and shouting to his companions, his light sweeping wildly back and forth. His armor still burned, though the flames were slowly dying, and he looked like a torch in the darkness. Something emerged from the shadows behind him, a pistol pointed at his back. My heart jumped as Garret deliberately paused, then lowered the gun, and fired once at the soldier's legs. The man shrieked and whirled around as he fell, raising his weapon, but Garret darted forward, smashed the butt of the pistol into his face, and wrenched the rifle away as he collapsed to the cement. More shots boomed out, the deafening roar of assault rifles making my ears ring as the rest of the squad converged on his location. Garret dived behind cover as they approached, not seeing me in the shadows. I snarled and lunged, pouncing on one from behind, clamping my jaws around his leg and dragging him across the floor. He shouted, clawing at the ground, and his friends immediately aimed their rifles at me. A blur of motion, and Garret hit them from behind, striking one behind the ear with the pistol and grabbing the other's weapon as he turned. The soldier beneath me tried flipping onto his back to shoot, but I pinned him down and slammed his head into the floor. He shuddered and went limp, the gun clattering to the cement. Tensing, I looked up just as the second soldier swung wildly at Garret and clipped him in the jaw with an elbow. Garret staggered, and the human immediately struck him in the head with the assault rifle, driving him to a knee, then raised the gun to fire. I leaped with a roar, slamming into the soldier just as he pulled the trigger. He recovered, swinging the muzzle around at me, and I blasted him in the face with fire. Screaming, he reached up, tearing away the flaming helmet and mask, as Garret surged to his feet and punched him in the jaw as hard as he could. The human reeled back, fell into a pillar, and slid to the ground, his head dropping to his chest as he went limp. Silence fell, the echoes of screams and gunfire fading into the black. Still shaking with fury and adrenaline, I looked at Garret, wondering if we had really won, if it was really over. He stood cradling his hand, gazing at the soldier slumped against the beam, his expression torn between relief and guilt. A trickle of blood ran down his face from his temple, crawling down his cheek, and my stomach knotted. "You're bleeding," I exclaimed, jumping over the body of one of the soldiers. My claws clicked anxiously over the floor as I trotted up. "Are you all right?" He nodded painfully. "Just a cut," he said, lowering his arm as I reached him. "It's not serious." Wincing, he looked down at his hand, clenching and unclenching a fist. "Think I burned myself when I punched the last soldier, though." "Let me see," I said, reaching for his arm. He stiffened, and I froze when I saw my scaly foreleg, curved black talons hovering close to his skin, claws that could easily rend and tear and rip right through him. His eyes rose to mine, and I saw my reflection in his steely pupils. A huge horned lizard, with claws and wings outstretched, looming over him. For half a heartbeat, we stared at each other, dragon and soldier, surrounded by the bodies of his former brethren. Garret moved first. In the moment before I would have pulled back, he raised his arm and held it out to me, placing the back of his hand gently in mine. Heart-lurching, I very cautiously curled my talons around his wrist. He didn't move, didn't flinch or tense up, though a patch of his skin was red with the telltale shininess of a burn. I swallowed hard. "Sorry about that." "I've had worse." He held my gaze, gray eyes intense. "Besides, it's hard to be angry at something that saved your life." "Garret? Ember?" Faith edged into view. She held a length of rebar in both hands, and it shook as she gazed around at the fallen soldiers. "The shooting stopped," she whispered, her body poised for flight, as if the bodies might leap up and attack again. "I didn't know if you were still alive, or if they had... Her voice trembled, and she trailed off. I huffed a cloud of smoke at her. "So you decided to come look for us? You're supposed to be hiding." One of the soldiers from earlier, the first one I'd taken down, suddenly lunged out of the shadows, gun held before him. Faith shrieked, swinging the rebar wildly as he appeared, catching him right in the face. He crashed to the floor again and lay still, while Faith scuttled behind Garret, breathing hard. "Is he dead?" she squeaked, as I forced myself to exhale and relax my muscles, releasing the air that I'd sucked in slowly, and not in a violent explosion of fire. Garret walked to the fallen soldier, knelt and rolled him onto his back. His head flopped, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, and I couldn't tell if he was breathing or not. "The others will be on their way," Garret muttered, not looking up from the body. He started rummaging through the soldier's stuff, checking for guns and ammo most likely, anything to help us get out of here. "We need to hurry. Ember." He glanced at me, narrowing his eyes. "Can you shift back before we leave the hotel?" I cringed. "Not without my clothes." "Give me 2 seconds," I said, and hurried to where I'd left my belongings, then changed back and slipped into them as quickly as I could. When I returned, Garret stood waiting for me, gun in hand, the soldier's belt now looped around his waist. Faith hovered beside him, watching his every move with starry eyes. All her fear of the former St. George soldier seemed to have vanished, and I bit down a snort of disgust. Garret tossed me a pistol as I came up, and I caught it grimly. "Let's go," he ordered, and we fled the room, knowing the rest of the force was still out there, swarming the building. I suspected we weren't safe yet. And I was right. As we turned down one last corridor, 2 soldiers looked up from where they guarded the stairwell at the end of the hall. The carbines blared, and we ducked back around the corner as bullets peppered the walls and floor. One of the soldiers called for backup, alerting the rest of them, and I snarled in frustration. So close. If we could just get past these guards, we were home free. Raising the gun, I tensed to dart out of cover and fire, when Garret grabbed my arm. Wait. Drawing me back, he crept to the edge of the hallway and pulled something from the stolen belt at his waist, a small metal cylinder with a ring at the top. Glancing at me and Faith, he narrowed his eyes. "Look away," he ordered. "Close your eyes and cover your ears. Both of you." And he hurled what was in his hand around the corner, toward the soldiers. The boom rocked the corridor, and even through my closed lids, I saw the brilliant flash of light, as if a star had exploded in the hall. The gunfire ceased, and Garret took my hand, pulling me to my feet with a brisk, "Let's go." We sprinted past the stunned, gaping soldiers, hit the stairwell at top speed, and didn't stop running until we reached the very last door and burst through it, into the hot Vegas night.
Riley. We finally reached the end of the elevator shaft. I heard Ava hit the bottom, the quiet thump of her feet on solid ground echoing faintly up the tube. Relieved, anxious to be done with tight spaces and lethal falls and utter darkness, I descended the last few rungs and hopped off the ladder, before realizing we weren't home free just yet. The floor under my boots swayed slightly, as if hovering a few inches off the ground. Clicking on my flashlight, I saw we'd hit the metal roof of the elevator box, thick cables coming out of the center and rising up the tube. A small square hatch sat in one corner, and Ava crouched next to it, her hair a ghostly silver in the pale light. "It's stuck," she whispered. Putting the flashlight on the floor, I knelt across from her and grasped the handle at the top. "On 3, I muttered, as her fingers wrapped around mine, slender and cool, and I tightened my grip. 1, 2, 3. Together we tugged. The hatch, like the elevator doors, resisted a moment, then opened with a rusty screech that made my teeth vibrate. I poked my head through the opening, shining the flashlight around, then pulled back with a nod. Clear. We dropped into the elevator box, Ava landing as lightly as a cat. The doors were partially open, and I could see an empty hall beyond, dark and silent for now. "First floor?" Ava whispered, gazing at the brass number in the doorframe. She sounded relieved. "We're almost out." Not quite. I eased into the hall, gazing around warily. The doors will be guarded for sure, and there's no telling how many snipers they've got watching the exits. And of course, that damn chopper will be circling around, making things difficult. "So we can't go through the doors?" Ava followed me, pragmatic and as cool as ever. "How will we get out then?" "Easy," I grinned at her. "We use a window." Voices echoed down another hallway, making us both tense. A moment later, the sound of boots started toward us, marching ominously closer. I switched off the flashlight, and we ran. Ducking into an office, Ava closed and locked the door while I raced to the window and peered cautiously through the glass. The empty construction zone stretched away into the black, but past the barren lot, I could see the lights of civilization in the distance, tantalizingly close. Question was, could we get across that flat, open plain without taking a bullet to the forehead? "Cobalt!" Ava hurried to my side, her voice a warning growl. "They're coming!" Shit. Out of time. "Stand back," I told her, and grabbed an abandoned fire extinguisher from the floor. Raising it over my head, I smashed it against the window, feeling the impact jar my teeth together. Cracks appeared on the first hit, spread out on the second, and on the third, the glass finally shattered. I bashed the window a few times more, making a large enough hole, then threw the extinguisher down and beckoned to Ava. Go. A heavy blow rattled the door behind us. Ava sprinted 3 steps and dived gracefully through the glass, then rolled to her feet like an acrobat. I followed, hunching my shoulders as I plunged through, feeling shards catch on my leather jacket. But then I was on the other side, scrambling upright, and we were running across the empty lot, hearing shots fired as we fled into the concealing night. Nothing hit us, but we didn't stop running until we reached the edge of the pavement, scrambled over the fence, and darted across an empty street, into the safety of civilization, and away from the order at last. Taking refuge behind an auto repair shop, I slumped against the brick wall, sucking in deep, gasping breaths while I waited for my heart to slow down. Ava leaned beside me, head back, silver hair spilling over her shoulders. Damn, we made it. Edging to the corner of the building, I peered back at the hotel, making sure we weren't being followed. Past the streetlights and the fence, I could just make out the helicopter, still circling the empty lot, and smiled grimly. Still a lucky SOB. Now if only Ember and the others made it out. Okay, I muttered, hearing Ava step up behind me. Looks like we're in the clear. We'll lie low for a bit, see if the others got out okay. If we don't hear from them in 10 minutes, you go on to the hotel. I might have to go back for Ember and Faith. No, Cobalt, Ava said, her voice low and grave. I don't think you will. There was a sharp pain in the side of my neck, like a hornet's sting, hot and piercing. Alarmed, I started to turn, but the ground swayed, tilted beneath me, and everything went dark. Cobalt. 12 years ago. The door swung open without a sound, and the figure in black eased into the room. On noiseless feet, it stole over the carpet, the long, straight knife glimmering in the shadows as it drew alongside the bed. The lump beneath the covers didn't stir as a slender gloved hand reached down to grasp the corner of the quilt. In one smooth motion, the shadow flung back the covers and plunged the knife into what lay beneath. The pillow gave a muffled thump as the blade stabbed into it, but otherwise made no sound. Nice try. The assassin spun, raising her knife as I stepped out of the closet, my pistol already trained on her. She froze at the sight of the gun, and I gave a sad smile. Hello, Stealth, I greeted softly, moving around the other side of the bed, keeping a large obstacle between us. It would at least slow her down if she decided to lunge. She watched me with dark, impressive eyes, and a lump caught in my throat. I knew Talon had to send someone eventually, I said, my voice tight. I wish it didn't have to be you. The Viper continued to regard me without expression. I stayed where I was, every ounce of my attention focused on the other dragon. I could not let it waver, even for a millisecond, because that was how long it would take the Viper to leap across the bed and put a knife in my throat. Stealth blinked, seemingly unconcerned with the gun pointed in her direction. She was lithe and slender, and the black Viper suit looked like a spill of ink across her skin. Straight black hair had been pulled into a tail, and her pale, slightly rounded face seemed to float in the darkness of the room. They were going to send Lilith, she stated quietly, making my skin crawl at the name. I convinced them that it should be me. It's the least I could do, for old time's sake. Yeah, I sighed, feeling an ache begin in my chest. I could see how you would think that. You did save my life once. Only fitting that you should correct that mistake. Her eyes narrowed a bit, but that was all. How did you know I was coming? I gave a small snort. You know me better than that, I said, grateful that for all their lethality, Vipers did not have the same skill set I did, or the paranoia that came with being a basilisk. The hidden camera pointed down the hallway was synced to my phone, set to alert me whenever there was movement outside. It was annoying to be woken up by every drunk shambling down the hall at 3 in the morning, but a few hours' sleep was a small price to pay when it came to this. Stealth didn't press the question, standing calmly with her hands at her sides, still gripping the dagger. Are you going to shoot me, Agent Cobalt? Not unless I have to. Her jaw tightened. If you don't, she warned, I'm only going to come after you again. You know that, right? We were colleagues at one point, and I respected you, Cobalt. I still do. So consider this your only warning. Next time, there will be no words. I nodded tiredly. I know. This was a courtesy call. A formality between two agents who had fought on the same team. Once I left the room, that civility ended. The next time I saw Stealth, one of us had to die. The Viper's lips thinned, and for the first time, a hint of anger crossed her cool face. Why did you do it, Cobalt? She asked in a harsh whisper. You had just succeeded Blackscale. You were on your way up. There were even rumors that the Chief Basilisk wanted to make you his second. Why did you throw all that away? You wouldn't understand, I told her. And she wouldn't. The Vipers were trained for ruthlessness, to take lives without question. I knew Stealth. If Talon told her to slit the throat of a 7-year-old human girl, she wouldn't even blink. And it doesn't matter now, does it? Stealth shook her head. No, she whispered, and I heard the resolve in her voice, the knowledge that when we did meet again, she was going to kill me. I guess it doesn't. I swallowed hard and gestured at her with the gun. The knife, I ordered, my voice firm. Toss it to me, now. This might be a courtesy call, but there was no way I was letting an armed assassin follow me out of the room. I might not make it to the parking lot. Without argument, Stealth flipped the blade in her hand and arced it toward me over the bed. It hit the edge of the mattress right in front of me, hilt up, and I grabbed the blade without taking my eyes from her. You'll never escape us. The Viper's voice was quiet, matter of fact. Even if you kill me, someone else will take my place. Talon will never let you go, and sooner or later, we're going to catch up. You're living on borrowed time, Cobalt. Ice settled in my gut, but I sheathed the knife at my belt and gave her a half smile. You don't have to parrot the monologue at me, Stealth, I said. I was part of Talon just as long as you. You're not telling me anything I don't already know. Go then. The Viper eased a few steps aside, away from the door. Run, traitor. I won't be far behind. Keeping the pistol trained on her, I slid around the bed and edged toward the exit. Stealth didn't move, only watched me with flat, expressionless eyes as I pushed back the door and left the room. The second I stepped through the frame, I began to run.
Ember. Made it. The taxi pulled up to the curb, and I scrambled to the sidewalk and raised my head to bask in the artificial glow. I'd never been so relieved to see the bright neon lights of the Strip and the crowds wandering the streets in the middle of the night. Light meant visibility, and crowds meant lots of witnesses, and no matter how much they hated us, the Order of St. George was just as secretive and paranoid of discovery as Talon. They preferred to do their killing in dark alleys and abandoned buildings, where they could murder us in peace, without having to worry about silly things like questions or the law. They would not risk gunning us down in the middle of a busy street. At least, I hoped they wouldn't. Stay alert, Garret warned as the taxi cruised off after leaving us on the curb. Every bit of him was tense, gray eyes sweeping the crowds and sidewalks, constantly on edge. The Order could still be here. Faith whimpered and edged closer to him, clutching his shirt sleeve. Annoyance flared, sudden and unreasonable, but Garret didn't react to the girl's pawing. "Keep calm," he said without looking at her. "If you're scared, you'll be easy to notice. Try to act like nothing is wrong."
"Easy for him to say,"
Faith whispered to me. In the glow of the street lamps, she was pale and thin, with dark smudges beneath her eyes, and my irritation faded somewhat. Poor kid wasn't trying to be overly clingy. She really was terrified. "You'll be fine," I told her, as Garret motioned us toward the hotel. "We won't let anything happen to you. Just stay close to us." Cautiously, we ambled toward the entrance. Okay, so maybe ambled wasn't the right word. Faith was way too frightened to act normal, and her casual walk was more of a rigid march, eyes glued straight ahead. As we neared the doors, Garret casually reached down and took my hand, lacing our fingers together and making a knot form in my stomach. I stared up at him, and he offered a smile, squeezing my palm. I relaxed, even managing to smile at the bellboy who opened the door for us, like we were just 3 ordinary humans here for a good time. Faith, having relinquished her grip on Garret's shirt, glued herself to my other side and clung to my arm as we swept through the doors into the relative safety of the hotel. Once we were past the lobby, Faith relaxed a bit, uncoiling from my arm and staring at the casino floor in awe. Before, I'd been entranced by all the lights, bells, crowds, and movement. Now, I understood Garret's suspicion. There were so many people. Any one of them could be an enemy, a soldier of St. George, or a Talon agent in disguise. How many were watching us right now, gauging our movements, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? I'd never accuse Garret of being paranoid again. "Come on," Garret murmured, and gently tugged my hand, leading us across the floor toward the elevators. Faith trailed us doggedly, trying to look at everything, until we reached the elevator hall. Garret hit the button, then stepped aside, back to the wall, keeping his eye on the crowd behind us. I edged close, leaning against the wall and lowering my voice. "Did you see Riley anywhere?" I whispered. Now that we'd escaped the hotel and could finally breathe, my thoughts went to the 2 companions we'd left behind. I'd texted Riley once when we were in the taxi, but hadn't heard anything back. Of course, that could mean any number of things, and I was trying not to assume the worst. But the hollow feeling in my gut continued to grow with every minute that passed, with no word from the rogue. Garret shook his head, not taking his eyes from the crowds. "No, but I wouldn't expect him to be on the floor," he murmured back. "If he's here, he'll be upstairs with Wes." I nodded, trying to ignore the knot of dread uncoiling in my stomach. "He'll be all right," I told myself. "He probably got out long before we did, and hasn't contacted us because he's afraid we're busy running from the order. Or he's been too busy to check his phone. Of course, he should have texted one of us just to let us know we made it out. We should have heard something by now. Damn it, Riley, you'd better be all right. You can't have gotten yourself killed by St. George." The elevator dinged, and I pushed myself off the wall to move toward the doors. They slid back just as I reached them, and a man in a bright red suit stepped out, nearly running into me. I dodged back with a scowl, barely catching myself from snapping something rude. Much as I wanted to tell him to watch where he put his feet, now was not the time to draw attention to ourselves. But the human caught me looking at him, and his eyes widened, like he was seeing a ghost. Ducking his head, he sped past me and vanished into the crowds. Huh. That was weird. For a second, I hesitated, wondering if I shouldn't go after him. The way he'd looked at me, it was like he knew what I was. "Did you know that man?" Garret asked at my shoulder, making me jump. Of course, his suspicious hawk eyes had caught everything. I shook my head as we entered the elevator, Faith close at our backs. "No, I've never seen him before," I said, relieved as the doors closed and the elevator began to move. Had anyone else gotten on, I would have half expected them to pull a gun or a knife as soon as the doors shut. The soldier had made me completely paranoid. "Should we follow him?" I asked, as the numbers climbed steadily toward our floor. "Do you think he's with Talon or the Order?" "If he is, there's nothing we can do about it now," Garret answered, far too calmly. "We have to get to Wes, see if he's heard anything from Riley or Ava. Maybe they're already here." I clung to that small flicker of hope as the elevator doors finally opened and we stepped onto our floor. I made myself walk, not run, to Wes's door and rap on the wood. It swung back almost instantly, and Wes peered out with wild hazel eyes, making my heart sink.
"About bloody time you got here,"
he hissed, stepping back to let us in. His room was disheveled, torn apart, and empty, as I'd feared.
"Where the hell is Riley?"
"Not here," I answered, as the hollow feeling in my stomach opened into a dark, yawning pit, swallowing me whole. Garret locked the door and stood against it, gazing through the peephole, and Faith hovered anxiously, looking confused and lost. Wes shot me a glare full of venom.
"I bloody well see that."
"That's not what I asked," he snarled.
"Where is Riley? I've been trying to contact him for hours. Is he all right? Is he dead? Where is he?"
"I don't know."
"What do you mean you don't know?"
"We were separated." Garret eased back from the door, apparently satisfied that we weren't followed and that no one lurked in the halls. "The Order swarmed the building. We had to take different routes back to the hotel."
"Well, that's bloody fantastic,"
Wes snapped, throwing up his arms.
"So the Order is out there, hunting him down, and you two blighters went and left him to die."
At that, Faith burst into tears. Wes jumped and looked at her strangely, as if just realizing she was there. Covering her face with her hands, the girl turned into the corner and shook violently with sobs. "My fault," she gasped, her voice muffled. "This is my fault. Ava knew I was unhappy in Talon. She convinced me to run with her. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me." Her voice trailed off into more muted sobbing, and Wes ran a hand down his face. "Bollocks," he muttered, sounding both annoyed and sympathetic, which surprised me.
"I didn't even see her there. I suppose this is one of the hatchlings you went to rescue."
"Her name is Faith," I said, as Faith didn't look like she could introduce herself at that point. "There's another one out there, too, with Riley." "Ava," Faith supplied, her voice small and choked with tears. "Her name is Ava, and if she dies, it'll be my fault." Turning into the corner, she collapsed into helpless sobs again. Garret watched the crying girl for a moment, then looked at me, clearly lost. Sighing, I stepped forward, put an arm around her shoulders, and drew her away from the wall. She sniffled and turned into me, hiding her face, her whole body shaking against mine. "There was a man in the hotel," Garret went on, looking at Wes, while I rubbed Faith's back and waited for her to calm down. "We saw him at the bottom of the elevators. Dark, tall, wearing a red suit. He looks suspicious. Any reason we should be concerned?"
"Red suit?" Wes rubbed the bridge of his nose. "That's just Griffin, one of Riley's contacts. And yes, the blighter is shady as hell, but I don't think we have to worry about him. I'm more concerned about Riley at the moment."
He looked at Garret, narrowing his eyes.
"Did you say the Order was waiting for you?"
"They ambushed us at the hotel," Garret replied. "We had to split up."
"That's bloody suspicious,"
Wes muttered, crossing his arms.
"No one knew where you were going. The only ones with that information were me and—"
He trailed off, the color draining from his face.
"Bloody bastard," he whispered. "I'll kill him. If Riley doesn't, I'll shoot the blighter myself."
"Can you get a lock on Riley's phone?" Garret asked, before I could ask who Wes meant. Apparently that information was obvious to everyone but me. The human shook his head.
"What do you think I've been doing the past hour, mate?" he snapped. "No, I can't get a signal. It's either turned off or dead. which could mean all sorts of things, but I don't like the implications of any of them. Do you?"
Faith hiccuped, still shaking, possibly from the effort not to burst into tears again. I grimaced, feeling sick and tense and frayed myself. I wanted to know what had happened to Riley too, but the amount of stress and tension in the room wasn't helping Faith and was driving my own dragon crazy. If I didn't step away soon, I was going to snap. "I'm taking her to my room," I told the boys, pushing back the lock and pulling the door open. "You two stay here. Girl talk only." Garret watched anxiously from the room, then followed us into the corridor. "Garret, we'll be all right," I said as he frowned in protest. "Keep waiting for Riley. I'll be right across the hall if anything happens." He shook his head. "No, we're not separating any more tonight. Take care of Faith, or whatever you have to do. I'll be right outside the door. If St. George or Talon does show up, I'll see them coming." I nodded, too exhausted to argue. We crossed the hall and I slid the key card into the slot, then pushed the door open, letting Faith into the room before looking at Garret. He leaned beside the door frame with his back to the wall, his eyes scanning the corridor in both directions, before fixing on me. I gave him a tired smile. "Thanks," I whispered. "I won't be long." "I'll be here." My stomach fluttered. He was so close, gunmetal eyes intense, watching me with that protective stare. I wanted to lean up and kiss him, but Faith waited for me in the room, and now really wasn't the time. I reached out and squeezed his arm instead, before ducking through the frame. Faith stood in the center of the floor with her arms around herself and a dazed look on her face. "Sorry about Wes," I told her as the door clicked behind me. "He's a little uptight, if you couldn't tell. Wish I could say that he's not usually such a bastard, but, well, he is." The other hatchling didn't answer, or even look at me. Her face was streaked with tears, her eyes huge and glassy beneath the tangle of curls. She looked very young, barely a teenager, though I knew she had to be at least 16. Or maybe not. Maybe she hadn't even started assimilation, that period when hatchlings were placed with guardians in the mortal world, to learn to blend in with humans. It was after assimilation that Talon decided where you fit within the organization. Maybe Faith hadn't even gotten that far, and Talon was all she'd ever known. I hoped she hadn't gone into shock and shut down completely. I didn't know what I was going to do if she'd hit zombie mode. "Are you hungry?" I asked, figuring that was a good place to start. I knew I'd be hungry if I'd gone through what she had. Come to think of it, I was. Faith blinked at me, still looking dazed, and I tried again. "Hey, are you hungry? I don't know about you, but I'm starving. There's snacks below the television stand, or we could order room service." She shook her head. "I'm not hungry," she whispered. Well, at least she was talking. "But thank you." Not hungry? The idea was unthinkable. "Are you sure? Check this out." I opened the cupboard to display the wealth of snacks. No hatchling I'd ever heard of could resist chocolate. After a moment's hesitation, Faith edged forward and plucked a Snickers bar from the shelf, making me sigh in relief. Grabbing a bag of peanut M&Ms for myself, I hopped onto the bed and crossed my legs, motioning Faith to the other side of the mattress. She sat carefully, like she was afraid of wrinkling the covers. I leaned against the headboard and watched her, feeling a weird prickle of déjà vu. It was strange, having another dragon in my room, especially another female. It reminded me a bit of the sleepovers at Lexi's house in Crescent Beach, where the two of us would stay up all night, eating junk food and talking about various human things, usually surfing and boys. I'd missed that. And her. I missed a lot of things, actually. "So, how do you know Ava?" I asked, before those memories got too painful. Faith gave me a wary look, and I shrugged. "You can tell me. It's not like I'm going to report you for treason or anything. If you want to know why I left, it's because they had me slotted to be a viper." Faith's eyes widened. She knew what a viper was, apparently. Yeah, and I had a small problem with hunting down and killing my own kind, so I ran, left town with Riley, and I haven't looked back since. Just like that? Faith asked, as if she couldn't quite believe it. No hesitation? Nothing you regretted leaving behind? Well, yeah, of course there was. I had friends and family and... A lump caught in my throat, and I looked down at my fingers. Dante, I muttered. My brother. I miss him the most. When I left, he decided to stay with the organization. He doesn't know what they're really like. I squeezed the M&M's bag, clenching my jaw. I'll get him out soon, I whispered, more of a promise to myself than Faith. Stupid twin. I'll make him see, even if I have to tear down Talon's walls to reach him. You're braver than I am, Faith whispered, picking at the wrapper on her candy bar. If it wasn't for Ava, I'd still be there, even though I hated it. I shook myself from my sudden dark mood. How do you get out? She hesitated a moment longer, then sighed, as if she was tired of holding back. I knew Ava from way back, Faith said, nibbling at the bar. We were in a clutch that grew up together, until they separated us for human training. I didn't see her face to face afterward, but somehow we always kept in touch, even though it was frowned upon. Talon didn't want us to have any previous attachments once we entered human training. My insides curled, remembering the long years of schooling out in the desert, and how it was just barely tolerable only because I had Dante. Growing up, he was my best friend. We had each other's backs, and no matter how miserable things got, Dante was always there. I couldn't imagine going through that by myself. How lonely it had to be. Maybe that's why I didn't fit into the organization. Maybe I'd formed too many attachments when my only loyalty was supposed to be to Talon. Ava had been planning to run for months, Faith went on, unaware of my musings. She'd heard rumors about Cobalt, that there was a dragon who would help those wanting to leave the organization. Her first real assignment was coming up, and she told me she was planning to go rogue then. I was too scared to tell her I wanted to leave too. Was that before you found out what Talon had planned for you? Yes, Faith nodded. And when Ava found out, she offered to take me with her, even though that would make her escape even more dangerous. I almost backed out, but she convinced me to run, that it was better to be hunted and free than a slave the rest of my life. She sniffed, curling into herself on the bed. She was the brave one, the one who was trained for anything. I was only going to slow her down, and now she's out there, being hunted by St. George and Talon, maybe dead, and it's all my fault. Hey, I crumpled the empty M&M's bag, making her startle and look at me. Beating yourself up isn't going to help her, I said firmly. She made the choice to go rogue. She had to know the dangers. Besides, I shrugged, feigning a confidence I didn't feel. She's with Riley, and he's been doing this for a long time. If anyone can get away from St. George, it'll be him. Don't give up on them just yet. She cocked her head. You think so? Yeah, so try not to worry. We don't know anything yet. I felt like a hypocrite, telling her not to worry when there was a yawning hole in the pit of my stomach, threatening to devour me. I slid from the bed, managing a smile as I headed toward the bathroom. Be right back, I told Faith as she looked up. Feel free to grab more food, or use the bed, or whatever. I don't know what we'll end up doing after this. You should rest while you have the chance. She nodded but didn't say anything, fiddling with the wrapper of her candy bar, and I slipped into the bathroom. Alone, I sat on the edge of the tub and dropped my head into my hands, breathing deep to keep the fear from swallowing me whole. Riley was out there, with Talon and St. George. What if he wasn't all right? What if he was dead? I didn't know what I'd do if the cocky, infuriating rogue was really gone. but my dragon was torn between curling into a ball and keening her loss and ripping someone's head off. Pushing myself upright, I splashed cold water on my face and ran wet fingers through my hair, making it stand on end. I was hot, sticky, and I desperately wanted a shower, but there was no time. And besides, if Garret or Wes burst into the room, I didn't want either of them to catch me naked. I did, however, find my viper suit, where I'd tossed it on the floor. I pulled it on, then yanked my regular clothes over it. The outfit sucked greedily at my skin, like it was eager to have me back, making me squirm. But if we were going to head back out for Riley and face St. George, at least this time I'd be prepared. Faith had fallen asleep on the bed when I emerged from the bathroom, her breathing deep and steady. I smiled, tiptoed around the bed, and shut off the lamp, plunging the room into shadow. The girl didn't even stir, soft snores coming from her open mouth. I watched her sadly for a moment, wondering if she would be all right. If anyone needed to get out of Talon, it was her. But I hoped she could handle being a rogue. It wasn't the easiest life, that was for certain. Come to think of it, I wasn't doing such a stellar job myself. I drew back, slipped quietly across the room, and cracked open the door. Garret stood there, leaning with his back against the wall and his arms crossed, vigilantly scanning the hallway. When the door squeaked open, he immediately pushed himself off the frame and turned to me, eyes questioning. "Any word from Riley?" I whispered. He shook his head. "Wes still hasn't been able to get a lock on his phone. How is Faith?" "Sleeping," I replied and took a step back. "Come on in. Just be quiet. I don't want to leave her, and who knows when she'll get another chance to rest." He eased through the frame, glancing warily around the room to make sure we were still alone, that no one had climbed in the windows or from under the bed when my back was turned. When he was sure the shadows were empty, he relaxed and followed me to the sitting area, where the huge curtained window showed off the glittering Vegas cityscape. I peered through the crack at the glowing carpet of lights, and my insides churned with worry. Riley was somewhere down in that mess, dodging St. George, fighting his way back to us. "Still alive," my dragon insisted. He had to be. I wouldn't let myself think that he wasn't. "Where are you, Riley?" I whispered to the haze of neon lights. "Don't you dare die on me." A lump caught in my throat, and I clenched my fists. "Damn it, I hate this," I growled, feeling my dragon raging inside. "I feel so helpless. I wish I knew what to do." Garret watched me, silent and grave, and I slumped against the window. Las Vegas stretched out below me, dazzling and bright, but I couldn't see the luminance anymore. Now all I could see was a war zone. "People are dying, Garret," I whispered. "Riley's out there, Ava is out there, and I'm just..." Scared, lost, completely unprepared for what being a rogue actually means. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass, staring at the streets until they blurred and ran together. "I don't know what I'm doing," I admitted. "I thought I did, but I was wrong. I have no idea what to do now. I don't want to lose anyone else, especially him." Garret moved close, and then two strong arms enfolded me from behind, drawing me close. My pulse skipped, and my heartbeat sped up, echoing his own. I felt his quiet presence at my back as he leaned in, lips close to my ear. "Riley's a pro at survival," Garret said in his soft, low voice, making my insides flutter. No reassurances, no empty promises, just simple facts. "He's been doing this a long time, longer than either of us. I know St. George. I know how they work." He paused then, his voice becoming just a little lighter. "I'm not too proud to say that he's smarter than most everyone in the Order. If anyone can get through this, He can. I turned and slid my arms around his waist, hugging him to me. My fingers brushed the smooth metal of the gun beneath his shirt, and I wasn't afraid. He was a soldier, a former dragon slayer, but I felt safe with him. I trusted him completely. It wasn't the fierce, fiery longing my dragon had for Cobalt. It was simple. Easy. When I was with Garret, it was like we just clicked. Riley's voice echoed in my head, angry and accusing. Humans and dragons aren't supposed to be together. Their lives are a heartbeat compared to ours. What kind of future do you think you could ever have? I tried to shove it down, even as part of me agreed. I was a dragon. What was I doing with this human? My instincts raged at me, edgy and restless. I shouldn't be here. I should be with Riley right now. Why did I keep resisting? Cobalt and I were the same, split down the middle, not only in species, but in everything that mattered. His dragon called to mine, and I knew he felt the same about me. If Garret wasn't here, it wouldn't even be a question. But Garret is here, I thought rebelliously. He chose to be here. We gave him the chance to leave, and he chose to stay. For how long? The dragon whispered back. How long did I think a former soldier of St. George would remain in the company of his enemies? How long before he realized we had no future, that a dragon and a human were two vastly different creatures and had no business being together? Garret? I asked, making him shift to look down at me. In the face of those solemn gray eyes, my throat went dry, and I swallowed to clear it. Is this... Are we... I exhaled and pressed my face to his shirt in embarrassment. Garret waited patiently for me to go on, his arms still looped around my waist. I ducked my head, closing my eyes so I wouldn't have to look at him. Us, I whispered. What we're doing. Is this wrong? Garret went very still. I counted his heartbeats, listened to the rise and fall of his breath. I don't know, he finally said, his voice just a whisper between us. I gave a bitter chuckle, stifling my disappointment. That's not exactly the rousing assurance I was hoping for. I know, he murmured, sounding resigned, though he still didn't let me go. But I'm probably the last person you should ask. He rested his chin gently atop my head, his voice thoughtful. All my life, I was taught that dragons were evil, that they had no souls or emotions or real feelings, that they were just imitating humans in order to blend in. His hand traced my back, making my skin prickle. And then I met you, and discovered that everything I had learned, everything I thought I knew, my entire way of life, was wrong. The pain in his voice, the underlying bitterness, clawed at me. I'm sorry, I told him. I never wanted you to regret this. I don't. Garret pulled back to look at me, his metallic gaze intense. Maybe I would have been happier if I'd never come to Crescent Beach, he went on, making my stomach knot painfully. If I was still with St. George, I'd still be killing dragons, because that's what they expected of me, and I wouldn't know any better. Maybe ignorance is bliss, but that doesn't make it right. His face tightened, eyes going dark. I think back to who I was, what I did, before we met, and it sickens me. I'd rather die right now than return to the Order. I'd rather be hunted like the very ones I used to kill than revert to the ignorant soldier I was. That life is done. I want no part of it anymore. All because I met a dragon on a beach, and she refused to be what I expected. One hand rose, pressing against the side of my face, stroking with his thumb. Ember, meeting you is the most important thing that's ever happened to me, he said in a quiet voice. I wouldn't change it for anything. Really? I smiled, feeling my chest squeeze tight. His words made my heart soar, but the intensity of his gaze was too much. Even after everything, being shot at and chased and followed around the casino by a security guard for underage gambling? I asked, trying to ease the tension. Even then, Garret replied, his eyes shining silver in the darkness. I think I'm in love with you, Ember.
Garret. Did I really just say that? Time had frozen around us, the echo of my confession hanging in the air, impossible to retract. Ember blinked at me, looking as stunned and almost as panicked as I felt. What had come over me? Was I losing my mind? I had absolutely no experience to draw on. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before. Tristan would have laughed at my idiocy. I had been a soldier of the Order. Our love affairs involved weapons, machine guns, pistols, sniper rifles, instruments of death, not people. The Order itself cautioned about divided loyalties, saying our hearts should belong to St. George and the mission before all else. Marriage was infrequent among soldiers. Most of us died young, and dedication to the cause had to take precedent over anything else, even family. The bond we shared with our brothers, our comrades in arms, was stronger and far purer than the weak desires of the flesh. I'd known that, believed it wholeheartedly once. I was what they made me, a weapon, the perfect soldier. What did I know about love? For a second I balked, my heart going cold in my chest. Why had I said anything? I knew she wasn't human. Though she looked and acted and sounded like a normal girl, Ember was, at her core, a dragon, a creature that, according to the Order, could only imitate emotion. I no longer even remotely believed that, but I barely understood human emotion. I knew nothing about the hearts of dragons. The soldier pressed forward, blank and emotionless, ready to numb all feeling, to shield me from pain and humiliation and fear. This had been a mistake. I'd left myself open, vulnerable, but there was still time to withdraw, to retreat behind a wall of indifference and... No. I hardened myself, steeling my emotions in a different way. No illusions this time, no doubts. I knew exactly what was happening, that the girl in my arms wasn't human. The Order would call me profane, a blasphemer, a demon lover. I was selling myself to evil. I was joining the devil's own and damning my soul to hell. Ember might not return my feelings, not in the human sense. I didn't know if dragons were even capable of love. All of this went through my head in a heartbeat, and between one pulse and the next I decided once and for all that I didn't care. Ember was a dragon. She was also beautiful, fearless, kind, and ironically more human than the very people who wanted her whole race extinct. I didn't know if most dragons were as the Order said they were, ruthless, conniving, power-hungry. But I did know not all dragons were like that. Ember was different. Riley was different. I'd seen it firsthand. And the hatchlings I'd met, Ava and Faith, they weren't the savage monsters St. George claimed them to be either. The Order had lied. Talon had lied. I didn't know what to think anymore, or who to believe. I was aware of only one thing. I was done fighting this. I no longer cared what anyone thought. I was in love with a dragon. Let the Order condemn me, I mused. Perhaps my first truly rebellious thought in a lifetime. Let them call me a traitor and hunt me down. For 13 years I had followed commands, lived by the rigid code of St. George, become their perfect soldier, only to discover the Order I'd dedicated my life to was wrong. Everything I'd thought I knew was a lie. The only real thing was the girl in my arms. Garret, Ember whispered, her eyes huge in her face as she stared at me. I felt the acceleration of her heartbeat, thudding rapidly against mine, felt a tremor go through her, and held my breath. And I waited, everything frozen inside, to see if the dragon I loved would leave me unscathed or shred my heart to ribbons in front of me. I don't... The phone rang loudly in the darkness.
Ember. I jumped, leaping away from Garret, as a tinny melody shattered the quiet, coming from the bed. He let me go, turning toward the sound as well, his expression shutting into that remote blankness. My heart raced, thrilled, relieved, absolutely terrified. I didn't know what to feel. I didn't know what I wanted. I only knew that the tangle of confusion, worry, and dragony rage inside was threatening to pull me apart. Later, I decided, between one muffled ring and the next, I would sort through everything later I couldn't think about what Garret had said right now. First, we had to find our missing dragons. Faith stirred. Rising groggily from the mattress, she fumbled in her pocket and brought the phone to her ear with a mumbled, "Hello?" Instantly, she bolted upright, eyes going wide. Gazing across the room, she spotted me and swung her legs off the bed, holding out the phone. "It's Ava!" I lunged and snatched the device from her hand. "Ava, are you all right?" I asked, putting it to my ear. "Is Riley with you?" "Ember?" The voice on the end was a gasp, and cold fingers clutched my insides. "We couldn't make it back," Ava panted, sounding frantic and breathless. "St. George followed us from the building and have spread out. They're not letting us leave the area." She took 2 deep, ragged breaths, her next words laced with fear. "You have to come quick. Riley's been hurt." The blood froze in my veins. "Where are you?" "Some old rail yard a few blocks from the hotel. Please hurry. We don't—" She trailed off, and in the distance I thought I heard the sounds of gunshots. "Ava?" "They're coming," the other dragon whispered. The line went dead. "Ava? Damn it!" I yanked the phone from my ear and stood there, trying to calm the fiery urge to shift and crash through the window after them. What did I do now? Riley was out there, wounded, maybe dying, and St. George was closing in. Panic raged inside, the dragon flaring up and down my veins, screaming at me to do something. "What happened?" Faith asked, her eyes bright with terror. "Are they all right?" "Riley's been hurt," I said, clenching the phone so that the edges bit into my palm. My skin felt tight, the air in my lungs simmering with heat. "They've been trapped and can't get back to the hotel. We have to help them." "Where are they?" Garret's cool, steady voice broke through the rising panic. My dragon snarled at him, impatient and wanting action, not this sitting around to chat. "Stop it," I told her. "We can't just charge through the window and wing off to find Riley. We need a plan." I took a deep breath to calm us both and forced myself to think. "Ava said something about a rail yard a few blocks from the abandoned hotel," I told the soldier, "but she didn't give me any street signs or numbers, and I didn't see any railroads when we were running from the building. Did you?" Frustration reared up again, and I rubbed a hand across my face. "They could be anywhere, and we don't have time to guess. St. George is almost there." "We won't have to guess. Come on." And Garret strode purposefully from the room, leaving me and Faith to scramble after him. We crossed the nearly empty hall, not pausing to look for would-be enemies, and Garret banged twice on Wes's door. It swung back, and the gangly human glared out at us, looking exhausted. Dark circles crouched under his eyes, and his hair stuck out in every direction. "What are you—" "Ava contacted us," Garret interrupted, making the human's brows shoot up. "St. George has them cornered in a rail yard a few blocks from the building we left. Can you pull up a map of the city?" "Shite," Wes muttered, and ducked back into the room, hurrying to his laptop. We followed, crowding around the chair as his fingers flew across the keyboard and his shoulders hunched in concentration. "All right," Wes muttered, his nose very close to the computer screen, making it hard to see around him. "A rail yard, you said? That shouldn't be terribly hard to find." He typed a few more things, and the screen flipped to a large map of Las Vegas. "Okay," Wes mumbled, zooming in until street names appeared on screen. "This is where we are now, and here," he scrolled over the map, "is the site of that abandoned hotel.
So now we're looking for a railroad. Wait, that must be it.
The mouse arrow circled a confusing jumble of lines and squares on the map.
About 5 blocks east from the hotel site, he said, right at the edge of town. Bollocks, Riley. What were you thinking? You don't run away from the lights and crowds if the order is chasing you. Certainly not to an isolated warehouse in the middle of nowhere.
Sitting back, he eyed us over the chair back.
If they're down there, that place will be crawling with dragon slayers. You'll be walking into a death trap.
We don't have a choice, I said. Riley's in there, and he's hurt. Besides, I went on, glaring at him, I thought this was what you wanted. It's my fault he's in trouble. Isn't that what you implied?
That doesn't bloody mean I want you to rush into a trap and get your stupid head blown off,
Wes snarled back. His eyes flashed, staring me down, before he sighed and scrubbed a hand through his hair.
What do you think Riley will do if you get yourself killed? He went on in a softer voice. He nearly lost his mind the last time you were hurt. If anything happens to you now, he'll never be the same. Riley is the beating heart of this underground, but if you die, the Resistance might very well die with you, because he might not have the will to care anymore.
I blinked in shock. Wes sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose, his face taut with pain.
I just want you to think, hatchling, he sighed, to come up with some sort of plan. Otherwise, you'll all be killed.
Don't worry about that, Garret broke in, and Wes turned to eye him wearily. I know St. George, he added. I know their tactics, and what they'll be doing. We're not going in blind. I'll get them out. I'm coming too, Faith said. Surprised, I looked at her. She stood a little ways behind us, pale and terrified, but resolved. Ava saved me, she insisted. I wouldn't have gotten out of Talon if it wasn't for her. I want to help, however I can. Garret shook his head. You're not trained for this, he stated. I can't effectively search for the others if I'm worried about protecting you, Faith. It's better if you stay here. Please, Faith whispered, and turned to me. Don't leave me here, she pleaded. I can't stay behind, doing nothing, not knowing if you'll come back. I swear I won't get in your way or slow you down. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Her eyes went glassy, even as she took a deep breath, composing herself. Ava is like a sister to me, she said, making my stomach knot. I won't abandon her. I might not be trained for this, but 2 dragons stand a better chance against St. George than 1. Please, I have to come. I looked helplessly at Garret, who nodded. All right, he agreed, sounding reluctant. Just stay close, and try to hide if things get dangerous. He turned to Wes, his voice cool. They'll need weapons, he said. Both of them. If St. George is down there, we can't take any chances. Wes nodded, rising from the chair. I suppose there's really no other way to do this, he said, pulling a duffel bag from the corner and setting it on the bed. Unzipping it, he stepped back as Garret rummaged inside and pulled out a handgun. Turning, he offered it to me. I took it without hesitation this time, checking the chamber for rounds before shoving it into the waistband of my jeans and pulling my shirt over it, as I'd seen Garret do. No being squeamish now. I was a soldier, and this was a war. If we were going to save Riley and Ava, I had to accept that. Faith paled when Garret held a pistol out to her, but she took it without hesitation. Wes watched the soldier with hooded eyes, his expression torn between dislike and cautious hope. Get Riley out, he told him, as Garret checked his own gun for rounds, then snapped the cartridge back into place. Nothing else matters. You're not just saving him. You're saving everyone in his underground. I can't do what Riley does. If he dies, all the dragons and humans he rescued from Talon are as good as dead. We'll bring him back, I told Wes, feeling a fiery determination spread through me. There was no way I was going to let him die. He was my other half. Without him, I felt incomplete. I wasn't sure if this was my dragon talking or me, but I couldn't imagine a world without Riley. I looked to Garret, meeting those solemn gray eyes, and took a deep breath. "Ready?" He nodded once. Together, we walked through the casino, out the doors, and into the hot Vegas streets. Back into the war zone.
Garret. This place was a tactical nightmare. The rail yard was separated from the rest of the city by a rusty chain-link fence and a strip of industrial desert that marked the end of civilization. Tracks stretched across the open, dusty ground, and aisles of freight containers created a labyrinth of cover and tight quarters. If I were to stage an ambush, this would be the perfect spot. "Stay alert," I told Ember as we crouched behind a metal container on the edge of the yard. The place looked deserted, but that meant nothing. St. George knew how to stay hidden. "Watch the aisles. They'll be the most dangerous. If you see anyone, don't try to take them out. The Order never does single patrols. If there's one, there'll be more nearby. Just get out of sight." She nodded, eyes determined. "I'll follow your lead," she whispered, raising the gun. "Tell me when to go." Behind her, Faith trembled and pressed close, her gaze darting around the yard like a trapped deer. I felt a stab of apprehension. Ember could take care of herself, or at least she had faced St. George before, and she wasn't afraid to fight. Faith, despite her insistence on coming along, was not prepared for this. If we ran into the Order and had to fight our way free, I hoped I could protect us all. I motioned us forward, and together we darted across the open yard, staying low and keeping to the shadows, until we reached the first train sitting idle on the tracks. Hugging the walls, I edged toward the front, peeking between cars for any hints of movement on the other side. Ember stayed close. I could feel her heat at my back, her steady breathing whenever we paused. For a moment, I had a distracting sense of surrealism. Again, here I was, a former soldier of St. George on the other side of the war with 2 dragons at my back, trying to rescue one of their own from the Order. It was a fleeting thought. I couldn't let myself be distracted now. I had to stay focused on the mission and our surroundings, the tactics that would keep us alive. But it crept in all the same, dark and taunting. Would this ever feel normal? And who was I? I didn't even recognize myself anymore. "Where are they?" Ember whispered as we crept into an open boxcar after making certain it was empty. "This place feels completely deserted. Where could they be hiding?" "I don't know," I murmured, peering out the other side of the car. The space between the narrow aisles was dark and still. Too still. No bullet holes, no footprints, no signs of a fight or struggle. I hadn't seen any telltale spatters on the ground either, which made me both relieved and nervous. The Order was trained to strike hard and fast and to vanish without a trace when the job was done. But they would at least leave some signs of passing. There was nothing here. Ember was right. This place felt completely deserted. "What about that building?" Faith said, pointing to a large rectangular structure beyond the maze of tracks and containers. From this angle it looked like the freight warehouse. "Do you think they could have gone in there? To hide at least?" I shook my head. That would be one of the first places the Order would search. If they are in there, they're either trapped or... I didn't voice what I was thinking, but Ember went rigid at my back, drawing in a short breath. She knew what I was going to say. "We have to check it out," Ember said, her voice tight with anger and fear. Not fear for herself. I recognized that steely look on her face and knew nothing would frighten her away now. It was for Ava and Riley and what would happen if we didn't find them. Or worse, if we did. I remembered the aftermath of a successful raid. The smoldering ruins, the charred, blackened husks that were once people, the lifeless dragons lying in pools of blood. My stomach turned. I didn't want Ember to see that, to really see what St. George did to her kind, what I used to do. "Let's go," Ember told me, rising swiftly. "If St. George is here, we have to help them. They could still be alive. And if they're not, if the Order killed him..." Her eyes flashed, and I caught a split-second glimpse of an angry red dragon below her skin. Her lip curled, and the air around her shimmered with heat. If St. George wants to fight a dragon, I'll give them one. Ember, wait! I caught her arm, felt the faint outline of scales rising to the surface before they vanished. She turned on me, and I met the furious glare of the dragon. Stay calm, I murmured. Don't go charging off by yourself, not with St. George. This is not a good place to fight the Order. I nodded toward the warehouse. There'll be a lot of narrow aisles and tight quarters, places where it's easy to become cornered or trapped or lost, and St. George is trained to take full advantage of that confusion. If we're separated, they'll pick us off one by one. We can't help Riley if we become hunted ourselves. She stubbornly set her jaw, and I raised my other hand, pressing it to her cheek. Do you trust me? I asked. Yes, she whispered. No hesitation, not even a heartbeat of silence. It made my heart turn over, that blind faith in a former dragon slayer. But I shoved it down. We had to stay focused. I promise, I began, even as a part of me cringed inside. I never made promises to anyone. It was impossible to know if you could keep them. But the way Ember was looking at me, I wanted to give her some kind of assurance. We'll get Riley out, I continued. And Ava. I'll do everything I can to keep them safe, but I also know what can happen if we're not careful. The Order has us at a disadvantage. This is their ideal location for a strike, and if they surprise us, we don't stand a chance. You seem to have forgotten that I've done this before. I know. I almost smiled at her indignant look, as if I could forget what she really was, what she had done. But this is still the Order, and they'll still do their best to kill us. I can't help Riley and be worried about you and Faith at the same time. Ember was stiff for a moment, then nodded. All right, she said quietly. I trust you, Garret. What do you need me to do? Just follow my lead, I replied. We stay together at all times, and don't shift unless it's a matter of life and death. Faith? I glanced over my shoulder at the other girl. Are you all right? Can you do this? I'm good, Faith whispered, though a tremor went through her voice at the end. She took a deep breath and straightened grimly. I'm okay. Lead on, we're right behind you. We crept silently across the deserted train yard, weaving between cars and hugging the shadows, always on guard for the Order. I kept my eyes trained for movement, footprints in the dust, spent bullet casings or drops of blood. Nothing. Are you sure Ava said they were here? I asked, glancing at Ember as we crouched behind a row of shipping containers a few yards from the warehouse. She nodded vigorously. I'm sure. Old rail yard a few blocks from the abandoned hotel. Ember scanned the open space between the tracks and the warehouse, frowning. She said Riley was hurt, and they had to hide because the Order was coming. Unease gnawed at me. It didn't make sense. If I wasn't sure that this was the only rail yard this side of the city, I would think we were in the wrong place. Still, we couldn't go back, not until we were certain. If Ava and Riley were here, we had to find them. There was no movement or sound as we approached the warehouse and sidled along the outer wall, looking for a way in. Several window panes were out, the glass shattered and broken, but they were filthy and covered in grime and cobwebs. Nothing had gone through them in a while. Beyond the filmy glass, the interior of the warehouse was dark, with aisles of freight stacked nearly to the ceiling. Again, my soldier's instincts recoiled. Another maze of narrow halls and tight quarters. I was liking this situation less and less. Large metal doors, where freight was presumably taken and dropped off, were closed and locked tight, and nothing short of a blowtorch or a pack of C4 was going to force them open. My hope that Ava and Riley were here was fading fast, when Faith gave a sudden gasp and surged forward. Ava! She cried, making me jerk up. Wait! Before I could stop her, she sprinted forward toward an open door I hadn't noticed and vanished through the frame. Damn it, Ember growled, and started forward as well. Come on, Garret, before she gets herself killed. I gave a silent curse and hurried after her, ducking through the opening into the enormous shipping room. The shadows of the warehouse closed around us, smelling of dust, wood, and iron, and the maze of crates and shipping containers loomed overhead. Faith was nowhere to be seen. Grimly, I raised my weapon and motioned Ember behind me. Hugging the walls, we edged around the stacks of crates, searching for the girl while staying on high alert. Light footsteps pattered across the floor, fading into the darkness, but it was impossible to tell which direction they were coming from. "Damn it, where did she go?" Ember muttered. A scream cut through the darkness, turning my blood cold. It was followed by a crash and the sound of a scuffle somewhere in the maze. Ember snarled something in Draconic and rushed past me, her eyes flaring green in the darkness. Gripping my weapon, I followed. The aisles of freight abruptly ended in a large open area, cement floor bare but for a few stacked pallets and a forklift. "Faith!" Ember hissed, creeping forward with the gun raised. "Where are—" A figure melted out of the shadows, dragging something into the light, and my stomach dropped. Faith met my gaze, her eyes huge with fear, as a man in a black suit yanked her forward, one arm around her neck, the other pressing a gun to her temple. The lights came on, driving away the shadows, and a half-dozen armed men stepped into view, muzzles of their M16s pointed right at us.
Riley. Comfortable, Cobalt? Ava lowered the phone and turned, smiling at me across the table. Without waiting for an answer, she reached over and flipped on the spotlight, beaming it right in my face. I squinted, but refused to turn my head. Anything you want to say before we get started? I'm good, thanks. I tried to shrug, which was harder than it looked, being tied to a chair with my arms behind the metal back. The plastic cuffs dug into my wrists as I turned, pretending to look around the room. Though the service in this place sucks, I ordered a glass of screw you, Talon bitch, an hour ago. Ava smiled. Vulgar bravado will not save you, I'm afraid. The girl walked around the table, regarding me like she might a particularly tricky math problem. Plucking a needle and syringe from the table, she held it up and turned back to me. I assume you already know what I stuck you with. I'm guessing dractylpromazine, I replied. Developed in Talon labs using a mix of science and old magic, Dractyl was a powerful tranquilizer that essentially put the dragon side of us to sleep, preventing shifting and locking us into a human form for a short time. One of Talon's more terrifying weapons against their own kind, it was a jealously guarded secret, given to agents only in rare, special circumstances. I'd attempted to shift earlier, as soon as I'd woken up and realized where I was, but the dragon had barely stirred, sluggish and groggy, as if coming out of a long hibernation. That was when I'd known this wasn't an ordinary kidnapping, that whoever had captured me knew exactly what I was and how to counter my most potent weapon, which meant only one thing. Talon had finally caught up. I was in trouble. Yes, Ava agreed, putting the syringe back on the table. So you know escape is impossible. That dose is good for at least 3 hours, and I have several more where that came from. None of your friends know where you are, and I disabled your phone so that your human hacker friend won't be able to track it. No one is coming for you. She stepped in front of the table and faced me head on. This doesn't have to be hard, Cobalt. You know I'm going to get what I want sooner or later. How quick and how painful this is going to be depends on you. I smirked. Is that your best opening? Take away all hope. Make the victim think he has no options left, that you're always one step ahead of him. If he has nothing left to cling to, nothing will matter to him, and he'll be much more pliable to suggestion. She blinked, and my smirk grew wider. Psychological Warfare 101, hatchling. I've forgotten more about Talon mind games than you'll ever know. If you think you're going to out-psych me, give it your best shot. I can do this all night. Insightful, Ava said, sounding reluctantly impressed. You do remember your basilisk training after all. When we first met, I thought you were just a thug who kept getting lucky. I'd forgotten you were one of Talon's best. I was, I agreed, though I must not rate too high on Talon's threat meter if they're sending hatchlings to do a viper's job. So what's your real name? If we're going to go through the dance tonight, you can give me that much at least. The girl regarded me for a moment, then shrugged. I suppose it doesn't matter now, she mused. My real name is Mist. Mist, huh? You're awfully young to be doing this with no backup. I curled my lips into a sneer. Is this your exam, hatchling? Or are all the real agents off murdering defenseless kids in their sleep? She offered another faint smile. Trying to anger me into letting information slip is not going to work either, Cobalt. Besides, you know the answer to that as well as I do. I did know, which made the organization's interest in me all the more insidious. Talon couldn't send one of their real agents after me because I knew them all. If someone like Lilith or Viper had showed up in town, I'd be gone the instant I got word of it. Unless I was trying to convince a stubborn red-haired hatchling to leave with me, that is. It didn't even have to be a Viper. Any dragon from my old life, be they Viper, Basilisk, Chameleon, or Gila, I was instantly wary of. Talon knew I'd never trust one of their agents. They had to send a hatchling, someone I'd never seen before and would want to help, to lower my guard. I should have seen this coming. I knew Talon was getting irritated with my hijinks. Losing even 1 or 2 hatchlings a year was a big thing when your numbers were small. I thought I could handle whatever big nasty Viper they sent to take me out. But Talon was also devious as hell, a master of manipulation, of finding your weaknesses and using them against you. They'd baited me with the one thing I couldn't ignore. A couple hatchlings in trouble, and I'd fallen for it like a moron. I'd been overconfident and was paying for it now. Fortunately, I had a couple tricks up my sleeve as well. Pretty clever, I admitted, looking at Ava, or Mist now, I supposed. The soldiers of St. George were a nice touch. That ambush felt completely real. Mist didn't answer, and I sighed. We can play these games all night, I said, subtly reaching my fingers into one of my jacket sleeves, feeling around the cuff. But I'm tired and sore and kind of cranky, so can we get on with it? What do you want from me? Or rather, what does Talon want from me? Mist raised her brows, and I rolled my eyes. Don't act so surprised. If the organization just wanted me dead, I wouldn't be here now. They wouldn't go through all this trouble to set me up. What does Talon want? Mist pushed off the table, serious now, her eyes hard and cold. The location of your safe houses, she said, making my stomach lurch. All of them. Where they are, how many dragons live there, and the number of humans you have working for you. Give us the information, and we promise that most of the hatchlings will survive. I barked a laugh. Really? I sneered. That's all Talon wants? Me to betray every dragon and human I spent years protecting from the organization? That's not completely insane at all. Think of what you're doing to them, Cobalt. Her voice changed, becoming low and soothing. Think of what their existence means for us all. All Talon wants is for their hatchlings to return to the organization where they belong, where we can protect them. You can't really believe they're better off with you, constantly in hiding, always on the run, living in fear that the order will come for them in the middle of the night. What kind of life is that? A free one, I returned, curling my lip in disgust. One that isn't dictated by the organization's demands or what Talon wants them to be. One where they can actually breathe without Talon looming over their heads, ready to pounce if they set one claw out of line. Where they can actually have thoughts of their own and choose their own future, instead of being forced into the role that would benefit the organization. I gave her a grim smile. I'm sure you didn't have a choice tonight. If Talon gives the order to betray, capture, and interrogate your own kind, you don't get to question why. Mist cocked her head, looking truly baffled, as if she couldn't imagine how this was a bad thing. I sighed. Not all of us want our lives run by Talon, I finished, knowing I was wasting my time. Mist was too deep in the organization, fully indoctrinated to Talon's way of thinking. She wouldn't understand. Some of us would rather be free, to at least be afforded that choice. Free? Mist gave me an incredulous look. At what cost? Our extinction? Is this so-called freedom so important that you would risk the existence of our entire race? How many of you lost to St. George? How many hatchlings have died because you took them from the organization and threw them into the world with no experience, no knowledge of what they were doing? Without Talon and its resources, they're exposed not only to the Order, but to all of humanity. Even you realize that we cannot let the humans know about us. Your rebellion is endangering us all. Something had to be done. Why now? I asked. I've been doing this for years, and Talon didn't seem to care much, other than a couple half-hearted Viper assassination attempts. Why are they so interested in me now? I'm afraid you don't get to know that. Well, we're at an impasse then, I said, leaning back in my seat as best I could. Because I'm not giving up my nest to Talon no matter what you say, especially since I know you're going to kill me right after. Doesn't give me a lot of incentive to cooperate. Mist shook her head. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, she said, turning to the table behind her. I was hoping you would see reason and realize this is for the survival of us all. Leaning forward, she dragged a rolling cart out from under the table. It had been draped with a towel, and a shiver went through me as she pulled it into the light. Mist walked around the cart and faced me over the toweled surface. This is your last chance, she said, fingering the corner of the cloth. No one is coming for you. No one will hear you. I will get what I want, make no mistake about it. How long it will take depends on you. She reached beneath the towel, drew forth another syringe, and set it next to the Dractyl on the table, where it glimmered wickedly. My blood chilled at the sight of it. This can be quick and painless, Mist went on. Or we can drag it out, all night if we must. It's up to you. What is your answer, Cobalt? I took a deep, steadying breath, feeling my heart pound through my veins. I don't think you have the stomach for this, I said, looking her right in the eye. What's more, I don't think you want to do this. It takes a certain mindset for this kind of work, and you're not like that. Not the girl I've seen tonight, anyway. Her brow furrowed just slightly, and I pressed forward. You can walk away, Mist, I said earnestly. This doesn't have to be your life. Talon doesn't have to control it. Come with us and I can show you how to be free. For just a moment, she hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. I leaned forward, ignoring the cuffs digging into my skin. You know you don't want to do this, I cajoled, my voice gentle, and she scowled. Mist, listen to me. You don't belong with them. You're resourceful, quick-thinking, and one of the most intelligent dragons I've ever seen, hatchling or otherwise. Your talents are being wasted. Think of what we could do for our kind if Talon wasn't in the picture. Cut me loose, and we can leave together. You're wrong, Mist answered, and a steely note had entered her voice. Straightening, she narrowed her eyes to icy blue slits and pushed the cart back. I am what Talon requires, she said, all hesitation gone. The organization entrusted me with this task, and I will not fail them. I need that information, but if you refuse to cooperate, then you leave me no choice. She grabbed the second needle from where it lay on the table, turned, and plunged it into my neck. I jerked, clenching my jaw as my fingers fumbled further with the cuff of my sleeve, and the thing I was trying to get at slid away. Mist injected the syringe's contents into my veins and stepped back, replacing the needle on the table. What was that? I growled. Sodium thiopental, Mist said, wiping her hands on the towel. Only, this is a special version, produced in Talon labs, specifically for our kind. Our scientists have been mixing science and magic to great effect lately, It's still in its experimentation phase, but the results have been very encouraging. Sodium thiopental. Truth serum. Damn it. As a rule, dragons were fairly resistant to modern drugs and their effects. Much like alcohol, the amount required to get any kind of reaction from a dragon would kill a normal man. But we weren't immune. Pump us full of enough shit, and we'd feel the effects, same as a human. You're very forthcoming suddenly, I said, renewing my efforts with my sleeve cuff. Where was that stupid slit? I had to find it again before I got too loopy to do anything. Sure you're not the one who got stuck with the needle? Mist regarded me with a practiced blank expression. I'm telling you this because I want you to know that fighting is useless, she said. And it would be better in the long run to give me the answers quickly. Holding out is only going to make it worse. I was going to interrogate you the old-fashioned way, but I suspect you have a fairly high pain threshold, and Talon wants the information as soon as possible. We'll give that a few minutes to work, and then we'll see how you feel about cooperating. I didn't think Vipers did this sort of thing, I said, buying time as Mist leaned back, regarding me blankly. Isn't your shtick more murder and assassination? Is Lilith finally deciding to branch out? Mist paused, the hint of a smile tugging at her lips, turning my insides cold. What makes you think I'm a viper? She asked. I was trained to be a basilisk, just like you. Don't worry, though, she went on, and settled back against the table, crossing her arms. I'm not the only agent Talon sent. The Viper should be finishing up shortly.
Ember.
Drop your weapons.
The human's voice echoed in the empty space, low and commanding. I tensed, eyeing the men surrounding us. Not soldiers of St. George. They wore black business suits and no armor, looking more like bodyguards or FBI agents than military people. Their guns, however, were all too real, pointed unerringly at me and Garret. My heart seized with the realization. Not St. George. Talon. The man holding Faith cocked the hammer of his weapon and shoved it harder against her temple, making her gasp.
I won't ask again,
he warned.
Put your weapons on the ground and your hands on your head. Now.
Damn it. I glanced at Garret, who lowered his gun, looking resigned. Bending down, he set the pistol on the cement and rose, clasping his hands behind his skull. With a growl, I did the same, tossing the weapon to the floor and lacing my fingers behind my head. The half-circle of men closed in, motioning us forward, keeping their guns trained on us. They also kept a safe distance away, I saw as we were herded toward the front, wary and alert, offering no opportunity to be pounced on by a dragon. They knew what they were dealing with. The man in the suit didn't smile as we were brought before him, didn't move a muscle. His grip on Faith didn't lessen, though he kept his gaze trained on us. My mind raced. Talon was here for me, not Faith or Garret, just me. I didn't know how I knew this, but I did. Faith met my gaze, pale and terrified, her eyes pleading for me to do something. Setting my jaw, I took a step forward. Let her go, I said, as all the guns came up, pointed at me. I stopped, keeping my hands raised, meeting the impassive stare of the human in front of us. Leave both of them out of this, I insisted. They're not important. Just a runaway and a human nobody. You're here for me, right? I'm the one you want. The agent didn't reply. He continued to stare at me, expressionless, and my desperation grew. Please, I continued, taking one more step toward him. You don't need them. Let them walk out, and I'll come quietly. I'll go back with you to Talon. Just let them go. And Faith started to laugh. Oh, Ember, she chuckled, and slid easily from the human's grip, smiling at me. You are naive. aren't you?
Riley. I slumped forward, feeling sweat run down my face into my eyes, my jaws aching from clenching them so hard. I knew if I relaxed an inch, I would start babbling like an idiot. But at the same time, my inclination to care was getting smaller and smaller. I knew the drug was working its way through my brain, suppressing inhibition and my ability to think straight. I had been completely, utterly trashed exactly once in my lifetime, having consumed enough alcohol to drown a football team. This felt very much the same. "It doesn't have to be like this," Mist said in a gentle voice. "Tell us what we want, and this can be over. You know you're going to break sooner or later." "Probably." The words slipped out before I could stop it. "Damn, stop talking, Riley." "Though I don't see why I shouldn't drag this out as long as I can," I went on, as my mouth refused to cooperate. "You're going to kill me as soon as this is over." Mist didn't answer, which told me everything I needed on that front. Deliberately, I jabbed myself with the item between my fingers, and the instant flare of pain cleared my head for a moment. "Just tell me one thing," I gritted out, meeting the other dragon's cool gaze, hoping she wouldn't notice the blood dripping from my hand to the floor. "Since I'm going to be spilling my guts here shortly, I think I deserve at least one straight answer. How much was Griffin paid to sell us out?" Mist's slender eyebrows rose. "Enough," she replied, her gaze almost impressed. "Mr. Walker's deal with the respective parties is not important right now, but I am surprised you know about him." "I didn't," I said, making her blink. "I was guessing a second ago. You just confirmed it." Mist's gaze hardened. Crossing her arms, she leaned back and watched me, saying nothing more. My vision grew blurry, and everything became dreamlike and surreal. I felt like I was floating, and strange images filled my head, hazy and fragmented. Where was I? How did I even get here? "Are we ready?" A clear, quiet voice cut through the drunken fog. I didn't know what it meant by that, but another question followed before I could wonder about it. "What is your full name?" "Depends on who you ask," I heard myself saying, though my voice sounded slurred and detached, like it belonged to someone else. "I've had a lot of names." "Your real name, then? The one given to you when you were hatched?" "Cobalt," I replied. That was an easy answer. No use in trying to hide it. "And how many humans do you have in your network right now, Cobalt?" "I don't know exactly," I shrugged. "I've lost count. Maybe a few dozen." "All from Talon?" "Yeah." "Excellent." The girl looked pleased. She placed a chair in front of me and sat down, then leaned forward to peer into my face. I stared blankly at the floor between us and felt cool fingers against my sweaty cheek. "Cobalt, listen to me," the voice cajoled, and I raised my head to meet those intense blue eyes. The rest of her face blurred in and out, and I blinked hard to clear my vision. "Where are your safe houses located?" she asked in a firm, direct voice. "Your resistance has been admirable, but you will answer me now. Where are Talon's hatchlings? Tell me where you hide your rogues."
Ember. Faith? I stared in disbelief as the other girl smiled and stepped away from the man in the suit, brushing at her sleeves like she was trying to wipe away filth. The human didn't even glance at her, keeping his gun pointed directly at me. The 6 men behind us didn't move either. "What's going on?" I asked, my voice sounding small and weak in the vast chamber. Faith dusted off her hands, tossed back her curls, and shot me a look of supreme disdain. "Oh, I think you know the answer to that." she replied, with a smile that was completely different from the shy, terrified girl of a moment ago. You're smart enough to figure it out. You wouldn't be one of her students if you weren't. By the way, do you like where I staged this little encounter? She raised her arms, as if showing off the room around us. I thought it would bring back memories. And everything hit me with a jolt. The warehouse, the maze of crates and shipping containers, the armed men surrounding us. I stared at Faith, horror and rage creeping over me. Lilith, I growled, making her smile widen. You're one of her students, aren't you? You're a Viper. Faith chuckled. Her only other student, before you came along, anyway. For a second, her eyes glittered, a flash of hatred crossing her expression, before she shook it off and smiled again. She told me to tell you hello, and that she fully expected you and Cobalt to fall for such an obvious trap. A beginner's mistake, if you ask me. If you had only completed your training, this never would have happened. Where's Riley? I snarled, making the men surrounding us raise their weapons higher. You know where he is, don't you? Tell me. He's dead, Faith replied offhandedly. Or he will be soon. Mist should be nearly done. Mist? Oh, sorry. That's Ava to you. The floor dropped out from under me, and for a moment I couldn't breathe. Not only was Faith a Talon operative, Ava was one too. This whole thing was an elaborate plot by the organization. If they had sent a Viper, Lilith's other student of all people, I must have really pissed them off. And Riley might already be gone. I clenched my fists as my dragon snarled in defiance. No, I said as Faith's eyebrows rose. You're wrong. You don't know Riley. He's more than a match for any Talon agent. He had to be. I refused to believe anything else. If he was dead, I would know. My dragon would know. It's Mist you should be worried about, I told Faith. Faith shrugged. Regardless, she said, seemingly unconcerned about her partner. He's not here, and he isn't the one you should be worried about right now. Her gaze shifted away from me, turning calculating and cruel as it fixed on Garret. A soldier of St. George, she mused, and my blood chilled. How very interesting. You have fallen quite far, haven't you? She shook her head and glanced at me with obvious contempt. Consorting with the enemy? Allying yourself with a soldier of St. George? She tisked, a mock sorrowful look crossing her face. For shame, really. What would Lilith say? What would Talon say? My throat felt tight with panic. I didn't know what was happening with Riley, what Mist was doing to him, but I did know what would happen to Garret. Talon would kill him, right now, for no other reason than he had been part of St. George. It didn't matter that he was on our side now. It didn't matter that the Order itself was hunting him. They would show a soldier of St. George no mercy, unless I could somehow change their mind. Fighting right now would be suicide. With half a dozen guns trained on us, even if I survived, that first volley would kill the soldier. We were trapped. Riley was gone. We were outnumbered and outgunned, and the Viper had us right where she wanted. This was checkmate for us. But I had to save Garret, at least. I could endure going back if I knew the soldier was still alive out there. And then, when I had returned to Talon and discovered who was responsible for this, I would take my revenge. For Riley, Dante, Garret, and all the rogues Talon had crushed. If I couldn't be free, I would make them suffer for it. But keeping Faith from putting a bullet through Garret's skull was the important thing right now. Let him go, I told Faith, who raised her eyebrows. He's not part of the Order anymore. You've been around us. You know he's not one of them. Her lip twisted nastily, and my voice hardened. He saved your life from St. George, remember that? They would have killed us all if he hadn't been there. Ember, Garret said quietly, a motionless presence at my back. You don't have to do this. I ignored that, continuing to stare at Faith. Let him go, I said once more. I'm the one you want, right? Trust me, you don't want to kill him. And why is that exactly? Faith smiled, eyes gleaming. I wondered how I'd ever thought of her as some innocent kid. I've seen the war, she continued. I know what St. George does to our kind. Who cares if the human doesn't hunt dragons now? He was still part of the Order, which means he's killed before. As a loyal member of Talon, I'm not only expected, but required to take out their enemies whenever I get the opportunity. Why should I let him go? I swallowed hard. Because, I whispered, if you let him go, I'll come back to Talon willingly. I'll become a viper, or whatever they want from me. Let him live, and I won't try to leave again. I swear. No, Garret said, stepping forward. Ember, don't. Two men closed on him, weapons raised. Garret stopped, lifting his arms again, but his gaze sought mine. Don't bargain for me, he said in a low voice. Not with Talon. They don't accept compromise. It's either all or nothing. And my life isn't worth your freedom. I met his gaze. Yes, it is. Ember. Don't argue with me, Garret, I almost hissed, feeling my throat tighten. There is no way I'm going to stand here and watch them shoot you. Just shut up and let me do this, okay? My voice was starting to tremble. I swallowed hard and took a quick breath to steady it. I already lost Riley, I whispered. If I have to go back, at least I'll know you're still alive. Well, this is all very interesting. Faith's cool, amused voice made me bristle. I turned back to find her watching me, that chilling smile on her face. You are correct, she told me. We do want you to return to Talon. That's why they sent me, of course. But there is a small problem with your proposal. You see, you've already confirmed your disloyalty to the organization, and they are somewhat reluctant to take you at your word. If you want to come back, you're going to have to prove that we can trust you again. I clenched my jaw. The thought of having to prove anything to Talon rankled. But if it would save Garret's life... How? I asked through gritted teeth. Faith nodded to the men behind me. As I spun, two agents stepped forward, one on either side of Garret, and forced him to his knees. The others formed a line behind the soldier, keeping their guns trained on the back of his head. I started toward them, but Faith grabbed my arm in a grip of steel. You want to prove your loyalty to Talon? She asked, and pressed a cold black pistol into my hands, making me freeze in horror. Faith didn't smile as she let me go, nodding toward the kneeling soldier. Kill him. My heart stood still. I stared at the weapon in my hands, torn between hurling it away and shoving the muzzle in the viper's face. Not that it would do any good. Faith could probably disarm a person fairly quickly, and neither choice would help Garret, kneeling in front of what I knew was an execution line. Any aggressive move on my part might trigger them to blow his head off. Gripping the handle of the gun, I looked up at Faith, shaking my head in disbelief. You're crazy, I told her. Did you not hear me at all? I said I'd come back to Talon if you let him go, not murder him in cold blood. You can't possibly expect me to do this. I don't think you understand the situation you're in, Faith replied, and made a vague gesture at Garret. The soldier is dead, she said flatly, making my heart drop. Either way, no matter what you decide, we're going to kill him. There is no argument that will convince me to spare an agent of St. George. I am not here to make bargains. I'm here to bring you back to Talon, and this is the final test to see if you can be trusted. If you refuse, then you will share the soldier's fate. Then you'll have to kill us both, I said, feeling my lungs heat, the dragon rising up for a final, desperate battle. I'm sorry, Garret. I wanted us to be free of Talon, but if they won't let us go, I'll fight as hard as I can. Really? Faith gave me an evil, knowing smile. So, you would sacrifice not only the human, but Dante as well?
Riley. Phoenix. Mist cocked her head, regarding me intently, as if trying to determine whether or not I was lying. I growled a curse and hunched forward, panting, feeling the other dragon's gaze on the top of my skull. Phoenix, she repeated in a slow, clear voice. That's where your safe houses are located? One of the locations, I replied. There are others? Where? All over the place. Austin, Phoenix, San Francisco. There was even one in Mexico for a little while. I listened to myself ramble on, unable to stop. I thought about moving some of them overseas, but that would require me to travel more. I can't be on 2 continents at once. No, you cannot. I heard the triumph in her voice. And how many hatchlings are you hiding right now? 23. She blinked, the only outward sign of surprise. You have been busy, haven't you? I've been doing this a while. Indeed. Mist leaned farther forward, her gaze intense. Where can we find them, Cobalt? Tell me exactly where they are. You'll never find them, I slurred, smiling up at her with the knowledge. If I disappear, Wes will give the signal for everyone to move. They'll be gone before Talon ever gets there. It doesn't matter, Mist said. Once we have them on the run, they'll be easy to track down. You're only delaying the inevitable. Her voice dropped, became soothing again. Stop fighting, Cobalt. Where are they? Tell me the closest safe house from here. Fighting. Why was I fighting? That seemed hard right now, too much work. The closest safe house from here? I shrugged. That's easy. I have one right in this city. Mist frowned. Here? She asked. In Las Vegas? Yep, I nodded, tilting my head back. The inside of my skull felt full of cotton. A weird sensation. We were just there a few days ago, in fact. Who was there? All of us. Me, Wes, the soldier of St. George, Ember. Ember. Deep inside, the dragon stirred, rousing sluggishly at her name. It struggled into consciousness, growling defiantly, before sleep overcame it, and it sank into the void again. But that brief rush of heat and fire burned away the fog, and for just a moment, my thoughts were clear. Was there anyone else in that safe house? Mist went on, her voice closer now, not seeming to come from a great distance away. Any hatchlings that could still be there right now? I clenched my fist, curling my fingers around the item in my palm. It bit into my skin, and I exhaled in relief. Still there. I hadn't dropped it. No, I muttered, almost before I knew what I was saying, and winced. The damn truth serum was still in full effect. There was no one else. Just us. All right. Mist slid off the table, coming to stand in front of me. Enough of this, she said, and a note of impatience had crept into her voice. You know what we want, Cobalt. You know you cannot hide them from Talon any longer. I will make this as clear as I possibly can. Where? Before you ask, I interrupted, making her frown in surprise. There's something you should probably know. Well, a couple things, really. One, you're either very inexperienced at this, or overconfident, or both. You realize you left that second dose of dractyl promazine sitting on the table there, right? Yes. Mist said, glancing at the syringe. Her brow furrowed in wary confusion as she turned back. But I'm in no danger. The dose I gave you is good for another hour at least. Why? No reason, I shrugged. Only, you forgot one of the prime rules of interrogation training. Never leave possible weapons like that lying within the prisoner's reach, because if they ever escape their plastic cuffs, that's the first thing they'll go for. Mist jerked back, eyes widening, as I surged to my feet, snapping the weakened plastic restraints, and lunged for the syringe.
Ember. Dante? The flames within sputtered and died as I sucked in a horrified breath. Faith smiled, looking pleased, and I clenched my fist, glaring at the other hatchling. Where is he? I demanded. What have they done to him? He's safe with Talon, Faith went on. For the moment, at least. She paused to let that sink in, before continuing. You don't quite realize what's at stake here, do you? This isn't only your final exam. It's also Dante's. The organization is testing him, making sure they can trust him, the brother of a rogue and a traitor. This plan, well, most of it anyway, was his idea. If you fail and refuse to return to the organization, he fails as well. Faith smiled evilly. And you know how Talon feels about failures. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach. Dante was in charge of this. He'd sent Mist and Faith after us. He was responsible for Riley's disappearance and, if things continued down this road, Garret's death. Did he know what he was doing? Was Talon coercing him, forcing my brother to go along with their plans? If I didn't return to the organization tonight, Dante would fail. I might never see him again, but to go back, to make sure my brother would be safe, Garret had to die. So, you have to ask yourself. Faith's voice was a croon, low and dangerous. Who is more important to you? Who are you going to save? The soldier of St. George, the greatest enemy of our kind, the human whose pitiful lifespan will be over in the blink of an eye? She glanced at the kneeling soldier, a look of contempt crossing her face, before turning to me again. Or will you choose Dante, the twin you've known all your life? The dragon whose only concern, from the moment you ran away from Talon, has been for your safety. He's waiting for you, Ember. Everyone is. We all want you to come home. I was suffocating, struggling to breathe, to make an impossible choice that wasn't really a choice at all. I couldn't shoot Garret. There was no way I could do that. But if I didn't, they would kill us both anyway, and who knew what Talon would do to Dante? I looked down at the weapon in my hand, then back to Garret, kneeling on the floor in front of the firing squad. His expression was blank, carefully guarded, though his eyes were bleak as they met mine. Faith eased closer, her dark gaze burning the side of my face as her voice dropped to a soothing murmur. You can start over, she said. Everything you've done will be erased. All your crimes against Talon will be forgiven. You belong with your own kind. But if you don't pass this test, you will die, and Dante will suffer for your failure. She leaned back, her expression confident, as if everything had already been decided. I think you know what you have to do. And suddenly, I did. I shivered and closed my eyes, willing my hands to stop shaking. If I do this, I whispered, can you promise that Dante will be safe? That none of this will impact his place in the organization? And that we'll be able to see each other again without consequence? Faith's voice was full of triumph. You have our word. Okay. My voice came out choked. Raising my head, I met the gaze of the soldier in front of me, knowing he hadn't glanced away from us the whole time. Garret watched me, gray eyes resigned, the look of someone who expected to die. "I'm sorry," I told him in a shaking voice, and felt my stomach wrench sideways at the look on his face. Betrayal and disbelief glimmered from his eyes, a split-second reaction, before his expression shut down and became a blank mask. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward. "This is my brother," I went on, my voice pleading and defiant at the same time. "My twin. Dante has always been my first priority. I'll do anything to keep him safe. Even this." Garret didn't answer. I spared a glance at the men behind him and found they were watching me, not the soldier. Clearly, the dragon girl with the gun was the bigger threat, though they still kept their weapons trained on the back of his head. My heart was pounding in my ears as I stopped a few feet from the kneeling soldier. I could feel Faith's eyes on my back, the hawk-like stares of the men behind him, but my gaze was only for Garret. He was still watching me, though his eyes were distant now, almost glassy, like he was staring right through me at something I couldn't detect. A lump caught in my throat, and my stomach twisted so hard I felt sick. With trembling hands, I raised the gun, aiming it at his forehead. Garret closed his eyes, bracing himself. For a split second, with my finger curled around the trigger, everything held its breath. "Look at me," I whispered. He didn't move, and I hardened my voice. "Look at me, Garret. I want to see your face when I do this. Open your eyes." For a heartbeat, the soldier remained motionless. For an agonizing moment, I thought he would refuse. But then he opened his eyes, and his dark, tormented gaze met mine. I stared into those gray eyes and mouthed a single phrase, hoping he would understand. "Trust me." He blinked, and I opened my fingers, dropping the weapon at my feet. The second the gun left my hands, I shifted, exploding into dragon form with a roar, my wings snapping behind me as I reared onto my hind legs. The Talon agents instantly raised their weapons, sighting down the much bigger threat, but I sucked in a breath and blasted them with fire, sending 2 of them reeling back. Still, I couldn't catch all of them, and the chatter of assault rifle fire echoed through the room. Bullets whizzed by me, sparking off my horns and chest plates, and at least 2 punched through my wing membranes, making me shriek with pain. A gun barked, and 2 men fell. Garret had lunged forward, snatched the fallen pistol, and fired with deadly accuracy into the line of Talon agents. The rest of them scattered, diving behind cover, as Garret leaped upright, still firing his weapon, and I tensed to attack. Something slammed into me from the side, knocking me away from Garret and sending me tumbling across the floor. I caught myself, looking up just in time to see a lithe dragon, its scales a dark indigo, lunge at me with the speed of a cobra. I managed to scramble back, and Garret raised his gun to shoot it, but a hailstorm of bullets caused him to duck behind a stack of crates, hunkering down as the shots tore into the wood and peppered the wall behind him. Ignoring the preoccupied soldier, the purple dragon turned to me, eyes gleaming yellow in the dim light. She was a little smaller than I was, with an elegant tapered head and a long, graceful neck and tail. Her scales were so dark, they were nearly black, her chest and belly plates a lighter indigo, as were the wing membranes. A mane of curved black spines ran down her back from a narrow, hornless skull, as she raised her head and hissed a challenge, needle-like fangs flashing viciously in my direction. "Come on then, Viper," she called, raising her voice to be heard over the cacophony of shouts and gunfire around us. "Let's see who's the better student. Just you and me. No friends, no interference." She half spread her wings, giving me an evil smile. "Of course, if you want to know about your brother, You'll have to beat me first. She launched herself into the air, soaring over my head to land somewhere in the maze behind us. I tensed to spring after her, but paused, looking back at Garret. He was still crouched behind the stack of crates, pistol in hand, bursts of gunfire tearing splinters from the barrier in front of him. Our gazes met across the room. "Garret, go," he called, motioning with his free hand. "I'll cover you, and I'll catch up when I'm done. Go." He turned, firing twice at a cluster of pallets. There was a cry, and a Talon agent fell into the open, his gun clattering to the cement. I winced, then spun, and bounded into the maze.
Riley. Mist hit me hard, side-kicking me in the ribs just as I reached the table, knocking me back. Grunting, I staggered, and she followed with a nasty roundhouse kick to the temple that, had it connected, might have knocked my lights out. But she'd taken the bait, left herself open, and I caught the foot as it came in, spinning and throwing her into the corner. She crashed into the wall and slumped to the floor, dazed, though not for long. I snatched the syringe and bolted out the door. Bursting through the frame, I hit the railing of a flight of stairs and stared into the dark, open expanse of a warehouse, aisles of containers and crates spread out below. Of course, it was the perfect place to stage this little encounter. Silent, empty, and isolated. No one around to see an interrogation, a murder, or a huge mythological creature chasing someone through the aisles. Speaking of which, there was a low growl behind me, raising the hairs on the back of my neck. I leaped over the railing, dropped the 8 or so feet to the ground, and sprinted behind a stack of crates as the door burst open and the roar of a pissed-off dragon echoed through the room. Ducking into the nearest aisle, I pressed back into a corner and tried to shift, hoping that the tranquilizer had worn off. Nope, couldn't do it. My body stayed locked in human form, the dragon barely responding. Cursing, I looked around frantically, searching for anything that would help me even out this fight. Crates, containers, random boxes. Unless I found a hidden stash of guns or maybe a couple grenades, this was going to go poorly for me. My hand throbbed, and I clenched my fist, gritting my teeth. Thank God Mist hadn't removed my jacket before the interrogation. She might have discovered a few other precautions hidden within the lining as well. A lifetime of close calls had taught me to be ready for anything. Capture, imprisonment, being abandoned behind enemy lines. I'd learned to rely on myself and to always have a backup plan. Case in point, having to cut myself free with a razor blade hidden in my jacket cuff. The thin lacerations across my wrists were shallow and would heal quickly, but they still stung like the world's most obnoxious paper cut. A large ghostly shadow soared overhead, landing atop a nearby crate, and I froze. In her true form, Mist was as slender and poised as her human counterpart, her scales a glittering blue-white, her ivory horns curling back from her skull. Sinking to her haunches, the pale dragon folded her wings, curled a long diamond-tipped tail around herself, and peered into the darkness with slitted blue eyes. I didn't move, holding my breath as that piercing gaze swept the warehouse. This was bad. The white hatchling was graceful, elegant, and probably one of the prettier dragons I'd seen in my long existence, but I was still human, and she could turn me inside out with one claw. Abruptly, Mist raised her head, nostrils flaring, to sniff the air. And I winced, realizing my mistake. "She can smell your blood, idiot. Move!" I bolted from the corner just as Mist turned her head sharply, blue eyes narrowed in my direction. With a hiss, she leaped gracefully atop another aisle, then another, following me as I sprinted through the labyrinth of crates. I could hear her talons scraping over metal and wood, and didn't dare look back as I fled through the aisles, searching for anything that would save my hide. As I hurried down a dark, narrow corridor, stacks of plywood on either side, there was a blur of motion from above. I skidded to a halt, tensing to run back the way I'd come, as the white dragon landed in front of me with a snarl. Raising her head, she drew in a breath, the fire gland below her jaw swelling, and my pulse spiked. I dived aside, toward a narrow gap between piles of wood, and squeezed through as a massive firestorm erupted behind me, setting everything ablaze. Wrenching myself through the space, I scrambled upright, feeling the immense heat at my back, searing through my clothes. Panting, I tensed to run again, when I spotted a gleam of yellow in the corner of the aisle, half hidden in shadow, and my heart jumped. Oh, please let that work. An angry roar echoed behind me. Without looking back, I bolted to the corner, swung into the forklift seat, and grabbed for the key, praying it would be there. It was still in the ignition, and the engine sputtered to life as I wrenched the key up and threw the machine into drive. A white dragon landed in the aisle with a snarl, hellish firelight playing across her scales. She had just enough time to glance up and hiss in alarm as the forklift slammed into her, the metal prongs catching her on either side. Shrieking, she was dragged across the cement floor, ripping and tearing at the forklift until I drove full speed into the opposite wall. The impact rocked me forward, nearly throwing me out of the vehicle, and several large crates tumbled free and crashed around us, spilling their contents everywhere. Mist slumped against the prongs, trapped between the forklift and the wall. Her legs moved weakly, and she raised her head, dazed, as I dropped from the seat and stepped around to her side. Crystal blue eyes opened, trying to focus as I fished in my jacket and pulled out the syringe. "Wait," she muttered, trying to struggle free. Her wings fluttered, pinned against the wall, and she clawed feebly at the metal prongs. "Cobalt, stop. You don't know what you're doing." "Sorry, kid," I muttered, and drove the needle into her neck, angling up to slide it between the scales. She snapped at me, and I dodged back, watching as her struggles grew weaker and weaker. Eventually, her eyes rolled up, and she collapsed against the forklift. I sighed, stepping away, as the white hatchling gave a final twitch and lapsed into a drugged sleep. "I do know what I'm doing," I told the unconscious dragon. "I've always known. I just wish you could have seen it too. I wish you could see what Talon is doing to all of us." Shaking my head, I watched her for another moment, then took a step back. "I would have shown you everything if you had let me." Raking a hand through my hair, I turned and sprinted out of the aisle, back to the office to search for my phone. I had to contact the others, let them know I was okay, let them know they were probably walking into an ambush, alone, with a viper.
Ember. Well, isn't this déjà vu? I crept through the shadowy labyrinth of metal containers, all senses alert, searching for any hint of the other dragon. Of course, it reminded me of my training sessions with Lilith, stalking through a warehouse maze just like this one, hunting those who were hunting me. I was sure that was exactly Faith's intention. She seemed to emulate her trainer flawlessly, taking sadistic pleasure in my pain, but she wasn't going to win this time. There was a ripple of movement above me, a shadow darting from other shadows. I tensed, craning my neck up, wary for an attack from above, for the indigo dragon to suddenly pounce from the ceiling. I had used that tactic many times, a blur of motion from the side, and something hit my front leg, tearing through scales and skin to the muscle beneath. I snarled, fangs bared, but all I caught was a brief glimpse of a long, slinky tail vanishing around a corner. Already gone. Wincing, I glanced at my shoulder. 4 straight, narrow gashes cut through my scales, already starting to well with blood. They weren't very deep. My armor had absorbed a good bit of the attack, but they still hurt like hell. A scraping sound came from the corner Faith had vanished around, and I whirled, ready for the attack. It came from a different direction altogether, talons ripping into my flank. Roaring, I loosed a blast of flame that seared the container behind me, leaving a black spot in the metal. But Faith had already vanished. Growling, I turned in a slow circle, trying to watch every angle at once. "Is this what Lilith taught you?" I challenged, feeling hot blood trickle down my shoulder and back leg, dripping to the cement. Both wounds throbbed, but I refused to show pain. "How to hit someone in the back? What's the matter? Scared I'll kick your ass if you face me head on?" A sibilant chuckle echoed from the darkness around me. "I don't know what they saw in you," the disembodied voice stated, impossible to pinpoint which direction it came from. "For the life of me, I can't imagine why Talon chose Lilith to be your instructor. What a terrible waste of her time and talent. It's certainly not her fault you were completely unsuited to be a Viper. No discipline, no killer instinct at all." A disgusted sniff followed, though I still had no idea from where. "I heard the Elder Worm was hoping to ingrain some of Lilith's ruthlessness in you. That's why she was chosen as your teacher," Faith continued. "But then you went rogue and disappointed everyone. Your brother is much more salvageable, I hear." "Where's Dante?" I snarled, my voice echoing through the warehouse. "I don't believe he set this up. He wouldn't do that to me. You're lying." Another soft laugh. "I suppose the hatchling in the meeting with Mr. Roth, the one who looked just like you, was just there to discuss politics," the voice said, finally resolving itself in a direction, directly in front of me. "Of course, you could always ask him yourself, if you survive tonight." I spun around with fangs and claws bared to face the dragon charging in from behind. With a triumphant snarl, I lunged, thinking I had her. Quick as a snake, she changed direction, leaped over my head, and soared up to land on the container aisle behind me. Damn it, she's fast. Hold still already. Growling, I sprang after her, using a shove from my wings to launch myself off the ground. This time, the other dragon didn't run away, but smiled as I landed on the edge of the container. Somewhere in the labyrinth, a flurry of gunshots rang off the rafters. Garret and the remaining Talon agents still going at it. I hoped he was okay, but I couldn't help him now. "No more games," I said, glaring at Faith, who watched me with her tail curled around herself, that insufferably smug grin still plastered across her muzzle. She was faster than me, and she knew it, but I wasn't going to let her get the upper hand. "That's twice now that someone has mentioned the Elder Worm," I went on. "What does the CEO of Talon, the most powerful dragon in existence, want with us? And how does Dante fit into all of this?" Faith sneered. "You think they'd tell me? If you're so very curious, go back to Talon and ask him yourself. Or, better yet, I can call him right now and ask him." She jerked her slender muzzle at the ground, smiling. "I left my phone right over there when I changed. There's only one number on it. Call him yourself and see what your precious twin has been doing." Without thinking, I glanced in the direction she pointed, and Faith lunged. I jerked up, realizing what she was doing at the last second, and the other dragon slammed into me, knocking me off the edge. I tumbled to the floor, hitting the cement on my side, the impact driving the breath from me. Gasping, I struggled upright as Faith hit the ground a few yards away, landing as lightly as a cat. Her grin was cruel as she turned to face me, lashing a slinky tail against her flanks. "You wanted me out in the open, Viper," she taunted as I growled and staggered forward, trying to ignore the dull ache in my side. "You wanted to face me one-on-one. Well, here I am. Are you ready?" She gave a weird little sidestep, her lithe body rippling like ink across the cement. "Here I come." And she surged forward, a dark blur over the floor. I barely had time to register she had moved when something hit my shoulder and sent a flare of pain up my leg. I snarled and lashed out with my claws, but Faith was already gone, skipping back out of reach, then darting in again. I managed to dodge the blow to my neck, feeling the tips of her claws rake along my scales, and sprang forward to sink my fangs into her throat. She sidled away, quick as a shadow, and slashed me across the face, rocking my head to the side. I stumbled, disoriented, felt something hook my front leg and yank it sideways. I lost my footing and crashed to the floor again, a breathless grunt escaping me as my chin struck the unforgiving concrete. Ow. Crap. I'm getting my ass kicked here. Panting, I clawed myself upright, searching for the other dragon. She stood a few yards away, watching me with that amused smile across her narrow face, making my temper spike. She was toying with me, just like Lilith had. "What's the matter, Ember?" Faith asked, cocking her head like a curious dog. "I thought this was what you wanted. Are you saying you expected to be able to take on a viper without finishing your training? If you had only stayed with Lilith, you might actually have had a chance." She shook her head, narrowing her yellow eyes at me. "Are you ready to stop this? Kill the soldier and return to Talon? Or am I going to have to tear you apart, bit by bit?" Damn it, she's so fast. How do I counter it? Angrily, I thought back to the fight with Lilith, trying to think of anything that I could use. She's quick, but she's relying on speed to keep her out of danger. If I could get close, I might have a shot. I took a deep breath, bracing myself. Okay then, let's do it. This is gonna hurt. Raising my head, I met the other dragon's smug grin with one of my own. "You're making the same mistake she did," I told her, making her blink. She thought I was beaten too. Overconfidence must run in the family. Faith's smile faded, and I bared my fangs defiantly. Talon's best viper did her best to drag me back to the organization, and I'm still here. What makes you think her slimy little apprentice will do any better? Faith slitted her eyes. "You know what?" she said, gliding closer, her body nearly invisible in the shadows. "I think I'm done playing with you. It was fun, seeing you and the soldiers stumble about, completely oblivious. It was highly amusing watching the pair of you dance around each other like skittish goats." Her muzzle curled back, showing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "But you crossed the line. You have feelings for that human, that soldier of St. George, and that's something no true dragon would ever allow." She sank into a crouch, her lean body coiled like a snake, ready to strike. "You're a disgrace to Talon," Faith spat, lashing her tail. "An embarrassment to us all. And I think Lilith would congratulate me for getting rid of you." She lunged, a streak of darkness over the cement. I snarled and leaped forward to meet her, lashing out with my claws as she got close. Like quicksilver, she sidled away, leaving a stinging gash along my neck as she did. I turned, lowered my head, and plowed forward, pursuing her across the floor. She dodged and twisted away, slashing me with her talons, trying to fall back. I took the blows, gritting my teeth with every gash and cut ripped across my scales, and slammed into her like a bull. My horn struck her chest, bowling her over with a startled gasp. She hit the floor on her back and instantly kicked out with her back legs, catching me in the stomach and ribs with her back claws as I pounced, tearing me open. I ignored the pain and went for her throat. Snarling, we rolled across the floor, tails and wings lashing, trying to pin the other down. Shrieking with fury, we rolled into a pair of steel drums in the corner, tipping them over with a crash. Liquid spilled everywhere, sharp and acrid, stinging my nose and burning my eyes. I was instantly drenched, choking on the fumes that rose around us, but I couldn't take my eyes off the viper beneath me. As the drums clanged to the concrete, there was a split-second hiss, and a firestorm erupted around us. Flames shot into the air, running up my back, spreading over my wings. It engulfed the viper, surrounding her with fire until she looked like a snarling, bat-winged demon from the pits of hell. Shrieking, she raked her claws down my neck, then slapped me across the muzzle with a flame-wreathed talon. Before, the gashes had merely stung. Now, it felt like a hot poker was being jammed up beneath my scales, then doused with acid. Pain exploded behind my eyes, snapping the final threads of clear thought, and I roared. Pinning the viper to the floor, ignoring the claws that slashed at me, I bared my teeth and aimed for that slender neck. My jaws clamped shut on the dragon's throat, right below her chin, and Faith screamed, thrashing wildly. All 4 talons beat and slashed at me, back legs kicking my stomach, front claws trying to shove me off. I closed my eyes, braced myself, and began to squeeze. "Stop!" I paused, jaws still clamped around the slender throat, as the dragon's frenzied cry rang out, echoing off the rafters. "Wait, please," Faith went on, her voice strangled. "Don't kill me! Stop!" Relief, swift and sudden, spread through me, making my legs tremble. I hadn't really been planning to kill her. Not like this. Viper or no, I couldn't stand here and ever so casually tear someone's throat out. No matter what Talon said, I was not Lilith, and I never would be. I eased up a bit, though not enough to let go. "Why not?" I growled through my teeth. "Why should I trust anything you say?" She writhed helplessly, tail beating frantically against my legs. "Because I'll tell you about Dante," she wheezed. "I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just let me live." She swallowed hard, wings trembling. "Let me shift back to human form," she offered. "I can't hurt you like that, right? And I won't be able to run. I'll shift, and then I'll tell you whatever you want. Your brother? Mist? Riley? Anything." I thumped my tail, as if I was considering a moment longer, then sighed. "All right," I muttered, and carefully opened my jaws, letting her slump to the concrete. I needed that information on Riley and my brother, and I didn't have the will for any more fighting. Not that I would have killed her anyway, but it was getting hard to move without sharp stabs of pain shooting all up my body. Turned out fire in open wounds was a bad idea. If she ran now, I didn't think I could catch her, even as a human. Faith crawled out from under me, and as the flames around us burned low, started to shrink. Tail and neck retracted, scales disappeared, and wings pulled into her body, until only a human in a black viper suit remained sitting on the floor. She hugged herself and gazed up at me, looking like that scared, innocent girl I'd first met, though I knew better now. I folded my wings and sat down, clenching my jaw to keep from hissing in pain. No showing weakness in front of the trained viper assassin. The last of the flames had finally flickered out, burning off with whatever flammable goo was in those drums, and now that the adrenaline was gone, I ached. Badly. The outside of a dragon might have been fireproof, but the numerous gashes I'd taken blazed with agony, burned and seared around the edges. Great. I'm probably the only dragon in history who will ever suffer from third-degree burns. "Riley," I said, my voice a low, dangerous growl. "Where is he? Why were you sent for us? Tell me everything you know." Faith took a deep, shaky breath and exhaled slowly. "Mist and I were commissioned by Talon to find you and the rogue," she began. "My orders were to bring you back alive and kill anyone else involved. Mist was to go after Cobalt, extract certain information from him, and then dispose of him, divide and conquer, then return to Talon with our objectives. That was the plan." I felt ill, but tried not to show it. "What information do they want from Riley?" "I wasn't privy to that part of the assignment," Faith replied, and shrank back as I curled a lip at her. "Mist was the only one with that information," she added quickly. I had my orders. That's all I was required to know. So you have no idea where Riley is right now, or what Mist is doing to him? No, I growled in frustration, scraping my talons across the cement. The girl flinched, but I ignored her. Still no information on Riley, where he was, if he was still alive. We were no closer to finding him than we were when we left the hotel. Mist and Faith had set us up perfectly. And then I remembered something else. "Where is Dante?" I asked, narrowing my eyes at the other dragon. "You said you had his number on your phone. Or was that another lie?" "It wasn't." Faith rubbed her arm. "Dante is the one in charge of this operation. He and the rest of the board are standing by. I'm supposed to check in with him as soon as I take care of you, one way or another." My stomach dropped to the pads of my toes. "I don't believe you." "Believe what you want." Faith's gaze didn't waver, but Dante was the one who set this whole thing up. This was part of his test, coming up with the plan to bring you back to the organization. My throat was suddenly dry. "And if I refused to come?" "Then I had orders to kill you." Reeling, I shook my head, still unwilling to believe. Dante had truly done this? My own brother had sent a viper after us, with orders to kill me if I didn't return? That couldn't be right. He wouldn't do that to me. We might have argued, fought, disagreed on a lot of things, but Dante wouldn't give the order to take me out if I refused to cooperate. Or would he? Was he so invested in Talon's doctrine that he'd really believe he was doing the right thing? I remembered something Riley had told me once, and it made my stomach twist.
Talon has him now. He'll betray his own blood if they give the order.
Faith curled an arm around her side, her face creasing with pain. "What are you going to do with me?" she asked in a tight voice. I stood up, wincing as the movement pulled at the charred, blackened cuts on my body. The viper flinched, as if expecting a sudden attack, but I was just about done with this. My mind was spinning. I ached, and I felt nauseous in more ways than one. "Take a message back to Talon," I growled at the viper. "And Dante. Tell them to stop sending people after me. They're just wasting their time. I'm not coming back." Faith still eyed me warily, like I might pounce on her as soon as she moved, and I bared my fangs. "Get out of here!" She scrambled to her feet, holding her side, and staggered into the darkness. I watched until she slipped down an aisle and vanished. Then I slumped to the cool cement. "Ow," I whimpered, wishing I could just lie here and not move for a few minutes. I hurt all over, but at least I had won. I'd actually won a fight with a trained viper. A small viper, but a viper nonetheless. I guess I should be thankful I was alive. Lilith's prize student certainly wouldn't have spared me if the situation were reversed. She didn't know how close she'd come to beating me, that I wouldn't have been able to kill her if she hadn't surrendered. I guess I'll never be a proper viper after all, I thought, and felt nothing but relief at that notion. And if Faith had realized that, I don't think I would have won. But I didn't have to worry about her now. My bluff had worked. She was gone. Though Mist was still out there. And Riley. My stomach turned over. Setting my jaw, I pushed myself upright and started to limp back down the aisle. Find Garret. Find Riley. Deal with Dante. Those were the items I had to focus on now, in that order. And not passing out before we could leave. That was on the list, too. A sibilant chuckle behind me froze me in my tracks. "Oh, Ember," Faith crooned, as the ripple of a shift went through the air. "Haven't you learned anything? What did Lilith teach you about showing mercy to your enemies?" I spun painfully, knowing I wouldn't be fast enough. The viper was already in mid-leap, jaws gaping, talons fully extended to tear me apart. A shot rang out, slamming the dragon aside. The viper collapsed to the cement and rolled into a pile of crates, screeching in pain as she came to a halt. Heart pounding, I looked over to see Garret, pistol raised, step out of the shadows between aisles, keeping the dragon in his sights. His eyes were hard and dangerous, his expression a flinty mask as he aimed the gun at the fallen viper. Faith screamed in rage and defiance, tail thrashing. She tried clawing herself upright, but a second shot followed the first, jerking her to the side. The viper struck the crates and crumpled to the floor, leaving a bright crimson smear across the wood. Her wings twitched, frantically at first, then growing slower and slower, as a trickle of red seeped over the floor from her body. Her jaws gaped, gasping for breath, her eyes glazed over in pain and fear. "No," I heard her whisper. "Not yet. Not like this. I can't die like this." I felt sick. My legs wobbled, and it was uncertain whether they could hold me up much longer. But I gritted my teeth and staggered toward the dying dragon. She was a viper. She'd been sent to kill us, but she was still part of my race, someone who had been just like me. Once. The viper stared vacantly as I stepped up beside her, trying not to glance at her heaving sides, at the 2 round holes seeping blood right behind her foreleg. A perfect shot to the heart, from someone who knew exactly how to kill a dragon. Faith blinked, and I caught my reflection in one golden eye that was slowly turning to glass. "I wanted to be her best student," she whispered, as a thin line of red trickled from her nostril. "Her only student. I wanted to make her proud, to prove I could be like her." A lump rose to my throat, and I swallowed hard. "You are," I told her, my voice a ragged whisper. "You were a true viper. Lilith would have been proud." Faith didn't answer. Her wings had stopped moving, and her gold eyes stared up at me, fixed and unseeing. She was dead, and the soldier who had killed her was standing right behind me.
Garret. I lowered the gun, watching as Ember stepped away from the body, feeling some of the tension leave me as I gazed at the dead dragon. It was over. She was the last. The others, the Talon agents, were scattered behind me in the warehouse. They had fought stubbornly and persistently down to the last man, as if they had nothing to lose. Maybe they didn't. Perhaps Talon's policy was return victorious or don't return at all. Regardless, it didn't matter. No one would be returning to Talon tonight. Abruptly, Ember staggered, catching herself with a grunt, and my alarm flared up again. Holstering the pistol, I hurried toward her, scanning the lithe, scaly body for wounds. Her crimson scales made it difficult to see if there was any blood, though by the stiff way she was moving, I suspected she'd been hurt. I'd never witnessed a full-on dragon fight, but I had seen firsthand what their claws and teeth were capable of, able to crunch through bone and rip doors off vehicles. Their scales might be fireproof, but I imagined 2 warring dragons could still do a lot of damage to each other. My hunch was confirmed when I drew close and saw the glimmer of open wounds on her back, 4 long claw marks that had been raked across her scales. But the edges around the narrow cuts looked burned, blackened around the edges, the flesh inside a raw, painful pink. "Ember," I said, lightly brushing a wingtip as I circled around. More wounds came to light, all in the same condition. Claw marks scored by flame. The faint scent of smoke and chemicals lingered in the air, seeming to come off the limping dragon, and I frowned. "What happened?" "Bad decision that seemed a good idea at the time." Her voice was tight, and she turned to face me fully. 4 thin, seeping gashes scarred her muzzle, red and painful looking, and my stomach clenched. "You killed her," she whispered, not quite accusing, but her eyes gleamed angrily. "You didn't have to kill her." "Yes, I did." I met the dragon's gaze, saw my reflection in those slitted green eyes. They narrowed sharply, but I didn't feel one inkling of fear. Strange now that I could stand this close to a furious, wounded dragon and know, beyond any doubt, that she would never hurt me. "I had to use lethal force," I told her. "You know that. She wouldn't have stopped until you were dead." "I know, damn it." Ember slumped, glancing at the lifeless body against the wall. A pained expression crossed her face, and she let out a gusty sigh, smoke curling from her jaws. "She was still one of us," Ember murmured. "She was like me once. Who knows what she might have been if Lilith and Talon hadn't gotten their claws into her." A shudder went through her, and she turned her head, closing her eyes. "I wish it didn't have to be this way." I reached out and put a tentative hand on her neck, feeling warm scales under my palm. My heart jumped, still thrilled by the idea of touching a dragon. "We need to take care of those," I said, mentally assessing her wounds, wondering how serious they would be in human form. "Can you shift back?" "No." Ember shook her head, staggering away from me. "I mean, yes, I can, and I will, but what about Riley? He's still out there. We have to find him." "Ember, you're hurt. Badly, by the look of it." I sidled around to face her, blocking her path. "We need to get you back to the hotel and let Wes know what's going on. Maybe he's heard from Riley by now." "He would have called us if he had." Her tail lashed, and she raised her head in defiance. "I'm fine, Garret. We have to keep looking." "Where?" "We still don't know his location. He could be anywhere in the city by now. Where are you planning to search?" Ember slitted her eyes, and I kept my voice calm, knowing that if a 500-pound reptile wanted to walk right through me, there was little I could do to stop it. The strangeness of standing in a dark warehouse arguing with a dragon did not escape me either. "We have to regroup," I said, hoping she would listen to reason, that her worry and eagerness to find Riley would not override logic. Some dark little part of me bristled with anger at the thought, but I shoved it down. "Let's go back to the hotel, get you taken care of, and see if Wes has heard anything. That's the most reasonable course of action right now." Ember lashed her tail, taking a breath to argue, then frowned. "Wait," she muttered, cocking her head. "Did you hear that?" I fell silent, pulling the gun from my belt and stepping around to her flank. For a moment we stood there, a soldier of St. George and a dragon, guarding each other's backs. Strangely, it felt no different than the hundreds of times I'd done this with Tristan. A faint, familiar jingle sounded somewhere in the maze. Ember gasped. "My phone!" She started forward, stumbled, and nearly fell, hissing in pain. Hurrying to her side, I gently caught a wing joint, making her pause and look back at me. "Hold on a second," I said, wishing I knew a trick to get a dragon to lie down, especially this dragon. "Ember, wait. You're going to hurt yourself." She snorted and glared at me, and I sighed. "Stay here and don't move," I said, holding out an arm as I backed away. "Lie down if you have to. I'll find it. I'll be right back." And I jogged into the maze without waiting for a reply. I sprinted back to the place we'd first been ambushed, passing the bodies of several Talon agents, slumped in corners or behind crates. The majority of the group lay sprawled on the cement where the line had been, torched with dragon fire or shot with the gun Ember had tossed me. The weapon she was supposed to kill me with. My jaw clenched. For a bleak moment, I'd really thought she would. I knew she and Dante were close, that they shared a bond unheard of between their kind. Dante was a dragon, her brother and her only family. I was a human soldier she had known only a few weeks. She'd told me herself she would do anything to get him out of Talon. Why had she chosen me over her twin? The ringing had stopped by the time I reached the area, but after only a few seconds of searching, it sounded again. I discovered the phone lying beside a pallet and snatched it up, bringing it to my ear. Wes? Oh, goody. The voice on the other end, though heavy with sarcasm, was not Wes. You're still alive. Riley. I felt a strange mix of both relief and disappointment. Relief because no matter what his feelings toward me, the rogue dragon was a competent leader and strategist, a soldier in his own right, and he obviously cared about the rogues in his underground, the hatchlings he got out of Talon, something I hadn't thought dragons capable of a month ago. I hadn't wanted him dead. I was glad he survived. But at the same time, I'd seen how Ember looked at him sometimes, and I'd caught the protectiveness on his face whenever they were close. He was a dragon, long-lived, intelligent, and able to understand Ember in a way I never would. Jealousy was not something I'd experienced before. I despised how it made me feel, but it was there all the same. Where's Ember? Riley asked, making resentment flare up again, stronger than ever. I stifled my anger, knowing it was unreasonable right now, and answered calmly. She's fine. She's wounded, but she'll be okay. We ran into some trouble with Talon. Yeah, no shit. Riley sighed, sounding angry and weary all at once. I guess you know by now that Faith is a viper, he continued, sounding like he really didn't want to know the answer. Yes, I answered simply. Is she... She's dead, I replied, making him sigh again. I figured. Fucking Talon. The pain in his voice surprised me. They were just kids. Sending vipers after us is one thing, but they weren't even juveniles yet. Damn it. There was a muffled thud, as if he'd slammed his fist into something. Sending dragons to kill dragons. It makes no sense. Where are you? I asked. Heading your way now. Old rail yard, right? I was there when Mist gave you that false information. Riley paused, then asked in a quieter voice. How is she? Of course, he could mean only one person. She sustained a few surface injuries when she was fighting the Viper, I answered, making him mutter another curse. The wounds themselves don't look too deep, but the edges are burned fairly severely. 3rd degree, if I had to guess. I stifled a wince, knowing from personal experience just how painful 3rd degree burns were, though I continued to hear myself speak with clinical detachment. Other than that, from what I can tell, her injuries are minor. Damn it, Ember, Riley growled. Taking on a viper yourself, you idiot hatchling? Where is Faith now? He went on, sounding faintly hesitant now. Did Ember kill her? No. I did. Good. He hesitated again, longer this time, as if struggling to make himself speak. Look, let's make one thing clear, he finally muttered. I don't like you. I think you're a murdering bastard, and the fact that you've recently had a change of heart doesn't erase all the blood on your hands, and it never will. I also think you're an idiot for believing Ember would ever choose a human over her own kind. She's a dragon, and even if she hasn't figured it out yet, dragons and humans don't belong together. You should know that, St. George. And if you truly care for her, you'll let her be with her own kind. For both your sakes. But, he went on, as my insides twisted painfully at his words, I know what Talon is capable of. I know what the Vipers are capable of. Even their hatchlings. Ember might be too soft-hearted to destroy one of her own, but I know that Faith wouldn't have hesitated to kill her. If you put that Viper down, much as I hate you for it, then you probably saved Ember's life. And for that, he sighed, you're not as much of a bastard as I thought. Thanks, I said dryly, knowing that was the closest to gratitude I'd ever get from the rogue. He snorted. Don't get me wrong. If the viper had ripped your throat out instead, I wouldn't lose any sleep tonight. Where is Ember now? Soft footsteps made me whirl around, just as a slight figure in a black suit emerged from the maze. Ember had, of course, followed me, her jaw clenched in pain and determination as she limped doggedly across the floor. "Riley?" she asked as I hurried over, catching her by the arm just as she staggered. 4 angry red gashes scored her cheek, making me grimace, but her eyes shone with hope even through the pain. "Is that Riley?" For just a moment I considered lying, turning off the phone and claiming it was Wes. For a moment I hated the fact that Riley had lived, that he could make her face light up like that. It cast a dark uncertainty over my thoughts, and all the confusion and doubt I had pushed down rose to the surface once more. Was I just fooling myself? Would Ember ever see me in the same way as the rogue dragon? "Garret?" She looked up at me, eager and confused, her eyes searching. "Did you hang up? Who were you talking to?" Wordlessly, I handed her the phone.
Riley. Riley? Heat flared through me at the sound of her voice, nearly making my breath catch. The dragon rose up, shaking off the grogginess, burning away the tranquilizer. And maybe I was still under the influence of the truth drug, but suddenly everything became a lot clearer. Ember was mine. I needed her. She was impulsive, reckless, infuriating, and I couldn't imagine my life without her. "Hey, Firebrand," I sighed. "Good to hear your voice. You okay?" "Oh, you know." I heard the tremor that went through her, the breathless relief. "A little burned, a little sore. Nearly died a couple times. The usual. You?" "The same." I staggered through a metal door and paused outside the building to get my bearings. Some old warehouse district on the edge of town, isolated and unremarkable, as I expected. Still, I scanned the area carefully, not putting it past Talon to be watching this place, via satellite or something else. I had to get out of the area quickly. Now that my phone was back on, Wes would be able to find me. He was supposedly on his way now. "Though I am a tad confused by one part," I went on, hurrying across the dusty yard toward a chain-link fence surrounding it. "Did you just say you were burned? You're a dragon. How does that happen?" I might have set myself on fire." I closed my eyes. Ember. "But look on the bright side. I managed to avoid being shot this time." "I need you." A very long silence followed, long enough for me to slip through the fence and step onto the sidewalk. Gazing up and down the street, I picked a direction and started walking, toward the glow of distant lights that hopefully marked the edge of the city. A warm breeze blew against my face, smelling of dust and pavement. I breathed it in and smiled to myself. It was good to be free. "Riley?" Ember's voice trembled slightly, though I couldn't tell what she was feeling. What are you talking about?" "I think you know what I'm talking about." I raked a hand through my hair, feeling dangerously light and uncaring. "However, I'm probably still under the effects of a truth drug," I went on, with the same easy nonchalance I'd felt while talking to Mist. "And it made me realize something. About us. But if you don't want to hear what I'm really thinking, I'd hang up right now." "Do you want me to?" "Yes. Say yes, Riley." "No." Ember took a deep, shaky breath. "Tell me then." No turning back now. Screw it. I officially don't care anymore. "I realized something while I was in that session with Mist," I began, hoping to tell her everything before Wes showed up. "She's a basilisk, you know. Talon wanted the locations of my safe houses, and they sent her to retrieve them. She was supposed to kill me after she got the information." "Bitch," Ember growled. "Wasn't her fault," I said, feeling a small twinge of regret that I couldn't save her too. "You know what Talon is like. You know what they're capable of. I would have brought her with us if I could. Is she— No, I murmured. I didn't kill her. She's sleeping off a tranquilizer that would put down an elephant, so she won't bat an eyelash for at least a couple hours. But that's not the point. I paused as a taxi cruised toward my corner, but then sped by without slowing. I would have told her everything, I continued, feeling my stomach twist at how close I'd actually come to revealing my entire network. I almost betrayed my entire underground. All my hatchlings, all the humans I got out. But something stopped me. Kept me from spilling my guts and telling Mist everything she wanted to know. What was it? You, Firebrand. I stopped at an intersection and leaned against a crosswalk sign. I saw your face, and I knew I had to keep it together. A human passed by, giving me a smirk as he crossed the street, and I didn't even care. You kept me grounded, Ember, I said quietly, resting my head against the metal pole. You're the reason I was able to resist. I just kept thinking about you. I don't know what you want from me, I hurried on, knowing this would be the only time I'd have the guts to actually say it, or what you feel for the soldier, but I'm letting you know right now, I'm done fighting this. From now on, I'll be fighting for both of us. Riley, Ember said again, her voice almost a whisper. This isn't— She broke off, and her voice dropped even further, becoming nearly inaudible. I can't promise anything, she whispered. I don't know what I feel. That's fine, Firebrand. I looked up as headlights pierced the darkness, and a taxi pulled to the curb. But when you figure it out, when you remember that you're still a dragon, I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere. That's my promise. The cab window lowered, and Wes's shaggy head poked out, thin arms gesturing frantically. I grinned and started toward the cab, surprised at how relieved I was to see him. I'm heading your way now, I told Ember, sliding into the back seat, ignoring Wes's I told you so glare. Hang tight. We'll be there in a few minutes. Riley? I paused, stopping myself from clicking off the phone. Yeah? I'm glad you're all right. The voice on the other end sounded defiantly embarrassed. You scared us there for a while. Don't do that again. You mean don't get captured and interrogated by Talon's double agents? No promises, but I'll do my best. I smiled, hearing her snort into the phone. See you soon. Well, Wes commented as I hung up. Don't you look like hell? Cobalt. 12 years ago. I don't know how he tracked me down, but he did. A human was waiting for me in the latest dump I'd rented for the night, sitting at the desk in the corner, watching as I came through the door. I tensed, going for the gun I always carried now, and he quickly held up his hands. Relax, mate. I'm not here for trouble. Just hear me out. I recognized him then. The kid who had been in that meeting with Roth and the Chief Basilisk. So long ago, it seemed. His brown hair stuck out in every direction, hanging in his eyes, and his clothes looked rumpled and dirty, like he'd spent a few days in them. I racked my memory for his name, then realized it had never been given. Okay. I did not lower the gun, keeping it aimed at the kid's scrawny middle. He might have been human and unarmed as far as I could tell, but I'd had a hell of a week and wasn't going to be taking any chances. You have my attention. What do you want? Could you maybe put the gun down? I told you before, mate, I don't want any trouble. I'm here to help you. I smirked. Really? I find that a little hard to believe. One, you're human. What can you possibly do that would help me? And two, more importantly, I saw you in that meeting with Roth. You're part of Talon. Not anymore. I faltered and gave him an incredulous look. Not anymore. What do you mean? I mean, I left, mate. I'm out. Went rogue, dropped off the grid, gone AWOL, whatever you want to call it. How? I've been planning this a long time, the kid explained, a flash of anger and resentment crossing his narrow face. If you want to lower the gun and not make me so bloody nervous, I'll tell you everything, including some things about you that you might not know. Sighing, I dropped my arm. Fine, I muttered, and he relaxed. I did not need this right now, having some strange human show up on my doorstep like a lost cat. But if the kid really had gotten out of Talon, it could be worth listening to him. He might know what Talon was up to, if they had any more plans involving me and another Viper. I'd managed to avoid stealth so far, but that wouldn't last. She was still out there, looking for me. The least I could do was hear him out. Although, I warned, with one last jab of the pistol, if Talon unexpectedly shows up while you're talking, you're going to be the first one I shoot. Just so you know. He paled but nodded. Fair enough. Though if the bastards do show, it might be better to shoot me. Resting bony elbows on his knees, he sighed, sounding suddenly tired and far older than I first took him for. I think I might actually rather be dead than go back. Shoving the gun into the waistband of my jeans, I stepped farther into the room. Who are you? I asked, pausing at the foot of the bed, watching him. How'd you find me? My name is Wesley, the human said, leaning back in the chair. Wesley Higgins. Or just Wes, if you like. Not that it matters. I officially don't exist in any system anymore. And there's no need to introduce yourself, Agent Cobalt. I already know who you are. I know a lot of things about you, actually. Do you now? I said in a flat, dangerous voice. And what exactly do you want for this information? Is the deal I give you everything I have, or you go back to Talon to turn me in? That's not it at all. Look, I'm not trying to blackmail you or anything. I just... Ugh. Wes scrubbed both hands through his hair. Bloody hell, I don't want to fight. I'm on your side, okay? Let me start from the beginning. Can I do that without you blowing my head off? I shrugged. Maybe I was being paranoid, but again, hell of a week. No promises, I growled. Get on with it. Right, Wes muttered, and took a deep breath. I leaned against the wall, crossing my arms, and waited. I've been in Talon nearly 5 years, the human began, eyeing me warily. Before that, I lived in London, with my folks. I didn't have any siblings, and both my parents worked long shifts, so I was alone most of the time. What does this have to do with Talon? I'm getting there, mate. Wes paused to gather his thoughts before continuing. Like I said, my folks were absent most of the time. They didn't know what I did. They weren't aware that I was an, anonymous independent computer specialist. You were a hacker, I said. And a bloody good one, too. Still am. Wes looked faintly smug, then his eyes darkened. Of course, that's what got me into this mess. I was home alone one day, minding my own business, and there was a knock at the door. I opened it, and 2 uniformed policemen were standing there on the stoop. Said I was under arrest, and that I already knew why they were taking me in. I was terrified. I was 14, alone, and being dragged from my home in handcuffs. He smiled grimly, completely without humor. Of course, it wasn't the police. It wasn't anyone in law enforcement. But you already know that, don't you? It was my turn to sigh. Talon. Bloody Talon, Wes repeated. Though I didn't know that at the time. They took me to a room, sat me in front of a computer, and said that if I didn't do what they wanted, not only would they expose me, they would ruin my family as well. Wes shook his head. I was a stupid bloody teenager. I believed them, so I did what I was told. For 3 years I worked for Talon, wondering about my parents, wondering when the organization would let me go home. You know what I finally realized? They wouldn't, I muttered. Wes nodded slowly. When I was 16, I attended my first meeting with Adam Roth. They brought me into a secure room, no windows, no other humans around, and they showed me Talon's secret. They showed me who I was working for. Wes gave a short, bitter laugh. A gift, they said. A reward for my brilliant service and talents. Bloody bastards. I realized then they would never let me go. I was in for life. That's when you decided to get out? They bloody kidnapped me. Wes's lip curled in a snarl. Took away my freedom, my family, everything. I was a bloody slave to the lizards for 5 years. I'd be damned if I was going to stay there. Getting away must have taken some work, I said, amazed that the kid had pulled off something so risky, and that he'd avoided Talon even this long. Yeah, well, like I said, I've been planning this a while, Wes repeated. I had to set everything up so that when I did leave, I'd be out of their systems forever. And I had to scrape together enough secrets and blackmail to keep my family safe. When I ran, I made it very clear that if they ever threatened my folks in an attempt to get to me, there are some very interesting files on Talon's businesses that would go public. I smirked. Playing dirty with Talon. I'm impressed. The human snorted. Right. There's just one small snag, he said, lowering his brows. I can't do this on my own. I can hack my way through just about anything, but I don't have the survival skills you do, the ones that will keep me alive and away from the organization. If I run, eventually they'll send someone to kill me or drag me back. Some viper will slit my throat in the middle of the night. He shuddered, giving me a grave look. Honestly, I've been waiting for someone like you for a long time now. When I heard that you went rogue, I knew it was my chance. I'd probably never get another one. So you tracked me down, hoping I'd protect you from Talon? I shook my head. I don't need a human tagging along, slowing me down. I work alone. That's how it's always been. His face fell, making me feel like an ass, but I hardened my voice. Do you even know what you're asking? What going rogue means to the organization? They'll never stop looking for you. They will never give up or forgive or accept any compromise. And they'll never forget. Because dragons have insanely long memories and will hold a grudge forever. You go back now, sure. Talon will lock you away and you'll live a very sheltered existence until you die of old age or boredom. But at least you'll be alive. You come with me, and your life is going to be uncertain, violent, and probably very short. His eyes narrowed. I don't think you quite realize the opportunity here, mate, he said, making me frown. I'm not just some stupid kid in need of protection. I can help you, too. How? He smirked. For starters, you know all those accounts frozen by Talon when you went rogue? I can open them again and make it so they'll never be traced back to you. What? I stared at him, and his smirk widened. Told you, I'm one of the best, mate. You need something, some file stolen or code decrypted. I can do that. In fact, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a strip of black plastic. A goodwill offering, he announced, tossing it to me. What is this? I asked as I caught it. All of Talon's files on you. Everything you've done for the organization. All their information on where you've been, where you stayed, your case files, your assignments, your hatching date. Everything. Congratulations. You are now truly a ghost to them. I gazed up at him, stunned, and his smile turned hard. You know you were never supposed to come back from that mission, right? According to your file, you were becoming a liability and suspect to corruption, which is Talon's way of saying they couldn't control you anymore. So they decided to stage an accident, have you killed in the line of duty. He shrugged. But since you're here and not buried under a ton of bricks and mortar, I guess you already knew that. Yeah, I muttered, glancing at the thumb drive in amazement. My whole life on this tiny strip of plastic. And now it was mine alone. Thanks to this human, tracking me down had just become that much harder. I guess that file they had me steal from St. George was bogus too, I said, slipping the drive into my jacket. Just an excuse to get me into the compound. Oh no, mate. That was very real. Wes grinned again as I looked up. Talon took a very important file from St. George that day. They already had an agent inside the base. Why not use him one last time? Only problem? It seems to be missing now, like it was never there. Funny how that works. You have the file, I said, and he shrugged. So what is it? You're asking me? I thought you worked alone. I glowered, but it was a mostly empty gesture. The human was right. He was far too useful not to keep around. Still, something nagged at me. Let's say I accept your offer, I began, making my brows rise. Why do this? What do you get out of it? Besides staying alive, I would think that's a sodding good reason right there, but there is something else. Wes leaned back in the chair, his face suddenly hard. The bloody lizard stole my life, he muttered. I'll never be normal. I'll never be able to see my family, get married, have kids, anything like that. Because of Talon. So this is revenge? I asked and shook my head. And you think you'll, what, bring them down? This isn't a single company you can infect with a virus. This is a worldwide corporation, an empire. We're only 2 people. What if there were more like us? Even if there were, I said, how would we find them? The human's eyes gleamed. How indeed, he said, and opened his laptop, bending over the keys. You want to know what that file you took from St. George was, he said, as I edged forward and peered over his shoulder. Check this out. I squinted at the image that popped onto the screen, frowning in confusion. It was a list. There was no title, no header, nothing to indicate what it was actually for. But the first line read, Carson City, Nevada. Talon activity. Moderate. Sleeper agents discovered. 1. Sleeper agents. Sleeper was the orders word for the hatchlings ready to complete assimilation when they were sent to human towns to blend in with humanity. I scanned the list, amazement and awe growing with each line. Each row held the name of a town, the level of Talon activity discovered there, and 1 or 2 possible sleepers. My heart beat faster in excitement. This is, I muttered, and Wes nodded. All the places St. George thinks Talon will send their hatchlings, he finished, and shrugged. It's probably not accurate. Some of those places might not be in use anymore, especially with Talon's paranoia, but it was something. And now that we had a list of possible sleeper locations, the wisp of an idea began to creep into my head. A crazy, impossible, terrifying idea. If we could find these hatchlings, be there when Talon planted them into a town, I could show them the truth about the organization. They needed to know, before Talon sank their claws in too deep, before they were brainwashed completely. They needed to see what Talon was really like, and if they decided they could no longer be a part of the organization, they needed someone to help them escape, to show them how to be free. I could show them how. Wes noticed the change, and a slow smile crossed his face. So, what do you say, mate? He said softly. Partners? You realize this is going to take a long time, I warned. The type of network we're talking about, it will take years to build, decades even. We'll constantly be on the run from Talon and St. George. Our lives are never going to be safe or anything close to normal. Sure you're up for it, human? Hey, Wesley Higgins leaned back with a shrug. I'm being hunted by a bloody dragon empire that won't stop unless it's completely destroyed or taken down. What else am I going to do? All right. I looked down at the screen, at the first place on the list, and nodded, Carson City, Nevada, was our first stop. Let's get this resistance started.
Ember. I lowered my arm, feeling my heart pound, my emotions raging everywhere all at once. Riley was okay. I couldn't express how relieved I was to hear his voice, to know he was alive. The past few hours had been a nightmare. I hadn't even realized how much Riley meant to me until he was gone. And my dragon, surging like molten lava through my veins, was acutely aware of Riley's promise, was relishing it even. She couldn't wait to see him again. She recognized her other half, had always recognized it. Cobalt called to her. She felt the other dragon's pull, as surely as I felt the need to fly or sleep or breathe. And Riley wasn't holding back anymore. So what was holding me back? We should move. Garret's voice echoed at my side. I glanced up and found him watching me, his face shut into that blank, expressionless mask that made my insides shrink. Talon is probably aware by now that their ambush failed, he went on, gesturing to the carnage around us. If they aren't, they'll find out very shortly. We should leave the premises before they send in the cleanup crew. Right, I nodded, and pushed myself off the crate stack, but pain shot up my leg, and I nearly fell, barely catching myself on the edge. Ow! Damn it! Ow! Are you all right? Garret hovered at my side, his remote expression cracking a little with worry. I waved him off. I'm fine. I took another step, clenching my teeth as my leg, back, ribs, and shoulder throbbed. I didn't know if it was from dragon claws, or just general aches and bruises from my fight with the viper, but damn it, I was sore. Of course, the stupid magic viper suit didn't show rips or tears, so I couldn't even see how bad the wounds were. Right behind you, I gritted out, wishing I could shift to my real form again. The human body didn't deal with pain as well as a dragon's. Just moving a little slower than normal. Keep going. Garret hesitated, then stepped beside me, putting a hand on my back. Surprised, I glanced at him as he bent, scooped an arm under my knees, and lifted me off my feet. I gasped, wincing as the motion tore at the open wounds beneath my suit. But then he shifted me gently in his arms, and the pain receded. Garret, my heart pounded, my stomach tying itself into knots at being so close. I put a hand on his chest, feeling his own heart thudding beneath my palm. You don't have to do this, I said, torn between exhilaration and embarrassment. I'll be okay. I trailed off at the look he gave me. Sorrow, regret, and longing glimmered in his eyes for just a moment, before they blinked and became remote once more. Let me do this one last thing, Garret said quietly, and offered a faint smile when I frowned in confusion. You carried me to safety once. Now it's my turn. He sounded sad for some reason, like this was the last thing he would do for me. Wanting to ease the tension, I looped an arm around his neck and smiled. You know, if you really wanted to impress, I could shift right now and you could carry me out like that. The corner of his mouth twitched. Somehow, I don't think I'd get very far. Riley would walk in and see a dragon lying on top of a crushed soldier. He'd probably take a picture to remember it always. I chuckled, feeling some of the awkwardness subside. A soldier of St. George carrying a dragon to safety? What was next? Sighing, I leaned my head on his chest as Garret walked easily through the maze with me in his arms. His heartbeat steady and sure against my ear, and I relaxed. We were okay. All of us. St. George had come for us, and we'd survived. Talon had sent 2 deadly double agents to force me back to the organization, and I was still here. Riley was alive. Garret was alive. We'd taken the worst Talon and the Order could throw at us, and had come out on top. But the casualties were high, even if they weren't on our side. I didn't have to look up to see the dozen or so Talon agents sprawled throughout the warehouse. More dead humans than I'd seen in a lifetime. Dead humans that would probably show up in my dreams for weeks to come. And of course, somewhere in that mess of blood and darkness was the lifeless body of a purple dragon. A girl who, at one time, had been just like me. Anger burned, and shockingly, I felt my eyes stinging. It was a waste. Such an awful, stupid waste, and for what? Faith didn't have to die. Talon didn't have to send her. Why couldn't they just leave us alone? Why was it so important that I return to the organization? Now a hatchling and a dozen humans were dead, because someone in Talon had ordered my assassination. "Garret," I whispered, clenching a fist in his shirt. "Wait." He stopped and gave me a puzzled look. We were almost to the exit. I could see the open door to the rail yard dead ahead. Riley and Wes would be here soon, and we had to get out of here before Talon, the Order, or the authorities showed up. But something still nagged at me, and if I didn't resolve it now, I'd drive myself crazy wondering. "I have to go back," I told Garret, whose puzzled look deepened to a frown. "You don't have to come. Put me down and go wait for Riley if you want. But I have to go back. There's something important I forgot to do."
Dante. She should have called by now. The clock on the wall was too loud, every ticking second like a miniature drill in my brain. The senior dragons did nothing, said nothing, sitting around the table with the patience of mountains, their blank eyes on me. Occasionally, they would speak to me, or each other, their voices cool and remote, but for the most part, they waited, silent and unmoving. I mimicked their positions, trying to remain calm and patient, staring at my folded hands until the image was seared into my retinas. The phone buzzed on the table. I jolted in my seat like I'd been stung. Without waiting for Roth's approval, I snatched it up and put it to my ear, my voice low and grave. "Faith, is it done?" "It's not Faith." I froze. The room froze. I sat rigid in my chair, the eyes of 4 senior dragons on me, as her voice echoed in my ear, low and unmistakable. They couldn't hear the conversation, but from the looks I was getting, it was clear they knew something wasn't right. Heart pounding, I closed my eyes, knowing it was useless to hide it. "Ember," I said, and I felt the attention of the room sharpen to a razor's edge. I swallowed hard and forced myself to speak calmly. Maybe I could salvage what was left of this assignment. "Where are you?" "I think you already know that, Dante." Ember's voice was icy. She'd spoken to me that way only a couple times in her life, and I had painful memories of one and a tiny scar from the other. "Considering you were the one who set this up." The weight of the combined stares was becoming unbearable. 4 senior dragons pinning me with hard, intense eyes. "Where is Faith?" I asked. A heartbeat of silence. "She's dead." The ground dropped out from under me. I sat there, unable to believe what I'd just heard. I'd always known Ember was rebellious, reckless, and stubborn, but I'd never thought her capable of this. "She's dead?" I choked in disbelief. "You killed her?" "I didn't kill her." "The soldier, then?" I guessed. "St. George? You're with him now, aren't you? And you let him kill her?" There was no answer on the other side, and my voice hardened. "How could you let him do that?" "You've got some nerve asking me that," Ember hissed. and though she sounded furious, her voice cracked on the last word. "Don't play innocent with me, Dante. You were the one who sent her, after all. You set this whole thing up, didn't you?" "Yes," I admitted, not knowing where this absolute rage was coming from. "I did. To bring you back. You belong here, Ember. You belong with Talon." There was a squeak as someone in the room rose from their chair, but I barely heard it. "I'm trying to keep you safe," I said, suddenly furious myself. "I'm trying to make a future for both of us, but you insist on tearing it down. I can't believe you let that human kill Faith. Just because you didn't want to come back. What is wrong with you?" I was almost shouting into the phone now, and a second later it was smoothly plucked from my grasp by Mr. Roth, who gave me a blank, chilling smile before putting it to his ear. "Miss Hill," he said cordially, "this is Adam Roth, Senior Vice President of Talon's Western Operations. How are you tonight?" He paused, smiling faintly, his sharp face giving nothing away. "Well, I'm sure you don't mean that literally." I buried my head in my hands, raking my fingers through my hair, not caring how it made me look. I could only imagine what Ember was saying to Talon's Senior Vice President. My stomach turned, shocked at how badly this had turned out. Faith was dead. Where was Mist? I wondered. Had she been killed too? The two hatchlings had been our best bet, to find Ember and the rogue. As the newest agents of Talon, they wouldn't be recognized by Cobalt, or his network, so they'd be able to get close without arousing suspicion. Originally, I'd wanted Misk to talk to Ember, convince her to come back, but she'd later informed me that Talon had other plans for her. I'd been annoyed. This was my operation, after all, and Mr. Roth had put me in charge. But then I'd spoken to the second agent, Faith, who'd assured me that she would bring Ember safely back to the fold. Before talking to her, I'd had serious doubts that the quiet, delicate-looking girl was a good fit for this assignment. Cobalt was a dangerous rogue, and calling Ember stubborn was putting it mildly. But it took only a few minutes of discussion to know that Faith was more than she seemed. And when she told me she would get the job done, I believed her, though I had made it clear that she was not to harm my sister in any way. "Bring Ember back to Talon," I told her. "Use everything at your disposal to convince her to return. But do not hurt her. If she refuses to come back, do what you must. But I want my sister returned alive and safe. Do you understand?" "Of course, sir." Faith had smiled at me, confident and professional. "Your sister will not be harmed in any way. I will make certain of it." And now she was dead. Faith was dead, because I had sent her after my wayward twin, and Ember had let her be killed rather than return to the organization. How had this happened? How could she have resorted to that after everything we'd gone through together? Apparently, I didn't know my sister at all. And now, because of her, I had failed. I had failed Talon. My hands shook, and I flattened them on the tabletop, trying to steady myself. Above me, Mr. Roth continued with polite coolness. "I'm afraid I cannot tell you that, Miss Hill," he said evenly. "If you wish that information, you must return to the organization." Pause. "No, Mr. Hill is in no danger. He is a valued member of Talon, and we appreciate his cooperation." Pause. "No. Our policy on rogues is very clear. Cobalt is a criminal who has caused irreversible harm to the organization. We must protect ourselves from his extremist views." One last lengthy pause, and Mr. Roth's voice grew hard. I'm sorry you feel that way. But if you would only agree to return and speak with us, you would see that—" He trailed off, lowering his arm. "Well, it appears Miss Hill will not be joining us tonight." Turning, he rested his fingertips against the table and spoke to the rest of the room. "We will adjourn for now, until we can come up with a new strategy to retrieve Miss Hill and deal with Cobalt. As Miss Anderson has not yet reported in, perhaps she will give us better news, but it can wait until tomorrow." He looked over the table with cold black eyes. "Dismissed." Everyone rose at once, keeping their eyes downcast as they began to exit the room. I stood as well, but suddenly, Mr. Roth's long, steely fingers gripped my shoulder, making me freeze. "Mr. Hill, you will come with me."
Ember.
Only you, Firebrand.
Riley sighed. I grimaced at him over the table, where an open first aid kit, bandages, burn cream, and disinfectant wipes sat scattered between us. My Viper suit lay discarded on the bathroom floor of the hotel room, replaced with shorts and a loose top that didn't rub against my skin. Riley leaned forward in his chair, winding the last of the gauze around my arm. His long fingers occasionally brushed my hand, sending a pulse of heat up my arm every single time. Garret had left the room a few minutes ago, saying nothing as he slipped out the door, presumably to stand guard or check the parking lot for suspicious people, leaving me and Riley alone. Well, alone except for Wes. There. Fastening the gauze, Riley looked up with a rueful smile, shaking his head. A bandage square covered my left cheek, right below my eye, and it felt weird and tight against my skin.
"Don't pick at the bandages, Firebrand," Riley ordered. "Hopefully those will heal in a day or two, though this is the first time I've had to treat another dragon for burns. Like I said, you are one of a kind. Thank God,"
Wes muttered from the bed, laptop perched on his knees. I ignored him, which was getting harder to do in the tiny room. After meeting Riley and Wes in front of the rail yard, we'd fled downtown Vegas on the Strip, putting as much distance between us and the massive glittering casinos as we could. This tiny hotel on the outskirts of town had more roaches than slot machines, and the four of us were currently packed into one room like sardines in a can. But Riley wasn't planning to stay long. According to Wes, there was a used car lot 2 blocks down that would sell you anything, no credit history, no questions asked, and Riley planned to be there as soon as it opened in a few hours. I had no idea where we were going, but I knew Riley was in a hurry to leave Vegas, and after tonight, I was more than happy to say goodbye too. Goodbye to the City of Sin. Goodbye to Talon and the Order. And Dante. A lump caught in my throat, and I swallowed it with a growl. I refused to mourn my traitor brother, no matter how sick it made me feel. Dante was part of Talon now, part of the organization that wanted me dead. He'd sent a Viper after me and a Basilisk after Riley, with orders to kill us both. I didn't know him anymore. Riley had been right all along.
"There." Wes tapped a final key and looked up. "I've sent instructions to all our nests, telling them to relocate immediately and not contact anyone until they've heard from you. They're on emergency evacuation until further notice."
Good. Riley stood up, wiping his hands.
"Hopefully that will buy us and them some time until we can figure this out. See if we can't find out who the hell is leaking information to the organization and shut them up for good. If Talon wants to kill us, I'm not going to make it easy for them."
I was only half listening, still brooding over Talon and Dante and the whole screwed-up situation, so a gentle touch on my shoulder surprised me. I glanced up into Riley's intense golden eyes.
"Firebrand, you okay? Are you in any pain?"
"No," I whispered, as the now familiar heat surged up again, pushing me toward him. Gingerly, I stood, testing my range of motion. My various cuts and burns throbbed, but they were slowly going numb with salve and painkillers. The real hurt wasn't physical, and no amount of aspirin would make it go away. Just thinking about Talon, I told Riley, who hadn't taken his eyes from me. And St. George, and what a bastard my brother is. You can go ahead and say I told you so. Riley stepped close and very carefully pulled me into his arms, making me freeze in shock. I'm sorry about Dante, he murmured, keeping one hand on my waist, the other in my hair, avoiding my many bandages. My cheek was pressed to his shirt. I could feel the heat of his skin through the fabric, his voice rumbling in my ear. I wish we could have taken him, too. But he made his choice, Firebrand, and now you have to make yours. Are you still going to stand with me against Talon, even though you might be fighting your brother again one day? Putting my hands on his arms, I pulled back to face not Riley, but Cobalt peering down at me. The human veneer was still there, still in place, but the dark blue dragon stared out through human eyes, ghostly wings outstretched, casting us both in their shadow. I swallowed hard to keep my own wings from breaking free. Why now? I whispered. I told you. I'm done fighting this. Cobalt rumbled, and one hand was suddenly against my cheek, hot and searing. I almost lost you today. I won't make that mistake again. His fingers traced my skin, brushing my hair back, and I shivered. You don't have to make a decision tonight, Cobalt said. I have time. The corner of his mouth quirked, and he stepped back, looking more like Riley. I'm a dragon, after all. Bloody hell. Wes's disgusted voice rose up from the corner. Will the pair of you please stop before I yawk all over the room? Riley, you might want to come see this. Rolling his eyes, Riley pulled away. I stood there, watching them for a moment, my heart thudding in my chest, and my dragon surging beneath my skin. The temperature in the room was suddenly too hot, stifling, and the walls seemed too close. I had to get some air. With one last look at Wes and Riley, still deep in conversation, I slipped out the door into the warmth of the night. I told myself I needed to be alone, to clear my head, but that was a lie, and I didn't have to search far. A lean, pale form stood in the outdoor hall, with his elbows against the railing, gazing out over the parking lot. I started toward him, but as I did, my steps faltered and I hesitated, suddenly torn between saying something and going back inside. Why was I afraid? This was Garret. Swallowing, I forced myself to move, knowing he'd heard me come out. Hey, you, I greeted as the door clicked behind me. I kept my voice light, a stark contrast to the uncertainty within. Spot any ninjas yet? Maybe a secret agent hiding in the cactus? No, he said quietly, still watching the pink glow over the horizon. But there is a suspicious-looking bench near the parking lot that I'm keeping an eye on, just in case. Smiling, I joined him at the railing and mimicked his pose, and we stared at the distant mountains for several heartbeats. In this quiet moment before dawn, the world was silent, peaceful. I wished I could feel the same, but the raging storm of questions inside made that impossible. I wondered where we would go next. I wondered where Dante was, what he was doing, what he was planning now. I wondered if there would come a time when I could stop running, if someday Talon and St. George would just stop killing each other, if the war would ever cease. Ember. Garret's voice, soft and hesitant, broke the pre-dawn stillness. He kept his gaze on the horizon, but his whole posture was stiff, tense. You never answered me last night. My stomach turned inside out, and everything around us froze. Garret straightened and turned, keeping one hand on the railing, to face me, metallic gaze burning the side of my head. A little flutter of panic bloomed inside. I kept my gaze on a distant street lamp, watching it flicker against the coming dawn, and felt the silence stretch between us, brittle and terrifying. My heart pounded, screaming at me to say something, to give him the words he was waiting for, but I didn't know if I could feel like that. When I was with him, I was happy. When we touched, my heart beat faster, and my stomach did crazy cartwheels. When we were apart, I thought of him constantly, and when we were together, I was content. But I didn't know if that was love. And how could I love him when a part of me longed for Cobalt, standing in the very next room? "What do you want me to say, Garret?" I whispered at last. Garret didn't answer for a moment, then took a quiet breath, as if bracing himself. "I just want the truth," he said, and his voice wasn't angry or cold or demanding, just resigned, sad. I've never felt anything like this, and I know that I'm the last person in the world that deserves it, but I meant it when I said that I'm in love with you." His voice wavered on the last sentence, then grew stronger, almost defiant. "I love you, Ember," he said again, and I closed my eyes. "I'm not ashamed, and I'm not afraid of what it means, but I need to know if you feel the same." He was putting all his cards on the table, leaving himself wide open, and I was probably going to rip his heart out. I wanted to tell him. I wanted to say I felt the same, but at the same time, I didn't want to lie to him. My emotions were a chaotic swirl of confusion and doubt. Garret, Cobalt, longing, love. Which was stronger? How did people even know if they were in love? "Garret," I stammered miserably. I don't know. I'm not human. I don't even know if we're capable of those kinds of feelings." "I don't believe that," Garret said. "I might have once, but not anymore. I've seen you, Ember. From the very first day we met in Crescent Beach, I've watched you. You've made friends and formed attachments, and you miss them. Even now, you're angry at your brother because he chose Talon over you. You refuse to be what your trainer wanted, a viper that kills without emotion. You're the one who taught me that dragons aren't really that different than us, and I abandoned everything I believed in because of you." He paused then, his voice becoming quietly desperate. "Don't tell me you're not capable of it," he almost whispered. "What's really holding you back?" I sighed and looked up at him, finally admitting the truth to us both. "Riley." He didn't look surprised. He just nodded once, slowly, as if I'd confirmed what he'd always suspected. I finally turned to face him head-on, needing him to understand. "Garret, I like you. I really do. When I'm with you, I feel more human than I have in my entire life. I don't know if I'm supposed to feel that way, and I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but at this point, I don't really care. I want to be with you. Sometimes I wish that I wasn't a dragon, so we could be normal together." I gave a tiny, bitter chuckle. Of course, if I was human, we would have never met, so it's kind of a catch-22, isn't it? Garret didn't reply. He still watched me, those solemn gray eyes making me want to drop my gaze and hide. I stifled the impulse and continued to face him. "But," I went on, "I can't ignore what I feel for Riley, and I don't want to lie to either of you. I honestly don't know what's going on between the three of us, and until I'm sure, I can't give you a real answer. I'm sorry, Garret." I couldn't take the way he was looking at me any longer, and I turned away. "I think I need some time to figure this out." "All right." His voice surprised me. I was expecting anger, contempt, accusations for leading him on, not this quiet resolve. "Then I guess that makes this easy. I looked back at him quickly. Makes what easy? This time he turned away. Only then did I notice the backpack, propped beside the door, already packed, and everything went cold inside me. You're leaving? There's no reason for me to stay. Garret's voice was calm as he swung the pack to his shoulder. I've paid my debt, to you and Riley at least, and it's not safe for me to stick around. Sooner or later, St. George will come after me again. Better if I'm far away when that happens. Where will you go? I don't know yet. He glanced back at me, eyes shadowed. England, maybe, if I can get there. Something is wrong in the Order. That ambush with Mist and Faith wasn't a coincidence. St. George knew we were coming, and I don't like what that implies. His gaze narrowed, expression going dark. If there is a connection between Talon and the Order, it will change everything St. George has believed for hundreds of years. Everything we thought we knew will be a deception. Now that I've seen both sides, I need to know if there's something more to this war than either faction is letting on. He sighed, and for the first time a shadow of doubt crossed his face. I hope I'm wrong, he murmured, but I have to be sure. One last pause, barely a heartbeat, one last chance to tell him to stay before he stepped back. Goodbye, Ember, he said, as something shattered inside me. Thank you. For everything. And he walked away. Garret? Wait! He turned around, eyes widening with surprise, as I flung myself against him, wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him. His arms circled my waist, pressing us together, as I buried my fingers in his hair. He groaned, backing me into a pillar, his mouth at my jaw, my neck, searing a path down my skin. Our lips met again, hungry and eager, sending the pit of my stomach into a wild swirl. A low growl escaped me as I locked my body to his, wanting to feel him with my entire being. Abruptly, Garret pulled back, breaking the kiss, and set me gently on my feet. I glanced into his eyes and saw the confusion, the uncertainty, and the wary hope shining through, and my heart stuttered. The soldier watched me a moment longer, then closed his eyes. Tell me to stay, he whispered, his voice a low, husky rasp. And I will. Cold flooded my body. I took a breath to answer, and nothing came out. I knew the words that would convince him, but I couldn't say them. Even now. Especially now. That would be even more cruel on my part, telling him what he needed to hear, just to get him to stay with me, when I wasn't certain myself. Sickened, I drew back, sliding from Garret's arms. He opened his eyes but didn't move, watching as I backed away from him. The look on his face was devastating, but only for a moment. Then that blank, remote soldier's mask slipped into place, his eyes turning cold and flat. Spinning on a heel, he walked away again, and this time his stride was confident and sure. I watched, heart in my throat, until he hit the stairs on the other side and started down, not looking back once. And then he was gone. I swallowed, blinked rapidly until the stinging in my eyes went away, and went back into the room. Riley and Wes were still at the computer, but they had moved to the table now, with Riley standing behind the chair as the human hunched over the screen. Wes didn't move, but Riley looked up as I came in and leaned against the door, still coming to grips with the fact that Garret was really gone forever. Firebrand, you okay? Riley stepped toward me, frowning in concern. Where's St. George? He left, I answered, making Riley's brows shoot up. Just now. He said he was going to check up on the Order or something. He's not coming back. Huh. As expected, Riley didn't seem terribly heartbroken at the news. Well, I'd say that's too bad, but then I'd just be lying. Don't glare at me, Firebrand, he went on, crossing the room. You knew this was coming as much as I did. He's a human and a soldier of St. George. Did you really expect him to stick around a bunch of dragons for the rest of his life? No, I whispered, my voice breaking a little bit. Of course not. Garret was human. He belonged out there with the rest of humanity. Maybe now he could finally live a normal life. I knew we had to leave sooner or later, I admitted. I'll miss him, that's all. Riley stepped forward and, without hesitation, pulled me close. My pulse skipped, and warmth bloomed through my stomach, burning away the grief, at least for now. Forget him, Cobalt murmured, bending his head to mine. You don't need the human. You have me. And when you're ready, when we reach a spot where we can both be ourselves, I'll show you exactly what that means. Yes, my dragon agreed, as I closed my eyes, basking in the warmth. This was right. This was what I wanted. I didn't need humans or their tangle of confusing emotions. I was a dragon. It was time I finally accepted that. Pulling back, I looked up at Riley, saw myself in that bright gold gaze, and tried to smile. So, I asked, as Cobalt peered back at me, eyes glimmering. Where to now? Now? Riley said, his voice full of dark promise as he turned away. Now, we're going to hunt down a traitor.
Epilogue. Dante. I stood in another small, cold elevator. Mr. Smith and another Talon agent flanking me as the tiny box descended into what felt like the bowels of the earth. Gazing at my blurry reflection in the metal door, I thought back to the past 2 days and allowed myself a small smile. After the disastrous meeting and phone call with Ember, Mr. Roth had escorted me into his office and closed the door, inviting me to take a seat. I had obeyed with a numb sense of dread, knowing I had failed both the organization and my sister. Sinking into the seat before the desk, I waited for the axe to fall, to be reamed out for my failure. First off, Mr. Hill, I'd like to congratulate you. I had stared, unsure I'd heard him right. Why was he congratulating me? Surely this was a joke, though I hadn't known any of the senior executives to kid around. Sir? Mr. Roth smiled. This operation with your sister was a test, Mr. Hill. It was the reason we put you in charge of returning Ember Hill to Talon. We wanted to gauge your loyalty to the organization, as well as your ingenuity and commitment to doing the right thing. But I failed, sir. I didn't bring Ember back. No, that failure was not yours, Mr. Hill. Roth's eyes glittered, though it wasn't directly at me. You performed exactly as we hoped, and suffice to say, the company is pleased with the results. There will be repercussions. Rain is not going to be happy with the loss of his people, but that is Talon's concern, not yours. You've proven you can be trusted, that your ideals are in line with Talon's, that you value the safety of the organization above all else. He leaned back in his leather chair. So, again, I offer my congratulations, Mr. Hill. You have passed your final exam. Now, he continued, as I sat there reeling from the announcement, we have business to discuss. As a full-fledged member of the organization, you now know how serious the rogue threat is. Your own sister committed a heinous act against one of her own kind, allowing her to be slain by a soldier of St. George. Such is often the case with dragons that go rogue. Without structure, they become violent and unpredictable, a danger to themselves and to the organization. Your sister has started down a very dark path, but we believe it is actually the rogue dragon Cobalt who is influencing her. He is an extremist whose hatred of Talon is well known, and his tactics against the organization border on terrorism. Cobalt and his network of criminals must be stopped at all costs. How dedicated are you to bringing this about, Mr. Hill? Rage burned, and I clenched a fist on my leg, careful not to let Mr. Roth see. Cobalt. The rogue dragon who had lured my sister away, turned her against me, was my personal enemy now. He had almost cost me everything, and would pay for what he had done. Whatever it takes, sir, I said evenly. Whatever Talon needs me to do. Even if it means working against your sister. I took a deep breath. Ember made her choice, I said. She has to live with the consequences of her actions. My hope is that she'll realize her mistake and return to the organization willingly. But if she doesn't, I will bring her back by force if I have to. Mr. Roth raised an eyebrow, appraising, and I spoke firmly, confidently. The rogue movement must be eliminated for the good of us all. I'm fully committed to seeing that happen, sir. Excellent. Mr. Roth beamed. Then I do believe you are ready. He stood, extending a hand to lead me out of his office. Rest up, Mr. Hill, he announced as he escorted me to where Mr. Smith stood, waiting in the hall. Tomorrow morning, you have a plane to catch. The elevator slowed and finally stopped with a faint ding. As the doors slid back, revealing a sterile white hallway and a pair of guarded metal doors at the end, Mr. Smith turned to me. Keep in mind, Dante, he warned, as we stepped into the hall, passing humans in white lab coats scurrying from room to room. This is one of Talon's greatest secrets. That you are even allowed to be here shows the amount of faith and trust the organization has in you. Do not abuse that. I won't, I promised, and meant it. We came to the doors, and the Talon agent flashed a badge at one of the armed guards, who nodded briskly and waved us through. We stepped into an even smaller room, barely larger than the elevator box, where the guard pressed his hand to a small sensory pad by the door. It lit up, green lines scanning his palm and fingers, before it beeped once and the light above the metal door turned green. Remember, Dante, Mr. Smith warned again, and pushed back the door. My eyes widened. I stumbled forward in a daze, hardly believing what I saw. Steam billowed through the frame, and the air was hot and humid, as if I'd stepped into a rainforest. I was almost instantly drenched in sweat, but I barely felt it. I couldn't tear my gaze from the wonders of the scene before me. Dragons. Hundreds of them, in rows of huge cylindrical vats marching down the aisles. They floated in translucent green liquid, eyes closed, wings and legs folded neatly to their bodies. Tubes jutted from their necks and stomachs, snaking to the tops of the canisters, where they disappeared in a tangle of machinery. From their size, most of them were hatchlings, some barely out of the egg, but there were a few near the end that were larger, older, and they all looked the same. Through the glass and the green-tinted murk, their scales were a dull metallic gray, with no hint or spark of color at all. They all had the same ridge of ivory horns over their eyes and along their jaw, the same bony spikes jutting from their backs, shoulders, and forelegs. The similarities were more than coincidence, more than sharing the same bloodline or parents. They were identical, down to the same crooked horn on the left side of their head. I smiled as I realized what Talon had been planning all this time. "Behold, Dante Hill," Mr. Smith said, walking up behind me, his deep voice full of triumph. "Welcome to the future."
This concludes the reading of Rogue by Julie Kagawa. Copyright 2015 by Julie Kagawa. This book was read by Caitlin Davies, McLeod Andrews, Chris Patton, and Tristan Morris. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Harlequin Books S.A. and was produced in 2015 by Blackstone Audio Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.